All right, welcome everyone to the SMT marathon. Can you hear me? Hopefully, I'm not like extremely loud. Actually, look a little loud on the meter. I'm gonna lower myself. Hi, welcome everyone. Welcome to the SMT marathon once again. Hope you're having a great Friday. Hope you're ready for 60 hours of SMT and Persona speedruns. We have a lot of games this year that we've never showcased before, so it's very exciting. So for starters, my name is Sion. I'm a Mega 10 runner. I'll also be running in this marathon. And I thought I'd just share a little bit of information before we get started. So this past year for the SMT and Persona community, we've had 4 new games that released. We had Metaphor Refantasio that will unfortunately not get to showcase for this run, for this marathon, but it was showcased at RPG Limit Break 2025. So by Champion Beef and Freedom Pulse. So make sure to check that out. We've had Rider Remastered Mystery of the Soulless Army that released on all platforms. That will be showcased by Toxic. And we had 2 games that was previously considered lost media, Shin Megami Tensei 20XX and Shin Megami Tensei Tokyo Requiem, that released on Switch and on Steam. Now available, and 20XX will also be showcased in this marathon, so that's cool. And there was also the release of the Answer DLC for Persona 3 Reload, named Episode Aegis, which people have done a lot of runs for, but unfortunately not in this marathon. Maybe the next Persona Relay. The Mega 10 community now also has a community website called mega10speedruns.com or mega10rta.com. You can find it on both URLs, and you can find all sorts of Mega 10 related information there, records, notes, all kinds of stuff. So make sure to check it out if you've ever been curious about Mega 10 speedruns. If you'd like to join the community, you can find all relevant links there. And finally, there's been some pretty big finds this year that I'd like to share before we get started. First of all, we're gonna get started. First round of the marathon is Shin Megami Tensei 4 Apocalypse. And Apocalypse has had a big surgence of runners this year, especially after new routes were developed, after a new glitch was found to be viable, and I will let Shaggy talk all about it, because he knows it way better than me. We had also a couple of big milestones being broken, with S-Guy breaking the 1 hour 30-minute barrier in the PlayStation version of SMT1. That was a big one. We had a new route for Digital Devil Saga to all bosses that you'll get to see Freedom Pulse run later into the marathon. And we've also had the first ever run for Digital Devil Saga 1 all bosses. That was relatively recent, route made by Shaggy and John, who will both be running at this marathon. And another game that had a new surgence of players is Shin Megami Tensei, which is a run that for all intents and purposes is considered an RNG fest. That not only had its 1 hour barrier broken by Mosky early this year, if I remember correctly, might have been late last year, but it also had multiple new routes developed, with the current world record being 47 minutes and 43 seconds. There will be a race of this game later into the marathon. I actually don't know which route the runners are going to use, so I'm very excited to find out. So make sure not to miss that. That's later on Sunday. There have been a lot of records this year. I've had to update the website with new world records all the time, and so many cool achievements. So make sure to watch the marathon, see what the runners have prepared, and if you want to keep up with the SMT and Persona community, make sure to join our Discord server to see what our amazing runners are up to. Without further ado, I'm gonna cut to the intermission, and we're gonna set up for Shaggy. So thank you for listening to me, and I'll see you very soon.
Okay, are we live now?
Yep.
Welcome, everybody. We are to the Shin Megami Tensei Marathon. We will be starting off with Shin Megami Tensei 4 Apocalypse. I am Shaggy. I am a speedrunner of this game, and with me are my two commentators, Freedom Pulse and John Perry, who can go ahead and introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Freedom Pulse. I run this game. I don't run this category yet, but it's on my list of categories to learn hopefully soon. But I've ran the Conflict Bonds category of this game quite a bit, so I'm fairly familiar with the game still.
And I am John, the other commentator for this run. I'm a avid speedrunner of many SMT titles, including this one. And yeah, looking forward to the run.
Okay, then without further ado, we will get started. I will give a countdown. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck, have fun.
Thank you. So this game is a follow-up to Shin Megami Tensei 4, which if you watched the SMT Marathon last year, you would have seen Freedom Pulse run. It is not directly a sequel, it's more of kind of a what-if scenario that takes place during the neutral ending of SMT4. We play as a young hunter cadet named Nanashi, who lives in Tokyo, because of course he does, it's an Atlas game. Tokyo has been covered up by a giant rock dome in order to save it from a nuclear apocalypse. Which did work, but it locked them inside with a demon infestation. And the Hunter organization was founded as a group to help kind of fight against demons and defend people from them. So this game starts 25 years after the dome went up, kind of with humanity's struggle for survival within this post-apocalyptic Tokyo. And yeah, we are currently on a kind of training mission with our friend Asahi, who is another hunter cadet, as well as our two mentors, Nikari and Manabu, who are currently out fighting some demons, while we are going to
goof
go
off,
out
essentially.
Goof off, yeah. We're gonna go out and look for relics and other valuables, but right now we're doing nothing.
Yeah, so to explain the category a little bit, we're playing on the Apocalypse difficulty, which is a DLC-only, like, very hard mode that features a bunch of gameplay tweaks and stuff that just kind of make the game rather more challenging than probably intended, but thankfully this game is also very buggy, as we'll find out later, to help us get through the run. Also, we are getting the Bonds ending. This game has two, like, major endings. It has 4 endings total, but 2 of the endings are basically bad endings. We'll be getting the Bonds ending, which is kind of the quote good guy ending, where we like team up with our friends and save the world and stuff, as opposed to the anarchy or massacre ending, where you just kind of kill everyone and make a new world and be your own god and stuff. So we like power of friendship here, right? So we're going Bonds.
I personally prefer this ending both from a gameplay and narrative perspective. So
likewise.
I think I didn't do thorough testing, but I believe Anarchy ending is likely faster, but I play Bonds because I want to play Bonds, and there's nobody to tell me I can't play Bonds.
Yeah, each route, like, the endings are very, very similar as far as what you actually do. It's just, like, Anarchy has, like, a different fight and one extra fight. And then Bonds, you get some extra goodies for going that route, but then the final boss is harder. And, like,
you can't
there's, like,
choose
trade-offs
one of
to
the
each.
Bosses, yeah.
Yeah, you can't use one of the glitches in this run that the other Massacre route can use. So there's trade-offs to both. But yeah, Anarchy's probably faster because the final boss is also a little bit shorter in that route. But it's close enough that it really just comes down to router preference.
Yeah. So we get back from our short mission, and we're gonna go to bed, and Nanashi's gonna have a dream about the kind of origin of the dome that's around Tokyo. Seeing it happen through the eyes of a character named Akira, who we don't know much about at this point. But we are going to get to see a cutscene of the dome actually being created and the nukes coming down. We get a bit of backstory.
It wouldn't be a SMT game without some dream sequences.
I want to protect them all.
Yeah, all of the SMT and Persona protagonists are certified sleepy boys, so...
Come, Masakato.
Also, strangely, this person whose face is getting eaten by this giant eldritch abomination looks oddly like Flynn for some reason. Not sure what that's about.
Flynn is the protagonist from SMT 4, who plays a very significant role in this game. He's the liberator of Tokyo, because this game takes place during what is basically the good ending of 4, so Flynn is about to save Tokyo from the evil of the angels and demons, and because we're very incompetent, we're gonna stop that from happening.
One little touch about this early part of the game that I actually really like is that we found a smartphone, which is how hunters actually summon demons and stuff. We don't have demons ourselves at this point. But one touch I like is that the smartphone we got is actually broken, and you can see in the bottom screen that the glass and such on the map screen is kind of shattered, which I think is a really cool detail.
Yeah. The demon summoning app doesn't work currently, but the map app does, so we get maps before we get to summon demons. And we get short video conference at the Hunter Association where the leaders of our group kind of lay out their plans for what's going on right now. I guess to give some backstory of what's going on right now, currently there's a big large-scale war between angels and demons happening across Tokyo, and the Hunter Association doesn't want any part of that and is trying to defeat both of them. And that's currently what Flynn is doing. He's setting out to destroy the leader of the angels, Merkaba, as well as the leader of the demons, Lucifer. And us hunters are supposed to be helping him do that. But since we're just new cadets, we can't really do anything. And so we're just sent out on a food gathering mission. So that's where we're going right now. This is just the combat tutorial.
Yeah, which is supposed to be like a super free, like, auto battle and win, but
you can die in this on APOC for sure.
Yeah, we can talk about Apocalypse difficulty a little bit here while we have the time to.
So APOC difficulty modifiers. I don't remember the accuracy modifier, but for damage you have 0.6 times penalty for your all of your damage, and you take 0.4 times more damage, I believe.
I believe it's a 60% damage reduction in what you do and a 60% damage increase in what the enemy does. Oops.
Yeah, so you take 60% more damage, deal about 60% less damage, and there is also an accuracy penalty that isn't
pretty severe.
That's pretty severe. It's not 60%, thank goodness. That'd be awful. But it's still a pretty heavy accuracy penalty, which can be the biggest annoyance with this difficulty. Thankfully, that's also the one that there's ways to circumvent a little bit.
You can't miss in these tutorial fights, though, thankfully. So it's not a Nocturne situation where you can just die in the tutorial with nothing you can do about it.
Thankfully.
But on our food gathering mission, we are going to get ambushed by a demon named Adramelech. This is bad. Adramelech is one of Lucifer's top generals, and we are significantly outmatched here. We cannot possibly win this fight. So our two mentors are going to try to stall him while we attempt to run away. This isn't going to work. Gonna try to defend ourselves here, and everyone dies, and game's over.
Rocks fall, everyone dies.
Yep. So Nakari dies, and Manabu also dies, and then we die.
Dang, we're gonna come in really far under estimate for
No
dying
kidding.
already.
Isn't happening. Nanashi. Nanashi.
So we find ourselves in the underworld, and we hear this voice in the distance, and so we walk towards it.
Yeah, the underworld is fashioned after a train station in this version, whereas it was like a boat dock with was surrounded by mountains of paperwork and for. So I guess all the money that we paid Karen and SMT for let him buy a turnstile or something. Turnstile.
So at the bottom of these tracks here, we meet a demon named Dogda, and he says he's capable of reviving us from the dead as long as we agree to become his servant. And that sounds like a great idea, so we're gonna accept.
Yeah, he tries to be like, if you don't take my offer, then the girl's gonna die, and we're like, oh well, whatever. You can actually say no here and get a game over.
Yeah.
But we say yes as we theoretically care about our childhood best friend Asahi, and so we decide to take his offer. He gives us a couple level ups for free, which is pretty cool.
I'm gonna dump everything into strength. For the first boss, I need some. The first boss in this game is an absolute nightmare on this difficulty. I need some strength to help me deal with it, but I won't be putting that many points into strength in the early game. There's a more useful stat.
And now, benefit of getting making shady deals with demonic entities is we get some pretty sick tattoos, as the Demi-Fiend learned well.
Mm-hmm. He also fixes our phone, so we can now summon demons properly, and gives us a starting demon. Which, unlike a starter Pokemon, we will not be bringing very far. In fact, it won't even make it through the first set of recruits.
Unfortunately, that's not a pixie like you would maybe expect. But
yeah,
like
the
centaur.
Yeah, the 4 games are unique in that you don't get a pixie as your first demon or like a pixie adjacent demon. You just get a horse
Centaur.
person. Yeah.
The pixie is slightly higher level in these games, like around level 10-ish, a bit more than that.
Yeah, 9 or 10.
So anyway, what we're going to do with this demon is we're going to immediately unsummon it and get ourselves killed again, because that's a much faster way to end this fight.
We don't want our haunts to get hurt.
The Dogda will just revive us again, and then Adramelech will be like, I sense a demon within you. I'm going to leave, and then he just leaves.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, I sense the fury of a god behind you. I'm bored. I'm going to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, so from here on out, every time we would get a game over, Doctor brings us back to life without a cost. So dying in this game doesn't really have a
Serious consequence,
significant
yeah.
consequence. Yeah.
So anyway, to honor Nakari and Manabu, we decide we want to become full hunters, and Asahi's dad there says, hell no, that's dangerous, I'm not letting you do that. Thankfully, we're rebellious teenagers and say, screw you, Dad, we're doing it anyway. So we're gonna go and try to recruit our own demons.
I'm actually going to step out for a little bit, but I will be back momentarily.
You'll miss recruits.
Oh darn.
Well, you say that, but maybe
Yeah, I
he
could
can
be
make
here
it
a
back
while,
in time.
yeah.
Okay, the recruits will probably keep everyone entertained in my absence.
Yeah, so here we get introduced to the recruiting mechanic, where this is the way to recruit more party members. The first encounter is always going to be scripted as a Sudama, so we want to recruit him. So this recruit can fail, so we always save beforehand just in case he runs away, so we can reload and get another chance.
Just like that?
Like so, yeah. So that's the first recruit going down the train, so that's a reload immediately. You can,
Yeah, because you really want a Sudama, and finding one naturally is kind of annoying, so you really want to get this first one that's guaranteed.
Right, so demons on the streets appear as these pixelated blobs, but there is a way to tell what kind of demons are in which type of blob, since they are visually different. There are a variety of demons that can spawn in a certain kind of blob. We have outside of Sudama, we have 4 other recruits that we want.
Not that one?
That was a Fomorian, so
Yeah.
not that one.
Too high level for me to recruit. Not that one either.
So we are looking for a small bird, a large
that's-
blob,
Small blob.
a female, or a female, yeah. So those 3 are kind of the
Yeah.
main
I could grab another
pixelated masses
Sudama.
that we're.
Kinda could be useful. Save me some money, but can't do that until after I've fused away the first one.
Right. So after you recruit 2 demons, you get access
Wow.
to demon fusion.
It's a very
which is
bad
the-
start to recruit.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Who knows? Maybe Freedom will be back.
Yeah. Wow. I am seeing nothing that
Yeah,
I
no.
want. But there's something. Oh my
This-
god. Of course.
This is the marathon
recruit
luck
experience,
in
yeah.
work.
Okay, so
There we
this
go.
is a mandrake and a slime, so that's a good encounter to find. I do need both of these. If I get both of them, that's good.
Unlike
I
in
did
some
not.
SMT games, if you get a successful recruit, the encounter won't immediately end if there are other demons in the fight. So you can get multiple recruits in the same encounter if you're
And
lucky
I
enough
got
to manage
neither of
that.
them. That's... Alright, bad
Yeah,
start
this
to
is,
recruits. That's a Caladrius. Have a nerve gas.
Yeah, so demons demand a variety of items or resources to become your ally. They have a chance of asking for a revival bead that we got from the tutorial with Dagda earlier, and that's one item we would really want to keep.
Yeah, I don't want to
But
give away my
outside of
revival.
outside of that, I believe everything else is kind of free game
Once-
to give.
Yeah, pretty much. Unless they ask for a ton of money, then maybe I don't do that. Once you've got a demon in your party, if you talk to it, if you talk to the same demon, it will end the encounter immediately. So we're gonna get some distress call from some hunters, which is our next objective, but we're not gonna do that right now because we have some more recruits to do. We are not nearly strong enough to handle that.
Yeah, so these are called apps that we can add to our phone, which impact various different gameplay things. Shaggy unlocked Fusion Booster 1 and 2, which helps us to fuse higher level demons that we would normally be able to. Normally, your level is the cap, which determines how strong level of a demon you can fuse. With fusion boosters, you can bypass that and fuse higher level demons. So we've used Pale there at level 7, even though we're only level 5 ourselves at this point.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a very common thing throughout the run, where
nice.
keep
Okay.
unlocking fusion boosters and then recruiting higher and higher level demons.
So I didn't
That's
intend to take this
one
encounter,
of the
but it just
right,
popped
but
up on
there's a
top of me.
Sudama, so
Yeah, if I can get
right,
this, it
so
saves
maybe-
me some money. Not. I'm not. See, I don't want to give away 400 Maka per
Right.
Sudama. Okay, I got a Sudama, so that saves me some money. I still have a lot of recruits to do, unfortunately. That could be a Legion. Legion and Slime. That's a good encounter to get. God damn it.
yeah, Slime is notoriously difficult to recruit. He's quite the finicky demon. For recruiting demons, the answers are sort of weighted, where certain answers work better than others, but there's still a element of randomness to it. So even if you choose a favorable answer to that demon type, they still can just say no, basically, and yeah, we're getting kinda.
I'm getting very
unlucky here.
bullied by recruits right now.
I see recruits are going well.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Yeah,
take that, for sure.
theoretically, Slime and Legion should be demons that answer favorably to these kind of aggressive answers in the negotiation, but
Aggressive
didn't
or
seem
kind
to
of
be
neutral,
working.
ignoring. Okay, now this. Sometimes demons will refuse to talk to you if you deal damage to them, which is really annoying when Asahi punches them.
Yeah, there's some like weird stuff with that. I think it's if you get a demon below half or something HP, they're like, "Why would I want to talk to you? You're hurting me," or something. Which
It's
fair,
not that
but-
it's not that consistent because sometimes I'll just
Yeah.
Shiba-Boo an enemy, which does no damage, and they will refuse to talk to me. But most of the time, they're fine with it. So I still need Slime and Mandrake, which can theoretically show up in the same encounter.
yeah, so there is the female encounter that we were
so
hoping to get.
that's-
Okay, no Slime,
Mandrake
but
and Sudama.
Mandrake.
Nice.
Yeah, and there's some tendencies that usually work with demons. Like a lot of demons like to be told that they'll be used as fusion material.
That's very annoying.
That is quite unfortunate. Yeah. So have we talked about partners at all yet?
No.
We have not.
Yeah. So I guess while we're waiting for recruits to happen, well, let's see if this works.
I don't want
They
that
really
thing
want
that
money.
much money. 400. Oh my god. Cheat. Oh, damn
Aw.
it. That was a
Uh,
bit risky.
So this game has a mechanic called the partner system, where right now we see our partner is Asahi. Basically, you will almost always have like a small entourage of people with you throughout this game, and you can pick one of those people to be your partner. Each partner in this game has a different set of abilities that they can use. They each have like their own priorities or stuff that they or like their own skill set. Asahi tends to be your healer character, so of course the game starts you out with her just so you can have an extra set of healing. Asahi also unfortunately has the drawback of because she's like a rookie hunter, occasionally her demons will just ignore her and instead of healing you will attack the enemy or just do nothing, which means we don't end up using Asahi very much throughout the game. But later on we'll be getting partners that are a lot better, some that are just better mid-game healers, others that provide us with buffs and debuffs, which are or buffs specifically, sorry. With buffs that's very powerful, that specific partner will basically be running the whole game. In addition to, there'll be a few more partners that we'll use throughout the run. There's a lot more partners than there are good partners. So we'll really only be using like 4 of the 8 partners throughout the run or something. There we go, we got Mandrake.
Unfortunately, I still
All
need
of the
slime,
partners
but yeah.
kinda serve a different function. Some are good for like fighting random encounters, and some are more buff orientated, etc.
Yeah.
So slime can show up with either Legion or Mandrake, so there's some slimes.
Hello, Slim.
God damn it.
I love how, like, stupidly edgy this slime design is. It's like it's very intentionally like, this ain't your grandpa's Dragon Quest slime or something. Because, like, the other, like, slime design that the series frequently uses is just, like, your generic, like, little blobby dude. But then this one's like, nah, it's
Okay.
like slime that's, like, falling off of, like, bones.
I got all the recruits done. Yeah, I'm trying to think when this slime design was introduced the first time.
I think it's the Devil Summoner design, because that's what a lot of the, like, 4 and 4A really
right.
like using, is the Devil Summoner designs.
Alright,
I
so
would
those
think so,
recruits were
too.
really bad. I'm already 5 minutes behind my splits, but, you know, whatever.
Hey.
Where the fuck am I? Oh, there we go.
Right, so we're all done with the recruits for now until the next section where
Yeah, we have to do
will
2
do
more.
recruits.
I did get an extra
We're-
Sudama, though, which means I can probably do a safety strat for Angel.
Oh, yeah.
So going
I
back
see
to
that.
the going back to the bar gives you when you're in Kinshasa, Chozo, this your hometown area, you get free heals, but in other towns, once we get there, they will charge you a small fee to heal you. And we picked up some relics on the way, which we kind of mentioned before. Those relics can be returned to the store for some money. There's a lot of RNG on what relics you can pick up, so your money kind of fluctuates a lot in the early game.
Yeah, I have a
Um,
decent amount right now.
Right. Depending on how much money you can get, you might be able to get away with skipping a fusion down the line. I mean, skipping a recruit down the line, but that depends entirely on
You
how
need
much money
yeah,
you can
need
get
a lot
from
of money
relics.
for that. So now I need to recruit a pig and a Decarabia.
Early
Yeah,
game
so pig
SMT is.
the,
Oh, you can. I was gonna make a
Yeah,
joke.
no,
You can
no.
say it's probably relevant.
Right, so the pig is the pixelated blob that's like on all fours, and Decorabia is like a small flying bloblet. We're trying to fight those.
Ah, it's Decarabia.
And there's Decorabia.
Yay! And say early SMT demons, you have like just a pig, little slime guy, and then
I'll take
flying
that,
starfish.
actually.
That's normally like a mid-late game demon. That's just like level 4 in this game for some reason.
Yeah, I remember I played SMT 5 as my first SMT game, and then I came to this game and I was like, why is Decorabia level 5? He's usually level 50.
Yeah, what's really funny is between like 4 and 4A, there's some of these. Specifically, Nadja in this game is level 7,
6.
I believe,
6, yeah.
6 or 7. In SMT 4, she's like level 40,
Yeah,
and the source of concentrate for that speedrun. So it's rather funny the differences you get with some of these demon levels. And this is Katakurawa, just literally just a pig. But it's a
magic
flying
mirror?
pig, so that's pretty cool.
Okay. A revival bead? Piss off. I don't have
Yeah,
that.
sometimes the demons can ask for some pretty ridiculous things.
Okay.
You'll be like recruiting one of the first demons in the game, and they'll be like, "Hey, give me a bead of life," which is the like single most valuable healing item in the game. And you're like, "Excuse me, you're like literally level 1. What are you gonna do with it?"
We did it!
Okay.
So here is the first. Are we going to do fusions first?
I'm gonna, yes, do things a bit differently than how I normally do them, just for some safety. I will still fuse the Nadja, I'm just going to skill swap with something that I don't normally skill swap with, but you can still explain skill swapping if you want.
Right, so we are. This is the first instance of what we call a skill swap in 4A, which is a new type of glitch that we. I don't remember.
Discovered
really
only a
remember
couple
who
months ago.
found it. Yeah, a couple of months ago. It was in the summer or the spring. I don't.
Brotodile
Isn't it
found
Jap-
it based off of a
Nice.
video from Reddit. Hey, sick fusion accident. Our pig turned into a different pig. But yeah, someone on Reddit found like an old YouTube video that just no one had ever seen before of this glitch that John will now explain.
Yeah, so it was a Japanese YouTube video, so it wasn't. It had like a few hundred views, I believe. But anyway, so this 4A added a skill order menu, which allows you to switch the skill order in the menu of your skills. And this introduced a glitch where you can swap your skills from any demon that you have in your party onto the main character. So how it works is that you will position the demon whose skills you want to switch onto MC next to him in the menu. Then you open the skill order list, and then from there you can transfer those skills onto MC.
Yeah,
And
like this.
that opens up a lot of. Right, so now Nanashi has Head Crush and Bouncing Claw.
Also at +1,
So that's
because Fomarian had
Right,
+2.
Yeah. And this includes a lot of
so-
skills that MC isn't supposed to be able to learn.
Yeah, like passives like life gain or the pleromas and stuff like that, which will be very useful later.
Funny enough, there are some passives that don't work, like EXP boosters don't work on MC, and there's a few others that don't.
Yeah, like chakra walk and stuff like that.
Yeah. But conveniently, a lot of the ones that we really care about, like we said, like the HP boosters and the passives that boost our damage, do work with it, and they happen to stack with the accessories that MC can equip to boost those attributes as well.
And
So
awaken
we'll
power.
be seeing a decent bit of use out of this glitch. It's very powerful.
Okay, this fight is awful. This is by far the worst fight in the run, because this is where the APOC difficulty nonsense is at its absolute worst, and there's very little you can do about it. This is an RNG fest and a half. So, wish me luck. The problem is your accuracy is very terrible. Angel can heal herself for 77 when I'm only dealing damage in the 20s. And she can one-shot at least Nausea, that's like exactly like that, and immediately healed all the damage I did. So that's a very bad start. This is a very bad start to this fight. So far, just terrible luck this run.
It's kind of showcasing the accuracy penalty you get on the highest difficulty. It's very, in some of these early fights, it's very difficult to consistently hit the enemy.
Yeah. And the fact
And
that she can
of
heal
course
herself like that, it just...
Right, yeah. It basically takes out like half of your turn's damage, and in this fight as well, because the fight takes so long, you might end up in a situation where some of your demons run out of MP.
Oh, your full party can run out of MP really easily if you get stalled hard. What I really wanted to do is Hama, Nanashi, or Asahi, because they null that. Nice.
This game also, 4 introduced the smirk mechanic, which is changed in 4A. So you can see Pele currently has that green blinking light on top of her. That's called a smirk. Smirk occurs when or has a chance to occur when you hit a enemy's weakness or crit an enemy or null / repel / drain an enemy's attack. And what Smirk does is
Nice.
I'm not going to use my second revival bead. I'm just going to summon Galadrius again and hope I have enough firepower.
So what Smirk does is it makes it so that your magic attacks can now crit. It guarantees that you hit the enemy. It
Nice.
What else does Smirk do? It makes it so that your weakness cannot be exploited, or you cannot get crit by an enemy as well. So it has some defensive implications as well.
Yeah. Overall, it's very, very powerful, and it works very differently than it did in 4, which is kind of cool that they function differently, especially with how busted the 4 version is.
Right. It also makes it so that your Hama and Mudo skills, which are your Dark and Light skills, can now instant kill if you are smirked. It doesn't really come into play in many scenarios in this route, if I remember correctly, but that is also a function of...
No, it doesn't come
Smirk.
into play, I think, only once.
Yeah.
All right.
It's more prevalent in magic routes where you'll have access to those skills, and when you're not just nuking everything with end game skills in the mid game.
All right, so this is good.
I think this is going to be a
disaster.
soft block. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
another
soft
thing
block.
that we didn't mention about APOC difficulty is that it introduces MC death equals game over, which is not a thing in the base difficulty of the game. So Nanashi dying means the game is over immediately if that happens.
Since
We
she's
might
in the
have
red,
enough
I'll
damage
keep
to-
playing. She doesn't heal herself. Okay. Yeah, that's a soft lock. That's
Yeah,
very
that's
unfortunate.
Yeah,
Bad
Angel has a
recruits.
really hard time killing MC since her main damage skill is Hama, which MC is immune to.
Yeah, and Asahi will consistently heal you, and you can't kill Angel, and she will keep healing herself, so you get
You are
functionally
literally
soft
just
locked.
stuck there. You can get stuck there even in conflict difficulty, and so with the damage penalties you have on APOC difficulty, it's just not happening if MC is stuck alone there.
Yeah, so this
We
is a
have some,
really bad early game.
Yeah, I was about to say very rough going in the early game here.
I'm already 7 minutes behind my splits, and I'm still on this fight.
Yeah, this is something that's unfortunate, that is somewhat typical for like SMT games, is that a lot of the times with the speedrun, the early game will be kind of the hardest part of the run. Because a lot of these SMT games, you have tools to just make you absurdly overpowered later on. And with this run included, even though we're playing on like a ridiculous, very hard mode, we still will become incredibly overpowered before too long. It's just we just don't have access to those tools at the level that we are currently at, and won't for a little bit. So the beginning is just basically kind of struggle bus your way through the beginning until you can get access to more of those tools. And like we said, this boss is specifically just like the worst boss in the game, honestly, which is
Without a doubt,
funny because this fight doesn't even have boss music. The first fight that gives you boss music is the next boss fight. This fight can be just the worst sometimes. Is this angel immune to being dazed by chance, or would that be something that you could go through with like head crush?
She is not immune to being
believe-
dazed, but she is very strongly resistant to it, and I do not want to spend the MP attempting it.
Yeah, that's fair.
She also always recovers from it in one turn, so it's not that
Well, yeah,
good,
that's how
even if
daze
you-
works.
Yeah.
So, yeah, daze is an ailment that just makes you lose one. For those who don't know, daze is an ailment that just makes you lose one turn, which situationally can be very useful when that one specific turn that you want to blank is a valuable turn for the enemy. Or one of the ways to get rid of the smirk status is to inflict an ailment. So getting dazed is a nice way to just instantly remove a smirk. The only other way to remove smirk from an enemy is with a skill called Magaon.
Okay, that was actually a very
Hey,
good
there we go.
fight.
That one went a lot better.
Yeah,
And that skill we will be getting access to, but being able to just ailment off a smirk is really nice.
And so now you'll be doing something. You'll see me doing something that you don't see in like any other SMT run, and pumping luck. Luck in this game is actually good. The main thing it does for us is makes us more likely to afflict ailments on the enemy, which we will take a lot of advantage of in the early game, since a lot of bosses are vulnerable to at least one ailment.
Yeah, luck increases your ailment proc rate and also increases your odds of smirking. It also, I believe, might impact your crit rate a little bit, but it's one of those things that, like, the numbers on aren't exactly clear. So here, after beating up that angel, now one of the heralds is here to punish us for our insolence, and he is going to just kind of murder our face, as you can see by us taking like 5 times our HP and damage there. But thankfully, Flynn and Isabeau are here to save the day. So this fight's kind of just a glorified cutscene of like, wow, look how cool Flynn is. Isn't he just amazing and the absolute best? And wow, he's such a cool protagonist and all that stuff.
Don't you need to summon Pele?
I wait for Isabeau to attack, and then I summon
gotcha.
Pele.
Just
The
making
fight
sure.
will always last at least that. But thank you for reminding me, though, because yes, I do. Otherwise, she won't learn healing know-how in time.
Yeah, so this fight goes for a scripted number of turns. He'll attack Flynn and Isabeau for a little bit, and then our first attack after a couple of those actions will kill it.
It does sometimes end one turn earlier, and I cannot figure out why.
Huh. What's really nice in that fight is if during his first turn he happens to kill Asahi, you actually do save some action time, but did not happen in this case.
I need to be somewhat careful. I need to back out of the Hunter's Guild here before finishing the next quest. So I want to do some fusion, well, one fusion first.
Yeah, so we completed that quest, but there's also the Deliver Food quest that we are... Sorry, there was the Become a Hunter quest that we kind of independently here that will complete after the next cutscene, and so we want that quest EXP to go on someone else.
Yeah, we want... since I already left... Oh my god.
Come on.
Alright,
Let's
well, 2 accidents in...
And for my next trick, I will turn your cat into a bird.
I said I was going to put the marathon behind schedule right off the start, so I'm sticking to that promise.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather.
So this game has a pretty high accident rate. Usually in SMT games, there is a moon cycle, which kind of determines how high the accident rate is, but this game at 4 does not actually have a moon cycle, which is very rare for mainline SMT. But
Yeah.
overall, the accident rate is relatively high, and we do a lot of fusions in this run, so...
Yeah, the accident rate for
kinda-
most SMT feels like it sits somewhere around 1 in 64. In this game, it almost feels more like 1 in 32. But also, we just do way more fusing in this in 4 than you do in most other SMT games, so could just be larger
I would
sample
say that
size.
I would say that it's 1 in 64 in this game, based on my own experience.
1 in
but I don't think
64 in
there's-
this game and 1 in 128 in other games base is my guess. I sort of estimated that we should see around 3 fusion accidents per run on average for this run. I've already seen 2, which
Right.
means obviously I'm only getting 1 more up.
Yeah, surely.
That's how that works.
And for reference, we don't have any hard data for like any of these numbers. We're just
No.
kind of spitballing
These are
most of them.
5s.
Yeah, I think SMT5 we might have data for the rates on, and I think Nocturne we do as well, but aside from that, I don't think we have info on any of the other games aside from just like, well, it feels like this. So we finally become hunters.
That Vengeance has some numbers, but yeah.
Yeah.
Flynn and Isabeau's recommendation to Asahi's dad, he relents and lets us become hunters. And so we want to go on our first mission, and there's most of the missions are all for experienced hunters, which we are not, but there's one mission available that just says, go
Please
stop a
stop
fight. Yeah, please stop fight in the fairy forest. And so we figure we're qualified for that, so we accept it, and we're going to head over there.
We also made a new friend, in quotes. There was this weird, like, green ghost thing that we randomly saw. And then he's like, hey, you saw me, right? And we're like, yes. And he's like, cool, I'm following you now. So we're being followed by a short little green ghost pal who refers to himself as the legendary samurai Navarre, but we have no idea who that is.
Thankfully that he does follow us, because he's actually a very good partner. He's arguably the best partner in the game, and he's without a doubt the best partner in the early game.
Oh yeah, he's easily the best partner for the most of the game. And then it's only like at the very end of the game that he's kind of outclassed by people. Because Navarre is our buff.
Right, yeah.
He eventually learns access to all of the basic buffs. I think he just starts with like Tarukaja and Tsukukaja right now.
Tarukaja, Makukaja.
Tarukaja, Makukaja. He eventually learns all of the defensive buffs in a little bit, and in addition to, he's able to throw attack items, which is actually a little bit more obnoxious than it is helpful, but sometimes it can be cool. And then he'll later get access to some really powerful abilities like doping, which raises your max HP, and
which I won't use from
overall,
him in this run, but yeah, he does get some good late game stuff.
Yeah. So he's very useful just because buffing is very, very powerful in like every SMT game. And having a character in your backline that just tosses out a buff every turn is very useful.
Especially this early in the game when you otherwise don't have access to any buffs at all.
Yeah. There also, we were introduced to the Hunter Corpse mechanic, where essentially, as you go through the game, you'll find dead hunters laying around, and if you interact with their bodies, you can report the missing person and receive a little chunk of app points. Normally in this game, you get 10 app points every time you level up. Those are how you purchase like the fusion boosters and stuff like skill slots and other things later on. And the Hunter Corpses give you usually somewhere between like 1 and 4 app points, depending on the body. And so it's a little bit, but in critical mass, which we'll pick up a lot of them through the early game, that will give us just enough to get like an extra level or 2 worth of app points, which is very useful because of we're going to be spending almost all of our levels for the next, like, for our first 40 levels on fusion boosters. So getting access
levels
to
even, yeah.
46, yeah. I think we'll be getting like a talk EXP boost in the middle of that.
2 talk EXP boosts, but otherwise every single app point goes into fusion boosters until level 46.
Yeah, so for reference, there are 7 normal fusion boosters. Once you get fusion booster 7, you can fuse things that are, I believe, 14 levels higher than you. And then for a whopping 200 app points, or 20 levels worth of AP, you can get Fusion Booster X, which completely removes the fusion cap, which is incredibly broken, and we will be exploiting quite a bit. So, but that does mean that that's 20 levels of app points. So getting these like random Hunter Corpses for like an extra few levels worth of app points is very valuable because it lets us get access to that earlier.
Yeah. The disadvantage with playing like that is that it means you don't get most of the normal apps like skill slots and other stuff in the early game that are very useful, because you're kind of sinking everything you have into this long-term goal.
Yeah, because there's a lot of very powerful apps that you would otherwise want, especially casually, because, yeah, you start out with only 4 skill slots. In this game, the way skill slots work as far as learning skills is you can buy 1 skill slot immediately. At level 25, you can buy your second. At level 50, you can buy your third, and you can buy your last one at level 75, which seems like a really high level, and it is.
It is.
But most casual players will finish this game at level 99, and even the speedrun finishes the game somewhere in the 80s level-wise. So this game does like naturally actually get you up to level 99, which is rather nice. But also stuff like being able to get like half of your HP and MP back, or all of your HP and MP back on level ups. And then some other stuff that's a little bit less useful, like there's one that makes MC immune to poison, there's one that gives demons extra stats when they level. There's a lot of like really random stuff, and a lot of it's kind of cool, but fusion boosters and skill slots are incredible, so that's where basically all of our points are going.
Yeah, it's pretty much the only thing we're going to buy is fusion boosters and skill slots.
Yeah.
Here we're going to buy a set of armor called Blue War Clothes that have resist ice. the next boss effectively mandates resist ice on this difficulty, so I can't get by it without these. Oh, and all shot prices are tripled on Apocalypse difficulty, so buying armor is a huge investment in on this difficulty.
Yeah, thankfully there's not an increase to the compendium cost. Actually, funny enough, the hard mode for this game, War difficulty, has triple compendium prices but normal shop prices. And the War difficulty doesn't really have a speedrun because of the triple compendium prices actually make it more obnoxious to run than, like, the stupidly unbalanced very hard mode. Pink Pajamas, who's one of, like, the OGs in the SMT speedrun community, did a route for War difficulty and then did, like, one run of it, and aside from that, like, no one's touched War difficulty at all. And I think even after the one run he did of it, he was like, yeah, I just kind of prefer APOC because of all the fusion stuff. Because you can actually buy, one of the other good apps you can get is discounts on your compendium costs, but that only goes to, like, 1.5 times, I think, and so you're still paying 1.5 times compendium on War difficulty, which is still a lot, especially for some of the later demons.
Yeah,
here we meet my favorite character in the game, Smile.
Yeah, so this is Nozomi. She is the queen of the fairy forest, and that's basically her only character trait. So she says that one of the fairies has
got banana cakes about it.
Yeah, Home Slice went banana cakes all of a sudden. So one of the fairies has kind of gone crazy and has taken over the spring that they all like to use, and asked us to go and deal with it. That's what we're going to go ahead and do.
Yeah, Nozomi's two major character traits is that she's the queen of the fairies, and for some reason she speaks in very outdated vernacular.
Yeah, she speaks like a 40-year-old mom trying to relate to her kids.
Yeah, so she'll say she likes calling people home slice, and she's the greatest. She also wears Kamina glasses for some reason, because I guess they had Gurren Lagann in post-apocalyptic Tokyo. So I guess everything's not all bad. And yeah, this fairy forest area, this is, like, kind of the first, like, major dungeon of the game, and it is absolutely gorgeous. Like, this game, a lot of the art direction in this game is very good, and this fairy forest area is super pretty.
So right here, I'm constructing a party of fully resist ice demons, because like I said, resist ice is functionally mandatory for the next boss. So I need to make sure my whole party resists ice. I'm also going to switch to Navarre, and then grab in this chest a magic mirror, which is very useful for the next boss fight. Ideally, I would get through it without using it, because then I can sell it for 5k, which is a lot, but it's
that's a lot, 3 stars though.
Yeah, money situation's looking good.
It's very uncommon to get access to such a strong item as Magic Mirror in this early phase of the game.
Yeah, the devs very clearly intended you to use it for this fight, to, like, kind of tutorialize repels and stuff. Because otherwise the boss, if you don't just, like, nuke the boss like we do in conflict difficulty, the boss is very, very powerful if you don't repel one of its turns.
Yeah. We have a somewhat unreliable way of dealing with its shenanigans. Hopefully it goes well. Hopefully I don't also die to this boss and lose a bunch of time. It's more consistent than Angel, though, overall.
Yeah. Here we're introduced to, honestly, my least favorite mechanic in 4A. It's these little power spots where we gained access to this item called the Jade Dagger, which Navarre is now wielding like a sword there. Where now we have, for a limited number of steps as indicated by the meter on the side of the screen, have Navarre with us to break these little barrier things. There's also some, like, item spots he can break. It's, you know, meant to, like, introduce, like, some movement puzzles and stuff into the game, but a lot of the time it sort of just feels a little bit tedious to use.
Yeah, I should also talk about the mechanic of save loading.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of random encounters in this game are basically unavoidable. They jump out of nowhere, move faster than you. You can't realistically get away from them, which sucks because the escape rate on Apocalypse difficulty is 0% always. So I really don't want to get into any unintended encounters. Saving the game and loading it despawns all enemies in the area, so it's a very fast way to get through enemies. Even though it feels kind of cheap to do stuff like that, this run wouldn't really be reasonable without it.
Yeah, or we would just be using what other runners refer affectionately to as dog de Trafuri.
Yeah.
To get out of like every encounter in the game. AKA unsummoning all your demons and letting the demons kill MC so that you spawn outside of the fight.
Yeah, because like we said, death has minimal consequence in this game because Dogda just revives you.
Alright, so this is King Frost. Oh, you can talk about it, John.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Okay. So this is King Frost. We're introduced in this fight to the partner gauge mechanic, where I believe it's every 8 turns or so, you get a full partner meter. Every time your partner takes an action, you get a chunk on that meter. And basically every so often you'll see this happen, where the enemy's turn will actually get canceled by your partners all attacking at once. And when your partners attack, there'll also be some beneficial effects that occur. Usually Asahi will heal someone, Navarre will put up another buff for free, etc. So that's a nice way to just cancel an enemy turn. It can be very, very helpful for a number of fights where just canceling an enemy turn can make the difference between dying and not dying.
Yeah.
Also during this fight, you'll see we'll be using Head Crush. What we're trying to do is we're trying to land the Daze Ailment here on King Frost. Like we said before, the Daze Ailment will cancel one of the enemy's turns. And starting pretty soon, King Frost is going to be kind of tutorializing the smirk mechanic a little bit more. Like we mentioned earlier, you can't be hit by your weakness you don't get hit for weakness when you get hit by your weakness in this game, and also you don't get press turns generated off of you. So King Frost here pretty soon is going to be using Smile Charge to smirk and protect his fire weakness. But inflicting Daze will just remove the smirk entirely, and will also prevent him from using a really strong ability called King Bufula that also has a pierce effect and would go through all of our resist ice and just kill us.
I don't think it has pierce.
Does it have pierce?
I'm pretty
Okay.
sure it
I might
doesn't
be
have
thinking of a
pierce.
different one.
I'm pretty sure I would be one-shot by it if it pierced.
Yeah, it does not pierce. You would
Okay.
100%
It just
be dead.
hurts a lot.
There's a miss.
I'm thinking of a different ability. Oh, sorry, it has Rakundo when it's smirking, so it will just make his damage be even more powerful. I know it had some effect when he smirked, but...
So ideally what's going to happen
So
here is
here
I
is
hit a
where,
Daze, which will remove the smirk, but I did not.
Yeah, so this is where you would
So,
have to use the
yeah, I
magic mirror to stay alive, unfortunately.
So now hopefully we can finish the fight soon, because now I don't have the magic mirror. And if he smirks again, which is, he will smirk every turn, I'll just have to tank it.
Yeah, so really hoping that Head Crush connects with the Daze to get us
Yeah.
some leeway on the damage, but
He is already in the red though, which is good.
barring any, not trying to jinx it, but barring any horrible misses, he should be dead next turn.
Okay, the Daze will at
And
least
there's a
cut
Daze
one of
as
his
well.
turns, so he's
Yeah,
probably going to lose his first
alright.
turn, then smirk. So hopefully I clear it, or just kill him. That works.
Hey!
All right, that was a good King Frost fight.
That was. One really funny thing in this game is that depending on what you beat what ability you use to defeat enemies will impact what their death animation looks like. And so Head Crush, you just kind of yeeted King Frost off into the distance.
I also forgot to take lunge, which could be fine. Yeah, we're probably fine.
No, not lunge.
I'll use Head Crush instead. Should be fine.
Yeah. So here we find out that apparently this Preda convinced the Jack Frost to take over the spring, and that the Preda is working for someone called the Divine Powers, but he doesn't know much more than that other than just some big demon from the Divine Powers told him to cause problems here, to look for like some treasure or something, but they neglected to tell the Praetor what the treasure is, and so everyone's just kind of confused. And we're not quite sure what this Divine Powers group is, but surely it won't come up. Oh, during that time, we had Nozomi with us as a partner. Nozomi focuses primarily on gun skills and ailments. She's situationally okay for very specific fights, but overall, she's not very good.
We don't use her at all on this run.
Yeah. So here we're going to be buying a skill that's not a fusion booster. These are talk EXP boost. In this game, whenever you successfully recruit an enemy, or successfully have a conversation with an enemy, you will get you'll get some EXP for doing that recruit. And those just mean that you get more EXP for that successful conversation. And we'll be making use of another fun little exploit in this game in a little bit to take full advantage of that boost in EXP. As a general rule in this game, if this game has any mechanic or system in it that was not in the original SMT4, it's going to be broken in some way, shape, or form, as evidenced by skill swap, as we'll see later with what we're talking about, and in addition to another glitch that's used a lot, or quite a bit, in the in Anarchy ending runs. Anytime there's a mechanic that was not in 4, it's going to be broken somehow, and we'll see that a little bit later.
So I need to do one more recruit here. I need a Napaya. Napaya can be annoying, although hopefully she isn't. Okay, that was a very fast Napaya recruit.
Nice.
Couldn't ask for better than that.
Not bad.
Yeah, so talk experience boost might seem like a really strange thing to buy in a speedrun, since normally we really don't want to do recruits. So why would you spend precious app points on an app that just gets you more experience from doing recruits? But like Frito alluded to, there's an exploit that makes that very powerful.
Yeah, Nanashi is gonna spend a pretty big portion of the run flirting with female demons.
Yeah. So after completing that quest, we're going to go back home and ask Asahi's dad if he's got any more work for us. He says no. So we kind of leave being like, how are we supposed to prove ourselves if there's no jobs for us to do? And this kind of sketchy-looking old guy shows up and says, hey, I got a job for you. Come talk to me over in this train platform room. And we're like, yeah, all right, sounds great. And so this mystical door has appeared here, and we go through and run into the old guy here who transforms into Odin. And Odin says at the bottom of a well there's a powerful demon sealed away deep within a dungeon. And if you can free that demon and control him, you will become powerful hunters and can help Flynn. And we're like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Let's go and release a powerful demon. What could go wrong? And
he gave us money, though, so obviously he's trustworthy.
Yeah, gave 2,000. I'm gonna sell how much money I have. Money is good. I got lots of money.
Yeah, he's pretty generous. 2,000 now and 10,000 when the job is finished.
Yeah.
So
This is the Kinchi. Activating transport complete.
Back to Ueno.
Yeah,
and
surely nothing sketchy about this whole thing.
Nah.
Also, definitely disregard that this demon is apparently powerful enough that the angels and demons, despite being mortal enemies, seem to be working together to keep this one demon contained. I'm sure that's nothing. It's because he'll be so helpful.
Yeah, that means he's obviously good, helpful to the hunters.
Enemy of my enemy or something.
Enemy of my enemy and my other enemy has got to be my friend.
Yeah. So now we're immediately sent into the second dungeon of the game. Something I actually really like about this game compared to SMT4 is that this game does have like a bigger emphasis on like actually like going through dungeons and stuff. SMT4 has a lot of like movement exploration, but a lot of that is through like the streets of Tokyo and such, whereas this game does have more like formal dungeons to it. Because it has a lot of the same maps that SMT4 does, so thankfully you're not just like retreading a lot of the same steps you did in 4. But here, the quirk for this dungeon is that there's a bunch of these seals on these waterfalls, and in order to progress through the dungeon, we have to go find a mini-boss, defeat the mini-boss, get the next seal to go to the next area. So here, we're going to be introduced to a couple mechanics that are going to be working together in an interesting way. So in this game, whenever you charm a female demon of certain personality types, and then talk to them, you will automatically recruit that demon. However, if for whatever reason, either because your stock is full or because the demon is too high of a level, if you are unable to successfully recruit the demon, so you've recruited them but they aren't able to join your party, then you'll be backed out of the recruit menu, with it still being MC's turn. So,
yeah, the reason that's
you can
exploitable is
then-
because you get experience for successfully recruiting a demon, and this counts as a successful recruit despite not actually working. So this is, what I'm doing here is experience grinding, and it is significantly faster than fighting things normally.
yeah, like we said, you have a 60% damage penalty in this mode.
Yeah.
So this is just, basically you're getting, I think, more EXP than you would get for killing this enemy every time you just talk to her.
Yeah.
And you can just talk to her theoretically infinitely. There is an EXP cap in this game. I don't remember exactly what it is.
I don't know what it is either. I don't come close to hitting it at any of these
Yeah.
charm grinds.
Yeah, because technically, the most optimal way, or the intended optimal way in this game is to grind EXP is to fight hordes. But hordes are really, really scary when you have all of the APOC difficulty restraints on, so we just instead just talk to cute girls over and over again and farm EXP that way. So this time we're talking to this mermaid... how many times? 40 times.
40 times, yeah.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
the
so-
amount of experience you get from talking scales with the demon's level. Your level doesn't matter at all. So I don't want to just sit here until I'm level 80 or something, even though you technically could, because that would take absolutely forever and be unnecessary. So the goal I have in mind is to get level 15 here, because that will let me fuse a pretty strong demon who's going to help me in the next 3 boss fights. This one isn't that long. It takes about 5 minutes. We'll do another one later that takes much longer.
Yeah, there's 3 of these charm grinds throughout the run. 2 of them are short ones, and then there's one that is about 15 to 20 minutes.
I'll do one extra in case I miscounted. Wow, that actually killed a 4 damage Navarre kill.
Oh.
Nice. Okay, so that was pretty smooth. Tetanus cut. Mudo.
So yeah, we gained a little bit of EXP from that.
Just a little bit.
Just a bit.
I'm gonna get even stronger.
So we do 40 there, which is but there will be more.
Yeah, don't worry.
There will be much more. Which is thankfully less than there used to be, but there's still a lot more.
I cut out actually a decent amount of charm grinding and grinding in general compared to previous route that Pink Pajamas had put together.
Yeah, there's a demon later that we used to talk to like 250 something times. I think now it's down to like 220.
It used to be 240. I brought it down to 215.
Yeah.
So not a huge drop, but you know, a drop.
It's still like probably a minute worth of talking or something.
Oh, it's not right. Sloppy menuing. Yeah, Fuse and Earthus. Black Pleroma.
Then I shall perform the fusion.
As we referenced earlier, Pleromas in this game are passive abilities that boost elemental damage by, according to this resource I'm looking at, 1.2 times damage for normal Pleromas, and then 1. Where's the high? And then 1.4 for high Pleromas. So it's a nice damage boost to any demon that has the corresponding element. Which will be nice, because the next coming boss is weak to electricity. So having some enhanced electric damage is nice. You'll also see we're passing around an ability called Tetanus Cut. That is a physical ability that has the sick ailment attached to it. The next boss is also susceptible to sick. Sick being an ailment that makes it so you can't dodge, prevents you from smirking because you have an ailment on you, and reduces your damage by a good amount.
So now that I'm level 15, I can actually recruit Mermaid and Hecate by charming them and then just talking to them. I want both of them, so I'm glad I ran into them quickly. So gonna...
Yeah, so recruits are now done for a while.
Yeah.
Not completely done, but for a good chunk of the run. Don't need to worry about them anymore. For a little bit.
Welcome to the cathedral.
Few more fusions to do with that Mermaid. Inugami. Okay. No. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm
No,
just
he's
blind.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doge.
And no. Use a Copa. So Inugami gives Rakunda and Copa gives Sukukaja. Both of those are helpful skills. And then I'm also going to take the Tobio and the Earthis and make my Shuzen. This is the demon I wanted level 15 for, because she is quite strong and will be my primary damage dealer for the next bit. Alright, and now we're gonna run into a couple of angels. This fight's not too hard, but can be annoying. We at least now have access to some buffs. Both of them are weak to dark, and the Principality is also weak to ice. I do start off with a partner attack, which helps quite a bit. Use our Suku Kaja to try to help avoid missing.
Yeah, alternatively, the Principality is also weak to gun, but there's just not really very many gun skills at this point that are, like, super useful.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get access to gun skills in general. Once Archangel's down, this fight is mostly over, so it's not really worth worrying about Principality's other weakness.
Yeah, Archangel is kind of the main attacker in this group. He primarily just throws out Fizz skills and some Hama abilities, whereas Principality's role is mostly just be the support unit for the group. He uses, like, attack debuffs on us, maybe some buffs on the enemy on their side, but he mostly is the support, so we just burst down the attack, and then we can worry about Principality, who can't do all that much on his own. He can still attack us, but he's a lot less threatening than the Archangel is.
Okay, so he's already dead.
Yeah, so-
This fight's gone pretty well.
Yeah, so
I think that was
Ori
a
has a pretty funny mechanic where you can instant kill bosses if they are on red HP if you hit them with the smirking light or dark attack.
Yeah, which is what happened there, so it's pretty lucky.
Yeah,
It's
red
not,
HP in this game, I believe, is 15%.
Is it that low? Oh, okay.
It's like 15 to 20, I forget the exact number. But it's still like, you know, when you get bosses that have a few thousand HP and you can insta-kill them when they're that low, you know, you can cut quite a bit of health off of the fight. 15? Okay.
It is that low, okay.
It's not very relevant, but for this fight it's possible on this route. In other earlier route you could do it against against Krishna in the mid game, but
Yeah, not a lot of bosses are weak to dark or light, and I'm not going to be using huge amounts of magic in this run anyway. Well, that's not true. I'm not going to be using huge amounts of dark magic, sorry.
Yeah, 4A is actually interesting in that it's one of the few games where it feels like magic and Fizz are actually pretty level with each other.
Yeah, they have different
Usually there's one
benefits.
that's like stronger generally by the end, but
You use
they have different benefits, and we'll be using both throughout the game. MC is Fizz because Fizz caps out a little bit better, but
Fizz has less MP requirements, especially
That
in
too.
the late game, which is the main reason we go Fizz for this run.
yeah, this game in general suffers from a bit of a drought in terms of MP, where just your MP totals aren't nearly as high as in other games. Skills tend to cost more. MP recovery items tend to be pretty bad. So having Fizz skills cost less MP is actually quite valuable.
Yeah, Nanashi's MP pool in particular is just very low for some reason in this game, so trying to use him as a magic dealer just doesn't really work when you have a 60% damage penalty. You'll always run out of MP before finishing boss fights.
Yeah, in Conflict, where you're just killing everything in one turn anyway, it doesn't really matter, but for the 60% damage penalty, then it matters a lot more.
So the next boss fight we're going to fight is Ase. Ase has quite a few nasty attacks, but he's also vulnerable to multiple different ailments, mainly Charm and Bind. One of the interesting things about this game is you're actually able to layer ailments on top of each other, which is not... You normally can't do that in most games, but it's very useful because you can... more easily lock down enemies if you can layer multiple action impairing ailments on them, so if they happen to recover from one, the other one will still keep them locked. So in this case, we're gonna try to layer Charm and Bind to keep this guy locked down. If he actually gets actions, he's pretty scary, so hopefully that doesn't happen.
Yeah, he hits pretty hard, and he has also access to the skill Tetrakarn, which is basically a physical repel shield that he can put on if he gets action. So ideally, he just doesn't get to do that.
Yeah. So I'm going to get 3 Raccoondas up with my Copa, then switch in by Shuzen. She does a lot more damage than anyone else I have. So now my goal is just keep him locked down and pummel him. Hopefully not taking so long that I lose the partner attack that I have, because I want to save that for the next boss fight.
Yeah, the next boss can be rather scary if you don't have a way to have if you don't have a partner attack early on. And then after the partner attack, you should have enough buffs and stuff and a sick inflicted on him to reduce the threat a little bit, but early
That's the
on
goal.
the fight can be scary. Yeah. That's the goal. Whether or not it happens is up to how the game's feeling, but...
Oh, that's unfortunate. Need to be careful, because Bind prevents him from dodging, but Charm doesn't. Oh, that's annoying. Hopefully he doesn't get an action. Yeah, he did get to act once.
Yeah, there's Blight, and he hits like a truck.
So I'm gonna use Medea. I also don't likely have any disc poison, so I can't cure this poison. Nope.
No.
So he's almost
it's
dead,
red,
though.
so you should be fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
There
we're
you
fine.
go. Whee!
So Angel did level up here, which means she can whisper Patra to me. So I will have a way to cure Daze and Mute for Boat Dude.
So now we have our second seal. The third seal is literally just kind of sitting around somewhere in a wall, so there's not actually a fight associated with the third one. But it's okay, because the next boss fight is probably one of the harder, like, legitimate fights in the game. At least for how early he is.
Yeah, he's pretty nasty. If you can get all of your buffs up and get his attack debuffed, you're usually okay, but it comes down to how many ailments does he hit on you. And how much does he Sukunda you, because unfortunately he has an attack that Sukundas. If you can keep sick on him, then he can't dodge, but if the sick wears off, he can dodge a lot.
Yeah.
We got a little bit of running through this dungeon before we get there.
Another Navarre quote puzzle.
Very complicated puzzle. There should be an ambush here, which I'm going to save load and use it to do one fusion. I tried
That
it.
is the convenient thing about save loading, is that sometimes you can combine it with a fusion menu you have to do.
Yeah, you want to save for fusions, because if you get a fusion accident, you have to reload pretty much.
Yeah, the exception to that is in the mid game. Once you start doing a lot of cheap fusion, some of those you can recover from if you accident them. But most fusion accidents, especially in the early game, you have to reload.
So this fusion is extremely convenient. Ictonite is pretty good because he starts with Fangbreaker, which is a physical attack that reduces the enemy's attack. The big downside with him for the next boss is that he's weak to ice, which would make him unusable for the next boss. However, Napaya naturally learns Resist Ice, and Daphne plus Napaya makes Ictonite, so you can just pass Resist Ice, which covers his weakness, which is incredibly good. And he's also got decent physical damage, so we can pass Tetanus Cut to him, so to help afflict sick, which is very important.
There's another scripted ambush here, but you can sometimes juke them.
Yeah, sometimes they don't
See
fall.
how the game is feeling.
Yeah.
No.
Not feeling good.
Not a chance.
Sometimes they don't
it
fall.
kind of depends on. Yeah.
This chest has 600 Maka in it, so why not pick it up? You'll notice I leave myself poisoned. This is actually beneficial. If I do get caught by an enemy, I will die faster, which will activate the dog to revive faster and get me out of the encounter. But obviously I can't stay poisoned for the next boss, so I will heal up here.
Yeah, a lot of these dungeons have these portable heal spots that you can use. They cost usually a little bit more than a Hunter's Association. Usually the cost is like about double what a corresponding Hunter Association price would be, but it's not too bad. Healing in this game is very cheap anyway, compared to some other SMT titles that will put you into bankruptcy if you have to heal.
Yeah, it doesn't charge you based on how much damage you've taken or if you have dead demons or whatnot. It just charges you a flat fee for a full heal of everything, which is not how most of these games work.
Yeah, so here is the arc where supposedly a very strong demon has been imprisoned, and we're gonna hopefully let them free. But first there is a member of the Kunitsukami, also known as Dude in a Boat, who we have to defeat. He's the last guardian of the arc, basically.
Yeah. So he's weak to Elect, which is why we took Zionga on by, and otherwise we are just going to try to afflict him with Sick, because then he can't dodge attacks and his damage is reduced. So hopefully between Tetanus Cut users... Alright, that's a good start.
We got it.
It's not permanent, though, but it lasts for a fair amount of time. So I am now going to hit him with Fangbreaker as much as I can to minimize his attack, as well as Rakunda to minimize his defense. And hope that he doesn't daze everybody or mute people. Muting Copa isn't that bad. Somewhat annoying with this turn order, though.
This fight is also an introduction to dialogue choices in the middle of a battle. These dialogue choices, either depending on what you choose, they can give you bonuses such as increase your attack, or they can be negative effects like lower your partner gauge or whatever the case may be. In this particular fight there, we will choose a option to increase our partner gauge, but it also increases both dudes' attack, I believe.
Yeah, which hopefully by that point isn't a big deal, because it's pretty late in the fight.
Yeah, and thankfully we have Fangbreaker as well to get that down.
That is another reason why ideally you want to have full partner gauge when you start the fight, so you can kind of deplete it before the dialogue prompt happens, so you can get full value out of that, which we will be able to do. When the dialogue prompt happens, it's based on how much damage he has taken.
That's very shitty.
Yeah, the double days is not, or yeah.
Pop out a Medea here for safety. Okay. Rotasuku Kagetsu. Okay, the sick wore off,
so
so now
sick-
I really want to get it
yeah.
back.
So ideally the Tenus cut will...
Okay, perfect.
Oh, there it goes, nice.
Getting
That's
sick
just
first
look
try
wrong.
each time you use it is good.
And now, ideally... Well, I don't actually know if it's possible, even in Apocalypse difficulty, to kill him before
Oh, it is.
your next partner attack.
It absolutely is,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, that's
So
what I
ideally,
would
that's
go
what
for.
happens next, so we can carry over the partner gauge into the next boss fight, so we don't need to grind it on random enemies, because that will cost you a lot of time if you have to do that.
Okay, that's somewhat annoying. Drop you.
30 MP chakra drops make me so sad.
Yeah, they're kind of rough, but I don't need that much more MP. Oh no, the sick wore off. I shouldn't have left.
Yeah, so in a perfect world, you would kill
Perfect
him
world,
this
I die
turn to
him.
preserve
This.
the partner
Oh,
gauge.
it's not gonna happen.
Oh no.
Yep. That's-
Oh,
as soon as the sick wears off.
Man.
On to new heights. You're in good hands.
Yeah, so that means we have to get our partner gauge back before the next boss fight, because you absolutely do need it for that.
That was supposed to be tetanus cut. That doesn't matter. He's dead anyway. Okay, well at least I didn't die
Yeah,
to this
no-
fight.
Yeah, dying to
Not a
boat dude
horrible
can be
fight,
annoying.
just unlucky in the last turn where getting the double miss, sick wearing off. Another mechanic in this game when it comes to completing quests is that the demons that you have in your stock gain more experience than those in the those in the active party gain more EXP than those in the stock, excuse me. So ideally what you do is you switch out the demons you want more EXP on before returning any quests to
Yeah.
maximize the EXP gain. So that's what Shaggy is doing there.
Yeah. Angel is a kind of just an experience sink, just putting more, because she can evolve through the entire divine line, and just getting up there as high as possible will help me. Hecate I also want to evolve, just to save me some fusion grief.
Yeah, so in this game, certain demons can evolve when they learn all those skills and hit a certain level. And yeah, the entire divine line is very special because they all evolve into each other, and the demon that's at the very top, the very, very end of the divine line is very, very good. Like, incredible demon, and we want access to that demon, so
Yeah.
saving ourselves the resources by just having a divine demon just evolve through a bunch of their line is very helpful. Oh yeah, and we just doomed all of Tokyo by saving Krishna, who, as it turns out, was locked here because he wants to destroy the world.
Yep. So in order to destroy the world, he needs a god slayer, and he intends to use Flynn as his god slayer, and so we're like, uh-oh, we need to go and rescue Flynn right now, and so that's where we're gonna go.
Yeah, so at this point in the this is where like things like majorly divert in the like quote normal SMT4 neutral timeline. It's at this point that roughly, if you're familiar with the game, that you would have that Flynn would have finished the side quest gauntlet and gone to Ginza to get the quest to kill Lucifer and Merkaba. So that's where we'll be. Might be a little bit of diversion from that because we just happen to release super powerful deity bent on destroying the world and capturing Flynn.
Now a bit more of the Tokyo map opens up. At various points in the story, different parts of the map will open. Indicated by these bridges that you can now cross.
Yeah, so the game is basically kind of semi-open world where a lot of it is branched off, but you gain access to it once you progress. Oh, this
So
is
now we have
Ginza.
access-
Ginza is in the control of the divine powers at this current point in time.
Not quite yet. That's gonna happen in the next
It's not?
little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, currently the Ring of Gaia rules over it, but the Divine Powers are
Oh,
about
right.
to take over the Ring of
Right.
Gaia.
Right.
At least part of the Ring of Gaia, anyway. They
Yeah.
control like half of it.
Yeah, very important thing we're going to do here, because the flag to progress the plot is to go up to the surface area, but it's very important that we run over here and grab this terminal. Because we will have to come back here a couple times later, and once we progress the story, the game will warp us back to Kinchisho. So it's very important we grab this terminal now so we can avoid doing the walk later.
Yeah.
Gotta love the game giving you a disc poison for the poison area.
Hey, man. Greedy to ask for more than that. Another quest completion.
Woohoo!
We find Flynn, but he gets immediately attacked by this giant army of divine powers demons. Odin tries to
And then
fight
because
him.
yeah, and then because Flynn's cool, he just kind of effortlessly starts fighting them until we get involved.
Yeah, until Asahi gets kidnapped by Maitreya, and basically held hostage, and, you know, says, I'll kill this girl if you don't surrender. And so Flynn obviously is the good hero and surrenders. And then our reinforcements show up, but they're too late. And I get a bathroom break here, so I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, this is like the only bathroom break you get in the run, so it's nice that we get one, but it's also like, would be nice if we got it, you know, it's like an hour 40 minutes into like a 9-hour run or something, and be like, oh, this would be nice to have like a little more spaced out, but at least we get a break.
What's going on? What is that thing?
Yeah, so the divine powers summon a giant snake named Sheisha, and the roof of Tokyo also gets broken. So things are not looking too good for us right now.
To salvation.
Snack.
This is but a taste of the power that we possess. I
Also, Krishna breaks the dome overhead and pours sunlight into the city, which also breaks
everybody
the
goes
time
blind.
shenanigans,
Yeah.
which this game doesn't really explain, although Vanilla 4, I think, explains it. Tokyo is supposed to be experiencing slowed down time.
There's a hole in the sky. That light. Is it? I can see the sky.
I will say this is probably the most realistic cutscene in the game, though, because because if something like this happened in real life, you can bet the first thing everyone would do would be pull out their phones and take a picture of it. And now we start a timer. Basically, Krishna says that once the full moon hits, he will recreate the universe. So the game kind of works on this now day system with each of the every plot event advancing time a little bit towards that that full moon. Not all of the days are created equal in terms of how long they take. Some of these days are like a few hours of the run, and others are like 20 minutes. So
Yeah, it's pretty funny because when you start playing the game, you're like, oh, I have played for like 50 hours and it's 4 out of 8, and then suddenly it starts going like every small thing you do advances the
I'll do my best.
timer by a day, and then suddenly 10 hours later it's full moon after that.
Alright, so now we have to build some partner attack gauge. The next boss fight is really stupid. It's intended to be sort of like this scripted, more cutscene of a fight. But it's extraordinarily resistant to damage and does have actual HP. So I need to... We do need to do damage to it. But unfortunately, your damage is greatly reduced, except for the damage from partner attacks. And a single partner attack will just end the first phase of the fight immediately and save a ton of time. So you really want to go into the fight with lots of partner attack. You don't need full partner attack, because you won't die immediately. At least not in this route, but you want some partner attack.
yeah, the first phase has roughly 100 HP, give or take a little bit, before it pushes into like the more scripted part of the fight where you're sort of just waiting out a timer. So the sooner we can deal that like 100-ish HP, the better, and the partner attack will just do that immediately. Because partner attacks in this game are considered almighty damage. The fight resists everything but almighty, and so being able to do some almighty damage, or being able to use a partner attack that does almighty to get through that 100 HP is very nice.
Yeah. So ending just one turn away from partner attack is definitely good enough. So that's all. Just go. Thank you for the good luck. So another area of Tokyo has opened up. Head there immediately. Also grab a chakra pot here. Sells for
in previous
3K.
game. Oh yeah, sells for 3K. It's also as an MP healing item. Previous games it would be all of your MP. In this game it's 150, so it's still like a decent amount. But yeah, it also sells for a good bit of money, which is nice.
Yeah, 150 really isn't that much MP in the late game, but you work with what you got.
Yeah, at this point for like through like the mid game, it's a pretty good amount. But yeah, by the end game where your MP is in like the 500-600s, it's not the most. It's not the greatest.
Yeah.
And chakra pots are also useful because, again, with the apps working the way they do, we invest all of our points into fusion boosters, so we don't get access to MP heal. So chakra pots can help bridge that gap a little bit, since we don't have access to the MP recovery apps that normally you would in a casual playthrough absolutely get. Another thing they changed in 4A is that when you level up, you don't get your MP back anymore without buying the apps, which in SMT4 you would always get full recovery if you leveled up.
Yeah, and we will get those level recovery apps because they're really good, but not until quite a bit later because we can't. We can't afford the
you
app
need to
points.
prioritize. Yeah, fusion boosters take the priority.
Yeah, what 46
All the
levels
other
of
apps
fusion
that you
boosters
really-
does to person.
Right.
Yeah, and even after getting
the-
fusion boosters, we still need to buy skill slots before we can consider luxuries like level recovery.
Yeah. That enemy is inside that staircase.
Yeah.
Must be a poltergeist.
Probably.
Some Patra stones, which would have been nice to have for the previous fight, but whatever, as well as a bead, which sells for 2k. Don't normally grab this chakra drop, but hey, we'll play this whole run safe. Alright, and so that giant serpent we saw in the last cutscene is attacking Shinjuku. and we need to go and put a stop to it. But before we do that, we're going to go back to Ginza, because I want to go to the shop there. I didn't go there when I was already there, because I didn't have enough money.
Activating transport complete.
But evidently, despite the fact that, you know, the world's been destroyed for like 25 years, 10 years longer than Nanashi's been alive, we're going to discover that Nanashi's actually a big fan of American football.
Yeah.
Anything else?
So,
And it's going to be very valuable.
yeah, so the next fight, you need resist physical. You can't do the fight without it. So we're going to get it by buying this... oops. So like I said, shop prices are tripled on Apocalypse difficulty, so buying any kind of armor is an extremely large investment, but we're functionally forced to buy some resist physical armor here, because the next boss just deals way too much damage to be reasonable without it.
Oh, okay, you turn in the thing afterwards, or...
Yeah, I turned in the thing after the quest. It's just slightly more convenient for experience routing.
Right, makes sense. Yeah, there is a quest to, like, provide some food goods to the people of Shinjuku that you can do either before or after beating Sheisha. Depending on the route, they grab those at different times. So
yeah, it's exactly the same amount of movement to do it before or after, so it just depends on how your experience lands.
Yeah, other routes like the Conflict route use that EXP to evolve the Angel into an Archangel that gets used for this fight, but yeah, sometimes it works differently in this route for EXP.
No resist physical on Archangel, so you can't bring him to this fight.
Right, yeah.
I mean, even Conflict gets Archangel after the Sheisha fight. You don't get it before.
Oh, right, yeah. Reroutes. Easy relics. Free luck incense is always nice.
Yeah, it actually is kind of nice. There's quite a few
Incenses
good
are
items.
Yeah. Incenses are interesting in this game. They kind of split up incenses between like regular incenses and small incenses. Small incenses just increase the stat by 1, then don't give you any other benefit other than just increasing the stat by 1. While large incenses give you a full HP heal and increase the stat by 3.
Yeah. Incenses are not a huge part of this run, but we do use the ones that are easily accessible. Agility incenses are kind of the most useful because they can allow you to fix your turn order. Turn order in this game is sort of pseudo-random. It's higher agility characters are more likely to go first, but nothing is guaranteed unless there are very large separations in agility. And there's some jank with the formula, because once you get to late game, it's a lot easier to guarantee turn order with lots of high agility, even if their actual differences in agility amounts are not that high. So we're going to enter this fight with only 2 party members. Since a lot of this fight is basically on turn timers, you don't really want your turn to take longer than it needs to. So only having 2 party members speeds things up. Also, these are my only 2 who resist physical, so the only 2 are not a big liability of just getting blown up.
Yeah, because this boss goes first, and so the running thing you might see throughout this event is that
that is very, very frustrating, because now that's going to delay my partner attack by 3 turns.
A running thing that you will see in the SMT games is a lot of the times the fights that have some sort of consistency issue are the fights where the enemy goes first, because you just don't have time to either nuke the enemy or to set up at all. So here, he goes first, and sometimes he'll just kill your partner and make you sad.
Yeah. Killing your partner in theory doesn't end the fight, it can just slow things down a lot. Oh,
Yeah, I
I'm
wonder if
getting-
it'd be faster to just like immediately reload if he kills Asahi here, but
I don't know. I don't.
since you had like just saved, but
Yeah.
I mean,
I
there's
didn't just
there's no
save.
guarantee there's no guarantee it doesn't happen again immediately on the
that's
next
true.
attempt anyway.
that is very true.
'Cause
Yeah.
you'll-
Oh my!
only
You
have
better
two
not.
characters,
If he does it again,
Okay, that
Oh.
didn't kill her.
okay,
he
she
tried.
lived. We're good.
Thankfully, the Fang Breakers came in.
Fang Breaker
clutch there.
value.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sheisha. Very cool, Sheisha.
Asahi is having a very bad day.
She has a very bad week. Let's be honest.
Now
here.
watch them both miss here. I'll be really mad.
Oh right, yeah, that's a thing that can also happen.
They
If your
can
partner
miss,
attacks missing
yeah.
and you.
That didn't happen though. So
Yeah.
after you deal enough damage, Adremalek and Power will show up and help you with this fight, and then they're the only ones who need to deal damage. So at this point, it's just to survive. So I'm just gonna cast Rakukaja and heal.
Yeah, and Asahi theoretically will also help keep us alive.
At this point,
unless
I-
she keeps getting hit and then she'll heal herself.
Yeah. I should just be able to turn on auto with Araku up and him triple Fang Breakered. Asahi should keep me alive. Unless she dies.
Yeah.
Being poisoned is annoying.
And, I'd love to see some jam emotes in chat to just the absolute vibe that is the Sheisha theme. Smiley face. This game's OST is weird because it has like some of the best songs in SMT, and then it also has like a few songs that are just kind of the worst. This and the final dungeon theme, where it's like, wow, like I get they're going for atmosphere, but like, huh?
Yeah, they have the they have the F8 Godslayer theme followed up by the YHVH Universe theme, and it's like that's rough.
Shout out to anyone born in the year 1991, by the way. Sheisha is a big fan. And that's Sheisha one down.
Yeah, so a very fun and engaging boss fight.
Oh yeah.
Need to
Yeah,
take
there's a
Raku
couple
and
more
Fang
of these Sheisha fights. The next two are a bit more interactive than this one, but they're still heavily story driven first and foremost. So they don't operate exactly like regular fights would.
Only
Yeah,
11
the,
minutes behind my splits. We're still on schedule. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Oh yeah, the Sheisha fights basically just exist for the devs to show off like, hey look, we put 3D models into our boss fights. Because Sheisha and then the final boss are the only fights in the game that actually use 3D models instead of sprites.
I didn't even notice that, but yeah, that's a good point. Okay. This forced save load, I'll switch up my party. As well as switch back to Navarre.
It's Navarre time. Linebacker Nanashi, I don't know. Based on the fact that he's the squishiest party member and you lose if he goes down, I think Nanashi's probably the quarterback.
Yeah, there you go. Rolling a strength build, so we should be able to throw pretty far. Oh, I forgot to pick up this body. I'm glad I noticed that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's the worst feeling when you go to the app store and realize, like, wait a minute,
You're like too short. You're like, oh
2
no.
short.
I wouldn't
Oh, no,
notice
which one did I
until
forget.
I wouldn't notice until Fusion Booster X because you get exactly 200 when you get to there.
Oh, that wouldn't stop you from getting like booster.
Wouldn't
Oh
stop-
yeah, no, because
no.
you've gotten a bunch of levels recently. So
Yeah, no, it wouldn't stop me from any of that.
yeah, then it feels real bad because it's like, all right, during the
Which
course of
one
like
did
the
I
whole
miss?
game, where did I?
Alright. The last level we'll put into luck for a little bit.
Do you actually use the luck door during your run through Yahwehverse at all, or no?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's another benefit of certain stats is that in the final dungeon, there's actually stat doors that if you have 100 of specific stats, you can actually take little shortcuts through the final dungeon. So 100 luck gets us through one of those doors that actually skips a decent chunk of one of the areas.
Yeah, luck is useful in the early game, but we specifically want 100 luck just for the final dungeon.
Yeah.
Like
Oh.
you wouldn't really need to put any more points into luck if you just wanted the benefit for the fights, but since you're already at so close to 100, you might as well.
Yeah,
go all the way to
exactly.
get
The next
extra
boss we
door.
fight is the last one where luck is actually useful. But we still keep going to 100 just for that door.
Complete.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, luck does boost your chances of getting a smirk off of a weakness or a crit, but the boost is like fractions of a percent per point into luck, so it's not like an incredible boost. Like 100 luck is enough to make it so that almost every crit we get will give us a smirk on MC, but not always.
Yeah, you wouldn't put points into luck just for that. If you just put more points into strength because that's just
Yeah.
better.
And the crit rate thing doesn't even matter because we'll be using skills to guarantee that our attacks will be critting, so.
All right.
So here we get what is probably the goofiest cutscene in the entire game if you're actually watching the cutscenes.
Yeah, so what's happening here is now that the Divine Powers and Sheisha have appeared, the angels and demons, Merkaba and Lucifer, are going to call a temporary truce so that we can unite to fight them. And we're going to get given an assignment to go and help gather some stuff to help defeat the Divine Powers. And the designs for Merkaba and Lucifer are certainly something else in this game.
You know, I'm glad that Lucifer decided to bring his own chair to the negotiating table, though. That was very kind of him.
He even brings his own chair to fights.
Yeah, so here the game gives us 2 options on how to progress. Either we go get the Ameno Habakiri sword from the fairy forest, or we will go to the Tokyo Sky Tree. But as Asahi lovingly refers it, we will go get the Ameno Habanero first from the lake in the fairy forest, which is now under attack by the Divine Powers.
Yeah, it's a very interesting localization gag that the Japanese the Japanese teenager doesn't know how to say Japanese words. So she calls it like the Abeno Habanero, the Ameno Hibachi Grill, Abeno Ha whatever.
I can relate to that. You
Right.
should, you see my notes when I make any routes for these games and I misspell every name all the time.
Hey, diving proficiency is the greatest skill in SMT5, and I won't hear otherwise.
Yeah, I've been for the past over 2 years. I've been reading your notes, and every time I see Dormia instead of Dormina, I always shake
yeah.
my head a little bit internally.
Or writing Empyrean
this is where
instead
she-
of Embryon. in
Right. Well,
DDS.
that was a funny one. That's that's a good one.
So here we have a little bit of a maze in front of us. The game actually kind of taunts us here because Nozomi joins our party for like 5 seconds. And unironically, Nozomi would be amazing for this next boss. This next boss fight would be the boss that Nozomi would be the absolute best for. And she leaves our party right here. Because the next boss is weak to all ailments, and she is our ailment user, so she would be perfect for the next fight, but nope. We have a little bit of a maze here, though. Basically, the secret for this is there's a little memo you can read, but basically, you run the opposite direction of your shadow, I believe 3 times, towards your shadow once, and then away 1 more time.
I didn't actually know that. I just memorized the solution.
Oh, yeah, that works too.
Yeah, as it stands with Nozomi, she does not get used at all as a partner. The way you would use her is to deal with the horde fights because of the ailment-inducing abilities that she has. So if you actually wanted to use her, that's where you would do it. Fighting random encounters and hordes.
Conflict Route used to use her for a couple of fights for grinding. I don't know if she's used anymore or not, but...
I do not think so, no.
Alright, got some fusions to do. Set up the next little bit. Thing I'm gonna do is use my Opa into an Eros. I can get Force Pleroma, keep Zanma and Racunda.
Have we talked about what element, like, how elements are kind of special yet?
I have not.
Yeah. So, elements are a special family of demons that their sole purpose is, well, they each learn, like, the element boosting abilities of their associated element, which is cool. But also, they exist to fuse demons of certain families up or down in 1 rank. So, for example, fusing, like, an Eros with a fairy will get you a fairy that is a higher rank than... Or you'll get a fairy that's just a higher rank, for example. And there's 8 elements. There's the lower elements, which is the Eros, Earthus, Aquans, and Flamus. And then you have higher elements, which are like Gnome, Sylph, Salamander, and Undine. And they all serve different purposes. Like, each of them corresponds. They'll up-fuse certain demon families, down-fuse other ones. We'll be making use of elements a lot throughout the run, because a lot of demon families are very, very useful, or it allows us to shortcut getting to certain demons a lot quicker than we would otherwise be able to get access to them.
Yeah, the thing about elements, they are pretty expensive if you try to buy them from the compendium, so what ends up happening is that we will be fusing the same elements over and over again, and that's kind of one of the reasons that inflates our fusion count throughout the run.
Yeah, elements...
Fusions does this run, it's like 160, right, or something like that.
It's closer to 200.
The amount of 200 fusions,
yeah.
right, yeah. A lot of those are just fusing a few demons over and over again.
Yeah, the fusions are heavily weighted towards the later game. You don't do that many in the early game. As soon as you get, well, funnily enough, as soon as you get access to Fusion Booster X, you start fusing a lot.
That's weird. I wonder why that
Funny how that works. Yeah. But yeah, if you see like the elements in the compendium, they're almost like quadruple times the cost of demons that are around their same level, just because of the like quote element tax that they have on them.
Yeah.
Another quirk with well, not a quirk, but the way the fusions work is that Demon Family A and Demon Family B will make Demon Family C, and the average level of those demons determine what is the fusion result. And there are a couple of families that the lowest level demon is like level 50. So what ends up happening is that the run fuses a couple low-level demons into a very high-level demon over and over again. But that happens a little bit later.
Yeah, there's one specific demon that we're very fond of, because every version of this route ever for any category fuses this one demon. Like Conflict fuses him like 10 times or something. This route I think we counted like 20,
15, something like that.
And it used to be even more than that. Like just because he's the lowest level Kishin, but he's like level 50 or something.
Like I think it's
So,
level
yeah,
51, and you fuse like level 7 demons to make him.
Yeah. So this is Titan. He's weak to all ailments. So we just keep him locked down with stun. Something else we do is we throw a poison gas at him in order to inflict him with poison. Poison will do about 140-ish damage to him every tick. And so since he's completely disabled at this point via sleep and stun, it basically just means that every single turn he gets, he's dealing, somewhere, I think, 240. I think he gets 2 turns around. It just lets us get through this fight a lot quicker, which is really nice. This route doesn't have a half-hour fusion chain. That was, like, older versions of the route would do, like, a half-hour fusion chain. That's been reduced a little bit.
Yeah, I never
But
actually
yes, older versions.
timed how long the longest fusion chain is, but it's probably, like, somewhere between 15 and 20 minutes.
Yeah, I believe the original, like, I think PPJ's original, like, X route or whatever, the Sarah fusion was, like, 30 minutes or something.
That sounds right.
Yeah, the fusion chains are so long that you make multiple safety saves because you expect to get an accident at some point.
Which is pretty annoying.
Yeah, this game does not have any way to reduce the amount of accidents. There's no app to turn it off, like in Strange Journey, for example.
I think Strange Journey is the only game that lets you just turn them off. That's why Strange Journey is the best SMT game.
Soul Hackers 2 doesn't have accidents at all. Why, it's
That's
the
also
best.
true.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. Well, KMT doesn't have accidents either, so... Well, Megami Tensei 1 in general, I guess. Not
Alright, and there's
specifically for KMT.
That was a clean Titan fight. This fight's not very hard. It's only becomes a problem if your ailments miss or if he recovers really quickly.
Yeah, and this is why we do this one first, because he's just significantly easier than the other route.
Yeah.
Fusion accidents are exclusively time loss. Because when you get an accident, it randomly selects from like the top or the recommended skills for the fusion, so 9 times out of 10 won't have the skills that we want.
Even if it did, it's like your fusion routes in this game are so specific, you can't just proceed with a different demon than you otherwise intend to have.
Yeah.
Well, it depends. Like, if you're fusing Zongqi, for example, you only just bought Sudama and Pele from the compendium and those accident, you can just delete the accident demon and continue. That's fine.
Still time loss, you just don't have to load.
Yeah, it's just like you can't like adapt to that accident into another fusion.
But it's not a huge deal. It's like compared to, say, you have to reload and do the 10 fusion chain again, 10 demon fusion chain again.
Alright, so now we're going to start putting some points into agility on Nanasi. We don't want him going last all of the time. Just for part of the time, when we ultimately need him to go first in the very late game, so we'll just get some agility now.
Yeah, I believe we also eventually want 100 agility for a door.
Yeah. Eventually we want like 110 or 115 or so to make sure he goes first against the final boss.
Yeah. So here we have Dogda being 3 edgy 5 me for the first time. Dogda was part of the Divine Powers, but he like has his own plans for recreating the universe. And also Nozomi has a deity kind of inhabiting her as well, it being Danu, who happens to be Dogda's mother. And so you get a lot of, despite the fact that Dogda is, a thousands of year old deity, he has a bit of a teenage angst going on.
He literally says, "You wouldn't understand me, mother."
Yeah, very like word for word, "You wouldn't understand, mother." It's like, all right, dude. So now we're kind of introduced to the two like quote representatives of the endings in this game. Danu is sort of the representative of the Bonds route, whereas Dagda wants us to just kind of kill everyone and become our own god or whatever. So now, occasionally, whenever something happens in the story, Dagda or Danu or someone will, like, chime in with some spiel about, usually Dagda will, like, chime in about how awful humanity is, or, like, you don't need these kids, or you don't need these friends, kid. You just need power, or whatever. Which, is very funny.
He goes on and on about true freedom and his idea of what that means, and how relying on others is bad, and, you know, like, stuff that obviously anime protagonists are not gonna like.
The partner attacks are cool, though. Monkey. Oh yeah, I guess we never mentioned Healing Know-How is a very good ability that Pele learns. It just lets demons use healing items, which seems simple enough, but demons being able to use healing items is incredible.
Really good, yeah. And now we're gonna fuse everyone's favorite, a dude in a boat.
Oh, dude! Yeah, Boat Dude is very, very good. He has basically the equivalent of Mabufula, so AoE tier 2 ice skill, that also has Secunda on it, which is really good.
Yeah, that's the main reason
his Needle Storm ability is also pretty strong, but we don't grab it here.
Oh, shit. I would love to grab it. It just costs too much MP to use, so
yeah.
I can't really use it. I used to grab it and then not Infernal Hail, and then I would use Sukukaja instead, but I really wanted to fit Fangbreaker and Rakukaja onto Nanashi for Medusa, and if I do that, then I have no form of agility buff at all, unless somebody else gets one, and so Boat Dude's Infernal Hail has got to be hit.
Yeah, Boat Dude, very strong, very good for this point in the game.
The main reason
and
I actually...
also is the earliest source of concentrate as well, which is very useful.
That's what I was about to say. That's actually the main reason I fuse him, because I need concentrate as early as possible.
Yeah. Concentrate in this game increases the power of the next magic attack that character uses by 2.5 times. So, that's a lot of damage when stacked with when stacked onto a demon that has a very high magic stat and very powerful magic.
Yeah.
Which coincidentally, we will be fusing a demon with a very high magic stat and incredible magic skills. So or an incredible magic skill.
Yeah, and other skills to buff himself as well as play Romas and the whole lot.
Yeah.
But that's not for a little bit. We got a lot to do before that. Oh, come on, Navarre. You have to be kidding me.
Yeah, so Navarre's hitboxes are interesting. What you just saw there, where Shaggy was literally standing on top of the thing Navarre was hitting, and Navarre still missed, is more common than you would think or hope, unfortunately.
So that Navarre spot there dropped an item called an Armor Booster Kit, which is able to power up pieces of armor. The main thing I'm going to use it for is the set of armor that I'm going to take into the late game. I'm going to use them on it because they'll give 30 extra HP each. So 30 extra max HP is good, really good. So I'll save those up for later.
Yeah, the benefits kind of depend on which piece of armor you use it on. If you use it on a chest plate, you get plus 30 HP, like Shaggy said. If you use it on legs, you get 20 HP, but you also get boost to your agility. But there's really no point in using it to any other piece than the chest plate in the speedrun context anyway.
Yeah,
putting it on the helmet also gives some HP and a bonus to whatever stats the helmet is giving. But yeah, like we said, you really just want the HP.
Yeah, you can get stats in other ways. Getting more HP is a lot harder.
Yeah, since there's no defensive stat or vitality stat or anything in this game that gives you more HP growth, what you have from level ups is really all that you get, because there's only one HP boosting incense in the game, maybe 2, and only one of them is actually convenient to go for. So any way that we can get to boost our HP is going to be very valuable.
Yeah, exactly. So here we're going to the Sky Tower. We're trying to find a, basically, mechanical component or something that one of the hunter scientists is looking for so he can build a radar in order to track Sheisha. And while we go in here, the angels try to stop us from entering, but a member of the Ashuru Kai shows up and convinces them that, hey, we're on a mission that's important to all of us. Let us in this place.
The Ashura Kai essentially just being the mafia,
Yeah.
or the Yakuza in post-apocalyptic Tokyo. They used to kind of run Tokyo until Flynn showed up and caused a lot of problems for them because they were sort of super evil, which this game just kind of glosses over and ignores in hopes that people don't pay too much attention to. But we're also going to get access to another partner soon in the form of Hallelujah, who at this point in the game is not great. He has some support abilities that are kind of useful, others that are just like not what you want to see him be using. But later on, he'll become more powerful. Here we're going to be doing some more charm recruiting because this plant lady is very pretty, and we want to talk to her. We want to chat her up for a while.
Yeah.
It's another case of 40 dialogues with her.
Yeah, for those who weren't here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah. So for those who weren't here an hour or so ago when we did this the last time, this game has a lot of interesting bugs and oversights in it. One of which is we're going to be using here, where in this game it's an intended mechanic that whenever you talk to a female demon of a certain personality type, you will if they are inflicted with the charm ailment, you will automatically recruit them to your party. However, if for whatever reason the demon is unable to actually join your party, either because you are too low of a level to recruit them or your stock is full, then you will successfully have recruited them, but they will be unable to join your party, which will then just kick you back out to this main menu here while it's still the main character's turn. You are then free to talk to them again and again and again, and because in this game you get a EXP reward every successful recruit that you do, and these are considered successful recruits even though they aren't joining your party, this in addition to the talk EXP boosting apps we got means that by flirting with this Skogstra here about 40 times, we're able to get a couple of levels worth of EXP for basically free.
Yeah, it just costs a little bit of time to set this up, but it's so much faster than any other form of grinding on Apocalypse difficulty that this is by far the best way to get experience.
Yeah, as a reminder, Apocalypse difficulty has a 60% damage penalty to all damage that you deal, in addition to a fairly sizable accuracy penalty. So getting EXP by farming encounters at this point in the game is very, very dangerous and not really viable. So the fact that we can just do this to farm multiple levels is very, very nice.
Yeah, this run would be technically possible without this exploit, but it would take so much longer that I don't know if I can't imagine myself doing this run without this exploit. Yeah, you don't want to think too hard about the moral implications of what we're doing here.
Especially not later when we spend like 20 minutes flirting with a demon 150 or 215 times. It's fine. This is the Bonds route. We're the good guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's even worse in the later part when you realize that her sisters are watching the entire thing happen.
No, I kill her sisters first. In this
Oh,
game,
that makes it better.
That's better. Yeah.
That makes it so much better then.
Usually I don't leave 2 alive for this, but the way the turn order worked out, this is just a little bit better.
Yeah, it's safer to kill them first because
These Skogs were...
something
Oh,
goes
we haven't
wrong,
talked about Lost yet. These Skogers have wind breath.
Oh.
we have not. Yeah.
Yeah, so Lost status in this game is a fun
Very
mechanic.
cool.
Basically, whenever a demon in your party gets hit by a force element skill, so like Zan, Zanma, Zandine, etc., when they get hit by a single target skill, there is a 4% chance that the demon will immediately be ejected from the battle and permanently. And in order to get them to rejoin your party, you have to go and find them out in the world, like by getting into random encounters until they just show up and rejoin you. It's 4% for single targets, 1% for AoE. However, we are convinced that for Apocalypse, because the devs were really proud of this mechanic or something, or really wanted to incentivize you to use Hallelujah as a partner, because one of Hallelujah's ability is something called Lost Catcher that prevents this from happening. The first time that Lost would occur, it has a significantly higher proc rate.
Yeah, it's probably something like 70%.
Yeah, it's something absurdly high. So any boss that can use that can use Zan skills is automatically absolutely terrifying, because it has the possibility of just ejecting a very important demon from the fight, either that really needs EXP or that is like our main source of damage, etc. So we'll just be like very much hoping anytime we're in an encounter with something that uses Zan skills that we just won't be seeing Lost inflicted, or that if we do see Lost, that it's on a fight that we don't really care about.
Yeah, the thing about that is that we need Lost to happen at some point,
Yeah.
because we don't want to go to the final boss because it can happen there, and that means it's game over if you lose a demon in the final fight of the run.
Yeah, the absolute
So you
ideal
do want
thing
to
to
see
happen
Lost.
is the first Lost proc will happen once Hallelujah learns Lost Catcher, so either on Quetzalcoatl or Jikoku-ten. The most likely places for it to happen are either on the Napaya recruit, because she has Zan, against those Skogtors, although I do everything in my power to prevent it there by locking them down with ailments, or the actual most likely place to happen is on this boss fight right here, because he has Zanma. I don't want it to happen here, but if it does, the route is built around it happening here, so we'll be fine.
Yeah, the worst thing is to get to like the final 2 dungeons and it hasn't happened yet, because at that point you're kinda really scared of it happening.
Yeah,
So ideally it happens at some point, but
It's
'Cause
very
the hardest-
likely to happen on Quetzalcoatl or Jikoku-ten if you don't get it here.
Yeah, because one of the hardest bosses in the game, which is the boss of the second to last dungeon, has Mazandyne, and then the final boss has a ability called Tornado of God that is not only a force skill that can inflict loss, but it also pierces. So even if you have force immunity in your party, it will still go through it and can potentially eject multiple party members from the fight.
Yeah. So he's guaranteed to use Zanma on the first turn, but he hit Narcissus, who nulls Force, so I did not get lost. And as long as I don't miss, we will kill him before he uses Zanma again. So we likely didn't see the lost proc here.
Yeah, this next turn is scripted because it's supposed to introduce Hallelujah's gimmick. Because Hallelujah's gimmick, at least at this point, like we said, is support skills that prevent negative statuses and negative things from happening to you. So here he summons this cute little doggy called Chiro. I think it's actually a fox, but he summons Chiro, and now the entire party has Endure. And so in order to show this off, Rook is going to charge and basically just kill a party member, but then they'll get saved by...
Yeah.
They'll get saved by Chiro. So that's part of Hallelujah's gimmick. He also has Lost Catcher, like we mentioned.
Not right now,
and
he has to learn it, but...
Or, yeah, he learns that. His other skill is one that prevents ailments for the next turn, which is kind of cool, but not really something you ever really want to rely on because it's random whether he uses that or the Endure one.
I do have to rely on it for one fight, but
Right.
it is what it is.
Yeah, Conflict used to have to rely on it for that fight as well, and it was just the absolute worst. It's less bad in this because by that point you have Seraph, right? So.
Oh yeah, we have our full strong party by that point, so Krishna isn't that bad.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a good rook fight though. That was about the best you can ask for. The next boss kind of sucks. Kind of sort of sucks. The next boss was fine until I did a reroute and included Boat Dude in the route because Boat Dude is weak to Elec. We used to use Sylph here who nulls Elec, but I really wanted to force Boat Dude into the route to get Concentrate early, so we gotta make this work.
Actually, that's kind of interesting that you did a reroute like that, since Sylph also gets high force Pleroma, but you decided to get rid of that.
Yeah, well, we don't really use that much force damage in this route, right? It's primarily just Trisagion and...
That's why I go through Eros to get Boat Dude, so I can grab regular force Pleroma, because Sylph is kind of hard to fuse.
That makes sense.
She takes a lot of steps, and in order to justify my Boat Dude inclusion, I needed to cut out something else. So Sylph was really the only option.
Yeah, that's fair.
She's also just kind of weak. Her magic isn't that high. The only thing she's carried by is high force Pleroma. Whereas Boat Dude is actually really strong. He's got really high magic and a shit ton of HP.
Right, well, usually you wouldn't want to use Sylph, but you would want to fuse her to get the force Pleroma and fuse her into something else, since she's an element. But
no, we just straight up used her because Null Elec is actually quite good for Medusa.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, set a party. Actually didn't fuse Skogs for it either, I need to do that. I was supposed to do that before Rook, but I don't think that really matters.
I was a little worried because you didn't save before doing that fusion, so I was like, hopefully this doesn't... Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, I did. Well, at least I saved to get rid of that encounter that I was just before that.
Right.
Whoops. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna try switching to Asahi for this fight because she has Medea at this point, but I didn't do that. It's still winnable. We'll be fine. But here's Medusa.
Yeah, so even though Medusa got killed in the original 4, the Divine Powers brought her back, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes.
And she's back with a new design.
I really want Boat Dude to smirk here. I really don't want him to miss.
That is the opposite of smirking, in fact.
So that's kind of bad. It's not the start I wanted. This could go really badly.
It'll be fine.
Okay, that's actually not
that
bad.
Not the worst thing, yeah.
Get Rocky Codges up.
You did just get him a Patra Stone, so you could have...
Yeah, I should have done that. And, throwing a bit. Let's see, Boat Dude recovers? Yeah. Let's just get Boat Dude to heal him, MC.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna pray that Skogsra recovers here, because I want to get Fang Breakers up now. Ah, she didn't. Okay. Shall... That sucks.
Okay.
Now Skogsra will surely recover.
Surely.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, there we go.
Okay, now we should be able to stabilize. I can get third Fangbreaker on. Okay. Now I can start reducing her agility. You can get her fully debuffed, you're usually just fine. Yeah, there we go. That's
These
what I like
misses are
seeing.
really good, yeah.
Almost did the wrong one there.
Whoops, that would have been a little awkward.
Yeah, that would have been a complete depletion of the partner gauge, I believe. So, dodged the bullet there.
It's annoying.
That's like the thing that is one of the things that annoys me the most with multi-hit skills is that you can be like, oh yeah, I hit 4 times, but one of those hits missed, so goodbye to your turns.
Not all
like I
of
would've
them
just
work
rather-
that way, though. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's the next one.
Oh yeah,
I'm
next
gonna
one.
let one line of dialogue play here. Here we go.
That seems suspicious. We should
Ignore
hit
her and attack. I absolutely love that line.
It's great. That is probably my favorite gag in the game. It's really funny.
Oh, that's kind of
I was
annoying.
hoping for the Navarre last hit, but wasn't meant to be.
Okay.
Okay, sure.
Doesn't matter
whatever.
if I miss.
All right. Yeah, I guess specifically multi-hit skills in this game work like that. Other games they don't, but
Some of them don't in this game, even like Bouncing Claw.
Oh, really?
Bouncing Claw doesn't work that way.
huh.
Otherwise, there was no way I would use it for
random
Angel.
ones.
I think it's only
I
the
guess
random,
it's the random.
magic ones.
Yeah. So we find out from Dogda that Hallelujah is actually a spy sent by the Ashurakai to watch us and report back what we're up to. And we're like, yeah, we'll be friends with him anyway. Why not?
All right. Go hand in the radar part, which for some reason we can do at any hunter association rather than actually giving it to the guy who's going to use it.
Yeah, you'd think it'd be important enough that they would want it back, but I guess conveniently for us, we don't have to do that.
Yeah,
that'd
someone
be a
else
bit of a
takes it
walk.
there.
Yeah. And that's day 1-8 done.
Right, I guess that all does happen a single day.
Yeah, because I think day new is the Sheisha 1 fight, and then this is day 1-8.
Yeah, the new is a Sheisha fight, then it switches, so you do the Fairy Forest and this in one day, basically.
Like we said, all the days are very much not created equal. This day is pretty packed. The next day has quite a bit. The day after is massive, and then like the next 3 days are huge, and then we get like a bunch of really short days in a row.
Yeah, like the further you go in the moon, the shorter the days get almost, basically. It's almost like a linear progression in that sense. Especially like day 5 and day 6, I believe, are like, and day 7 are like all quite short.
Day 7 is like the second to last dungeon. Day 6 is
Never mind.
Ichigaya.
Okay. Yeah,
Day
okay,
5
so
is really short
day
though,
7
because
is-
that's just the Mikado
Yeah,
trip.
that one. Yeah, that's the one I was. Yeah, day 7 is quite long actually then.
Activating transport complete.
Well, it's only one dungeon, but the dungeon is really long. Especially if you don't know where you're going.
I honestly never paid attention to this stuff. It doesn't matter at all, the just story progression.
Yeah, it's just like, funny because it's like, oh, you have, because you would almost think it's like a progress meter, but then it's like, well, at least that's how my
it's
brain looks
almost-
at it for whatever reason.
Yeah, it's almost like you go halfway through the game and you feel like, oh, there's so much left, but suddenly the game feels like, oh, I need to catch up to the actual like story and start like churning out the days very quickly.
Yeah, because I was gonna say we hit the halfway point in the game on like 3.8, so
Yeah.
So here we meet Gaston, who is a samurai dispatched by the angels to help us deal with Sheisha. He has a spear that's super effective against Sheisa. He also just happens to be Navarre's brother.
and he's the worst partner in the game.
Yes, absolutely he's the worst partner of the game, because he has a quirk where he can steal your press turns to do things himself, which is... He's the only partner who's actively detrimental. Some partners are useless, but he actively makes the game harder to play. You could do a Gaston-only challenge run if you wanted, it would be a lot harder.
I don't actually know if he's the worst partner. I would still give that to Toki probably, since Gaston does have use in lower difficulties for the Sheisha fights.
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
he does
casually
do a lot of
Toki's better
tension.
because she's the best partner for grinding.
Ah, right. Makes sense.
Like, that's Toki's big value, is that she's really good for farming encounters. Also, her attacks have
Right.
some like debuffs and stuff attached to them, which can be valuable.
Okay, yeah. Well, I guess Nozomi then, probably. But I mean, she's decent for...
Gaston is definitely the
Worse,
worst in
anyway.
my mind, because
Yeah.
he actively makes things worse for the majority of fights.
Well, for majority of fights, sure, but... Isn't Gaston also the earliest who learns Awakened Power? Or am I...
Yes.
Technically,
Well, him and
yes.
Hallelujah do roughly at around the same time because they both get it from Merkaba and Lucifer. But Hallelujah gets better a lot. Like, Hallelujah also gets his other abilities right shortly before Gaston gets awakened as well.
Alright, so now the Sheisha radar is complete, and it immediately goes off and tells us Sheisha is attacking Shibuya. So since we have the Amaino Hibachi Grill and Gaston with the Spear of Michael, we're gonna go and actually fight Sheisha for real.
Funny enough, we actually try to sneak off without taking Gaston with us, but he catches us and forces himself back into the party.
Yeah.
Why are we dressed in old Hand-Aid gear? Because old Hand-Aid gear makes us resist Fizz,
Yeah.
which is incredibly powerful. And in SMT in general, resist Fizz is just very strong, but especially with this game, having Fizz resist when you take like 60% more damage is very good.
Yeah. We bought it for one specific boss fight that uses a crap ton of really strong physical attacks. And we're just holding on to it because it's our strongest armor, and since armor is absurdly expensive on this difficulty, it's not like we're going to just buy more just to be a little bit stronger.
Yeah, it also gives like a little bit more HP, which is cool. It's probably not enough HP to be as noticeable, but it's still more HP.
Now we have this area, it's fairly long to run through, and there's a bunch of stuff that we gotta collect.
Oh, do you not grab the hunter body?
Not that one, no, I don't need it.
Not that one? Okay.
I mean, I could and skip the one in Ginza later, but the one in Ginza is next to a bunch of good relics, so...
Right.
I can hold on to that one as a backup if I somehow missed one. I can come back here.
Gotcha. Yeah, no,
there's
that
also
makes
there's
sense.
also a forced ambush next to that body, so you wouldn't really
Yeah.
want to go there unless you absolutely have to.
Yeah, that's why I choose other ones over that one.
Fun quirk of this area is that whenever Sheish is in an area, it makes all the loads take like twice as long for some reason.
I did notice that. Really weird.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's because the game has to like load the area, then load the like special like Sheisha state for the area. But yeah, you especially notice it in Shibuya, but I think it's also the case in Ikebukuro as well that whenever Sheisha's around, the loads just take like twice as long.
Thankfully, they significantly nerfed enemy aggression in this game relative to Vanilla 4, but you still have to be careful when running by enemies in tight corridors, because they can wait for you to get close, then decide they're going to attack you.
They lowered the aggression a whole lot. SMT4 is horrible because the enemies just straight up run at you every chance they get.
Yeah, here enemies are pretty chill and you can run by most of them without them aggroing, but yeah, in 4, like, if you're within the same zip code as enemies, they'll immediately just be on you.
Yeah, they have zero gil. They basically don't have... Like, all of them are just aggressive and hostile immediately.
Which is really fun when you can't run away from enemies easily because they're so fast and you're so friggin' slow.
Yeah, save reloading gets used a decent bit in this run in SMT4. If you go back and watch my run from the last SMT RTA marathon or the longathon run I did recently, you see there is a lot of save loading because enemies are just very, very aggressive. And now we make Gnome, who has like my least favorite voice in the game, that thankfully we just skipped. Hiya!
So first thing we want to do is we want to upfuse our Skogstra into a Zakome because he learns Acid Breath. Acid Breath is both Sukunda and Rakunda in one, so defense and agility debuffs in one. We're also going to upfuse Narcissus twice, actually. And this is the main reason that we did the last charm grind with the Skogstra, because we want to get this next demon before Sheisha 2, because it makes that fight much easier.
Side note, I love how concerned Zakome looks. Just like some of the faces on the bamboo just look very concerned, and it's amusing to me.
So here is Kukunochi. He starts with Tetrakarn. Tetrakarn gives a full party reflect physical shield for 1 turn. Since we're going up against Sheisha again, who has tons of strong physical attacks, and I forgot to buy Napaya. That is really good.
Yeah, definite benefit of rushing the fusion boosters is having this skill for is having access to Tetrakarn for this fight. This fight is actually can be a little tricky in conflict because we don't quite have Tetrakarn yet. We get it like right after this fight.
Yeah, this fight would be extremely hard if you didn't get Tetrakarn on APOC, but with Tetrakarn it's pretty much free. Actually, there's a very important thing that I forgot to do, which is actually equip the Hibachi Grill.
Equip the habanero, yeah. We have now equipped the habanero. That's very important because Sheisha is weak to that,
the sword,
and otherwise this fight would take a really long... Yeah, to having that sword equipped. So it makes it so your basic attacks inflict weakness damage to him, which is a pretty big deal.
Yeah. That was close.
Yeah.
That ambush is particularly nasty because they drop right beside you really quickly. And it's not always there, so you're not, like, necessarily prepared for it.
Yeah, ambushes in this game are interesting because there's some ambushes that like we roughly know where most of them are, but the problem is that like some of them only happen some of the time.
Yeah. The ones that happen some of the time don't happen that frequently unless you're in Yahweh's universe.
And you just always get ambushed all the
Yeah.
time.
That one right there is not that common, so it can absolutely catch you off guard. Almost at Shisha.
Yeah. Another annoying thing about Gaston, if you grab a relic when he first joins your party, he steals it from you and triggers like a 20-second long scene.
Yeah, I specifically avoid picking up relics during that small section because of that. Oh, that was close.
Yeah.
Enemies have different, like, patterns whenever they aggro you. Some of them just rush you in a straight line really quickly. Others follow you slowly. Others follow you really quickly and can't be dodged. And some other ones act kind of like football blockers, where they'll like move where you're trying to move to cut you off. But it feels like you're running back for a football team when those guys spawn. You usually can't get by them either.
Yeah, thankfully those ones do have like the shortest follow radius usually. But most of the time you just don't have the room to do that, and you just have to, those ones you do have to save load instead of just running past. Alright, time for Snake Fight 2, Electric Boogaloo. This time is, it's a much more involved fight than the last time, since we can actually fight him.
Yeah. But it's still not that involved. It's basically just cast Tetrakarn, cast Acid Breath, cast Terracotta, and then pummel him with the Habanero.
Yeah. It's a very spicy habanero.
He does a lot of damage to himself off of Reflects, although not in that case.
54.
If he uses a multi-hit skill, he does a lot of damage off Reflects.
Yeah. Something worth noting is that we did cast the, is that the way that Navarre's AI works is that he likes prioritizing finishing buffs that you currently, like, already have.
Ow.
So a lot of times we'll make sure that we cast a specific buff on turn 1. That way Navarre will focus on, like, for example, Tarukaja. That way Navarre will focus on finishing the Tarukaja for us.
I don't think I've ever seen
instead of just kind of doing whatever.
I've never been triple poisoned before. That's pretty annoying.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. There we go.
I'll bring in Boat Dude for the experience. I should heal.
Mayhaps.
Nice miss.
Oh,
Very
nice.
cool. He's triple secunded, by the way.
Yeah, unfortunately with the way that this game does
That's
its...
annoying.
Well, good thing you healed, I guess.
Yeah.
The way this game does its like accuracy calculations, it is even outside of the like big damage or the big accuracy penalty you have in APOC mode. It's impossible to have 100% accuracy ever in this game, aside from like a few very specific abilities that grant you that. So even with like full Sukukaja, full Secunda, and without the Apocalypse difficulty penalty, you'll still just whiff some attacks. So with the APOC difficulty penalty, unfortunately, misses will still happen occasionally.
I'll support you.
Fortunately, that won't be a problem for too much longer.
Yeah, we're almost at the point when missing won't really be a thing anymore. been a pretty slow fight, but it's kind of hard to lose this fight, so we'll be okay.
There we go. So Gaston tries to kill Steel Sheisha, but fails miserably. And so we get to finish him off ourselves.
Yeah, and that's Sheisha dead.
And we never fought him again.
Yeah. If only. My.
So I bought this Napaya mainly so I could learn Marin Karin here, because I'll need that later. Oh, dude, should learn Concentrate off the next quest.
Yeah. Something worth noting in this game is that challenge quests are unlocked both based on your character's level and progress in the story. So you'll get to points like this where you hit a level threshold immediately after doing a bunch of like quests and stuff, and then automatically complete the quest because you've already fulfilled the requirements for it. That didn't happen specifically there, but I believe it happened after Sheisha 1, and sometimes happens with 3 as well.
I can't quite remember. I know it happens after the Dogda fight.
Yeah.
But yeah, the recruitment ones and the fusion ones, we're gonna have the quests done well before we actually unlock the quests, because we do a lot of that stuff.
Thankfully the game actually tracks that, and it doesn't like start once you get the quest unlocked, because that would be really annoying. You'll just like get the quest and then immediately Dogda will chime in like, already completed. Good work, kid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, with the way this game works, I'm surprised it works in the player's favor, but I'm glad it does.
Alright, so with Sheisha dead, Lucifer and Merkaba decide now is the time to go and strike at the Divine Powers leadership. So they're holed up in a place that I will not attempt to pronounce, but it's nearby to Ginza, so we're going to go there and try to find a way to get in.
Tsukiji Konganji.
There we go.
Yeah, it's the Gaian temple, but it's now under the control of the Divine Powers.
Yeah, and Best Girl joins our party. And one of the best partners in the game.
Yeah, Isabeau has Meteorama, which makes her very good for just healing, if that's what you
She
need.
invalidates Asahi's existence entirely for, like, over half of the game.
Yeah,
She's like level 50 at this point as well, compared to, like, other partners who are, like, level 30 at this point, so...
Yeah, so she has quite a bit of HP as well, which is nice.
Don't actually need her because I don't really need healing for the next few boss fights, but yeah, she is good. And I will use her later.
Ginza is this kind of high value area, so there's a chance of getting 5-star relics here, so...
Yeah, I'd like to see
ideally something... That's a 4-star, not bad.
Because that'll help make my money route easy.
In SMT4, there's like a lot of high-end stores like Louis Vuitton or whatever here in like the Ginza shopping area, so...
There's a
this
5-star.
Barnani store.
Hey.
So yeah, you get a lot of relics from these high expensive stores if you look for them.
My favorite is the legally distinct Gucci is Googie.
Yeah, there's one more high belt, like, yeah, here.
There's one more on the
chance
other
for a
side
5-star.
too. Oh, that's only a 1-star.
Nice 1-star.
One more on the other side, but I'll grab that on the way back.
Yeah, instead of Louis Vuitton, you have Louis Vuitton.
Oh right, yeah, I forgot what it was called. I knew it wasn't Louis Vuitton, but I couldn't remember what it was.
Yeah, I just remember that one because you have to take a picture of it for in SMT4.
Yeah, you do. I just couldn't remember the.
So now we're going to meet with some of the Ring of Gaia members who haven't joined up with the Divine Powers because they know how to get into their base. So we need them to tell us how to do so. And for some reason they live on the other side of a poison tunnel, so we have to go through that.
Dark Souls was really popular when this game came out. So poison swamps are everywhere. We're also introduced to the scariest thing in this video game, flying old ladies.
All kinds of demons who can fly. Surely old ladies are allowed to fly too. And also we get introduced to our final party member, Toki. Who is a Ring of
Toki
Gaia
is
member who's been assigned the job to kill two people. Well, she's been assigned to kill Flynn and Maitreya. Flynn because the Ring of Gaia doesn't like him, and Maitreya because he's the leader of the Splinter faction who took control of the rest of the Gaia members. We obviously don't want her to kill Flynn, but we do need her help getting into Divine Powers base, so she's coming along with us.
Here's one instance of letting this kind of warp trap take us because it's faster to get caught by that to exit than it would be to run out. There's another instance of that a bit later, which is even more significant for time saving. Well, at least you got one 5-star relic out of this.
It should be okay, yeah. My money route should be fine.
We talked a little bit about Toki as a partner earlier, but she is basically kind of like an assassin archetype character. She primarily uses Fizz abilities that have some sort of detrimental effect to the enemy attached to them, either inflicting an ailment or lowering defense, or just inflicting insta-kill. She has the ability to jump in at the start of a turn and just try to immediately kill an encounter. This makes her incredibly useful for grinding encounters casually, but for the speedrun, she will see use in exactly 0 fights because she's just not useful for what we're trying to do. Because we're primarily just rushing bosses, and the insta-kill doesn't work on bosses, so her main value isn't really helpful for us here.
Yeah, we don't really have to fight an encounter for experience ever. At least not normally. Alright, so we're sneaking underground. Try to find Flynn. We're gonna pick up the only HP and MP incenses that are accessible in this entire game. And immediately use them on Nanashi because they're both really good for that.
Yeah, turns his MP drip into an MP puddle. It's still not an MP pool, but it's something. And we'll just use those other incenses we picked up there because we're already in the menu anyway.
Alright. And we need to go grab the key for a locked door, which is this direction.
I was half expecting Navarre to miss that wall somehow.
I don't think he can miss that one because you're always in a consistent starting place, so it should always hit.
Somehow that Ring of Gaia member who's guarding the area doesn't see you even though you're right in front of him.
Yeah, a large group just walking down the hallway right in front of you doesn't see you.
Yeah, we have quite the entourage with us at this point, so... that are implied to be, like, traveling right behind us, more or less.
Yeah, don't mind us leaving the same way. No one is
Yeah.
here.
You see nothing. I bet it was the hat. He has, like, the hat down too low to, like, hide that he's, like, secretly taking a nap or something.
Probably. Alright, here's the door we need to open. Couple of Gaians back here. This fight is cheesed with Tetrakarn. They only have physical attacks. Boat Dude also has Concentrate now. We might as well use it. Oh, and I forgot to switch to Zach Home, which I was supposed to do before the fight. Doesn't really matter, though.
I was briefly really confused, and then I remembered you swapped in Zacom after using Tetrakarn.
Yeah, he should be able to survive that. Well, I was comfortable doing that.
Yeah, I was just like, wait, why did Zacom take damage? What? And then I remember, oh yeah.
That's an annoying miss.
Boat Dude, no.
Yeah, it really sucks when you're doing a fight like this where you only do like multi-target damage, so you would want them to die on the same turn, but then you miss, and then Tetrakarn reflects only on one target, and then they die at a different time. It's it's my pet peeve.
Yeah, that left one's definitely going first. Yep. What? Navarre's helping.
Messed up a small amount there. I was supposed to switch Principality in, but that doesn't really make that much of a difference.
All right, everyone.
Now,
It's time.
agility is 60, so now it's luck to 100.
Yeah. Do a few fusions first.
Yeah. So before we flirted with the mermaid 40 times, then we flirted with the tree girl 40 times. Now we're going to tempt fate, literally, by flirting with an Atropus 215 times.
Yep.
With all the grief that Atropus has given me in Nocturne, I don't feel too bad for her.
Wow.
Oh, that's
Yeah, she has a pretty high.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has a pretty high likelihood of spawning in the next room.
Yeah. We're going through like what was the hallway of ethics area in SMT4, but because we're edgy teenagers.
Can't you talk to Hell?
Oh, yeah.
You have
I
health.
did
Yeah.
not think of that.
Oh well.
Might be faster to just die.
It's not a,
Yeah.
Yeah.
At this
not a
point.
big deal either way.
I did not think of that.
I think is that the first Dog to Trifuri we've seen all run?
Yeah, which is actually pretty
Yes. Yeah,
There
so
they are.
Atropos is the small female sprite. Yeah. And since the Moire sisters always spawn in the all together in every SMT game, basically.
So Atropos is the target here, but we do want to take out her sisters first. She's actually not charmed anymore.
Oh yeah, they had the menu bug thing because it said she was charmed for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you have multiple elements on a target, the indicators are not the most clear. Sometimes in the beginning of the turn it will show that both elements are still sticking, but then it wears off during the turn, which is not supposed to happen, but sometimes does anyway.
So yeah, now we time to talk to Atropos for a while. This takes I think like 15 minutes.
Longer than that, about 20.
Yeah, if,
20, yeah.
yeah. So if you were in need of a break or something, or you had something to attend to, now would be.
Well, you better not, because you're
good
going to
time
miss
to
all
do
this
that.
action.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, grab some popcorn, get a blanket, get comfy. We're gonna be here for a little bit.
But yeah, this is the final instance of doing this, and you also get to like after this point, the game just completely unlocks for you.
Yeah, there's a
Like, soon
reason.
we get Fusion Booster X, and like then we can start basically doing whatever the hell we want in the game.
Yeah, after the next two bosses, there's a pretty massive difficulty spike. We need to preemptively deal with that. And since Atropos is very high level for this point in the game and vulnerable to charm grinding, it just makes sense to farm a huge amount of experience off of her. Specifically enough to get access to Fusion Booster X, which will be the crux of our strategy for the rest of the game.
Yeah, what level does this grind put us to? Like 50 something?
Well, we want to be 46 after Toki.
Right, 46. Yeah, okay. 46 after Toki, yeah. So we get like 12, 14 levels from this, something like that.
Yeah, about 14 levels. We'll be halfway through 45 around by the time this is done. So 13 in a bit. Which is absolutely massive, obviously, and it's why doing this is worth it.
But your level is too low.
But your level is too low. Up to 40.
Hey.
Yeah, that's almost 20% done.
It's a good SMT game for new players to get into. My opinion on that is SMT 5. 5 Vengeance is a very approachable game. and it's very easily accessible. And it's a good introduction to a lot of the mainline Mega 10 mechanics.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It also has like the most quality of life to it as well, so it's a lot easier to get into than some of the earlier games that, while still amazing, aren't as new player friendly.
I would say it kind of depends on what kind of RPG you're looking to play. Also, there's so much variance in different SMT games. There's tactical RPGs in Devil Survivor. There's well, obviously Vengeance is the most approachable and modern variation of SMT games. Then there's the PS2 era dungeon crawlers, which have their own charm.
Yeah, that is a good
DDS
point.
and Nocturne.
Yeah.
Then you have the old school dungeon crawlers, obviously. There's a lot of titles in that as well. So kinda, it's hard to just blanket recommend something because there's so many different styles of RPGs to choose from.
There's a large variety, even within like the mainline series itself. Nocturne doesn't at all play like 4, and 4 doesn't at all play like 5. They have similarities, of course, but if you try 5 and don't like it, that doesn't mean you won't like 3 or 4.
Yeah, my personal recommendation is, of course, always 5 is, 5 Vengeance, but also if you have a means of playing them, the Digital Devil Saga games are both really, really good entry points because they have a lot of the battle mechanics of these games while not necessarily while having different like progression and growth systems. So if like the demon fusing and recruiting isn't necessarily your thing off the bat, the DDS games don't have any of that and is more like character story focused, and so that can be really cool for people. DDS, of course, having the issue of just not being as accessible because you have to either have a PS2 or a PS3 to really be able to play it.
Yeah, the DDS games they're like $10 each on the PSN store if you happen to have a PlayStation 3, but they are not very accessible. They do need remasters and PC ports and whatnot. But...
if you're talking about the DDS1 lag, that is fixable. There's I guess we call it a debug menu or whatever in the PS3 emulator, where you can disable a setting that fixes the lag.
Yeah, you can fix the lag with DDS1, and DDS2 doesn't have that issue at all.
Yeah, so you need to turn off VSync in DDS1 to get rid of the lag, basically. And the way you would do that...
I believe it's open up the PS menu, hold it's LR square, and I forget what the button combo is.
John just posted it in chat. Yeah, it's
okay. There we go.
Yeah, D-pad left, square R1, L1 for about 5 to 10 seconds, and then you release those and press start, and that will give you access to a menu to turn off VSync delay.
Yeah, that improves the player experience by so much. Like, if you don't turn off VSync, then DDS feels borderline unplayable on PS3.
Yeah, you will run into
really
some instances of pretty severe frame drops, but they're not common, and it's much better than literally having the game slowed down like they have set up by default.
Yeah, by default the game runs at like 22 FPS or something, and it's really bad.
Yeah. The lag after you turn off VSync only really happens on areas with a lot of NPCs or a lot of effects like rain. So in Muladhara, basically, that's the big area where it happens.
The fix for it is very hard to find. I think for a while even the speedrunning community didn't know about it.
Yeah, we learned about it because of a Ratchet and Clank speedrunner, of all people, and it was only discovered back in like late 2020.
Yeah, it's like 5 years ago, and DDS speedruns have been a thing way longer than that, so for a while we did not know about that.
Really, the only people that know about it are speedrunners, and so I try to share that whenever I can, whenever I run the games, but it's still like... speedrunning is a niche within the already niche SMT community, so.
We are at 118.
We're just
We're
flying
just
by.
over halfway. Whoops. I mean, Nanashi can't technically talk without using a press turn. This is a very weird exception to the normal rules.
Yeah, because there's some cases where the game just kicks you out of the recruit without it, like, passing a turn, and this is one of those cases.
Yeah, if you were to actually, like, successfully recruit Atropos, it would take a press turn.
If this would use up a press turn, this would be awful.
This would be viable in that
non-viable,
case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does sort of look like they're spinning, actually. I can see both. I can see both the spinning and the open and close.
Okay, but the real question is, which way is she spinning them? Are you left-brained or right-brained? Which
Yeah,
way do
I
you
was say, looks like she's spinning them, like, counterclockwise. What are we doing? Yeah, I guess we should explain this because we've been here for like 10 minutes now. So this is an exploit in this game that's taking advantage of a couple of different mechanics. In this game, whenever you talk to a female demon of a specific personality type who is charmed, then they will automatically join your party. In this game, whenever you successfully recruit a demon, you get some experience points. In this game, if a demon joins you, but can't join your party for whatever reason, so in this case we're too low level to actually recruit this Atropos, you will be backed out of the recruitment menu with the game considering the recruit a success just without them joining. So all of those things combined, and also the fact that whenever you're backed out of the talk menu in something like this, that you can just immediately begin talking again. So basically, we're using this to farm conversations with this Atropos over and over again in order to farm EXP. Doing this 215 times will give us about 14 and a half levels worth of EXP.
13 and a half levels, but yeah.
13 and a half, yeah. Math is hard.
Yeah, it's... But yeah, this is, on Apocalypse difficulty specifically, this is way faster than fighting enemies normally because of the 60% damage penalty that you have. Fighting anything just is so slow and takes so many resources that it's kinda not viable to grind normally. Yeah, grinding hordes would technically be possible, but it would be super painful because you'd have to hug a healing spot somewhere, because you'd have to restore your MP like every other fight. And it'd also be super dangerous because you die really easily.
Well, I don't know how dangerous would it be because you
I
keep
guess so,
your
yeah.
progress anyway, so...
You dog to revive,
would be
but it
just-
would slow you down,
Yeah.
which...
It would be just very, very inconvenient, yeah. I don't even know what horde would be the best to... You obviously would want to progress the game a little bit further before you resorted to doing that, but I don't know what horde is
Guessing
like.
we would use the same ones that you used in Conflict, the ones outside of
Oh, the succubus one.
Yeah. Because I've never looked into it, but I assume
yeah.
you guys use that one for good reason.
Yeah, it's like
Well-
probably the one that's the highest level, and it's easy to kill them with Boat Dude with Concentrate, but...
There's the other one that is like on the way to Quetzalcoatl, on the world map and also in the park. Those
Oh,
are
the
higher
fire
level.
enemies or whatever?
Yeah, fire enemies
yeah.
on the park, on the way to Quetzalcoatl, but there's no heal spot there. You would have to go to Ueno to heal, which would be kind of awful. Or hope that MP recovery can carry that part for you. But I don't know if you would have enough AP to like get that anyway. Well, luckily we don't have to think about that too much because we can do this instead, but
Yeah, if you wanted to make a route for this game where you banned this exploit, you would have to do something like that. I don't have much interest in doing that, but if someone wanted to make like a glitchless or exploitless category, you probably could.
you could. It would just add a couple hours to the
Most
runtime.
likely, and it'd be a couple hours of boring grinding, so I don't think it would be more fun. Also, you'd have to decide if Fusion Booster X counts as an exploit or not. It really shouldn't, but it is kind of broken.
Yeah, I mean, it's
It's
Yeah.
I would say
working
that
as intended.
counts as an exploit.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you
It's
were
not-
doing a route where you would be fighting stuff, you probably wouldn't get Booster X, and you would just settle with Booster 7 and like Mist Rush instead, which is
Probably,
what
yeah.
older routes did.
That's number 200.
Hey,
I mean, this run does fight Vishnu Flynn normally on APOC. You can't do the glitch on bond sending because you need for the glitch to happen. You need to have no partner, so that only works on Anarchy. So we will be fighting Vishnu later
There is
on.
one asterisk on that normally because Nanashi will have life gain, which is only
Well.
doable via glitches, and it's kind of one of the things that makes doing that fight viable, because otherwise Nanashi can just get blown up super easily.
You could probably get away with, well, maybe not get
You
away with,
could.
but you would maybe use you would use your booster kits maybe for some other body part instead of chest, and accept that you have a little bit less HP for YHVH to
Well,
compensate.
you already have your final chess piece by that point, so you've already used your
Oh,
boosters
never mind.
to the maximum
mind.
extent.
Okay, never mind then. Well, that would make the fight more annoying for sure. Yeah.
The one thing you can do would be just do another charm grind to get Nanashi some more levels, so he's a bit tankier. Because there is
Yeah.
Right.
One
You can
pretty
set
high
up
level,
a
yeah.
line.
enemy in the egg.
Yeah.
yeah, it's its
Right.
middle. You could farm.
All right. Yeah. True.
Oh. I've gone past.
We
You guys distracting me?
were just having such a
Portal.
such a good time that we just
Yeah,
For the love of the game, don't want to stop.
Yeah.
not a big deal.
All right, and now after flirting with her for the last 20 minutes, now we're going to kill her and her remaining sister. We're the good guys, as a reminder. Are we gonna lose this partner attack to?
Thankfully,
guess
since
you could
have
try
0%,
fleeing,
you have
yeah.
0% run rate, so
Yeah, fun fact: if you try to flee an encounter, it doesn't trigger partner attacks. So, if you want to save it and you are pretty sure you're not going to run away from the encounter, you can do that. So we get a little bit of experience
just
there,
a little
and
bit. Yeah. Just a little bit.
Yeah, like 13 levels. Not a big deal.
That.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we actually get somewhat close to the XP cap there, because I think the cap is quad 9, or is 6 nines.
That could be it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Leave it to me.
It hurts to see that you discard Null Mind like that.
Right.
I mean, I can't use it.
Oh yeah. It's just like Null Mind is probably like one of, if not the best, or one of the best skills in the game and for vanilla. And then in this game, it's this guy like kind of just fine.
It would really only matter for Krishna. It would be nice to have for that fight, but I can't fit it into the build for the demons I'm bringing to that fight.
Yeah, getting to Summon Stone is kind of annoying because that enemy spawns there, but Summon Stones are like
Kind of
top
valuable.
tier items that, yeah.
Yeah, summon stones summon a demon from your stock, but also act as a full revive if that demon is dead. So very, very
Yeah,
good.
they're very good for the final boss. And, well, other bosses along the way as well if they go poorly. Having ways to recover is never a bad thing.
I'm gonna fuse a door. This door learns Warcry, which is really good. Do not envy the poor souls who had to test out the exact amount needed. You mean the exact amount of charm grinding? That was me who did that. It wasn't really that bad.
Time to
Alright,
fight
time for Zhong Kui!
the opposing MVP of the run.
And yes, for anyone curious, you are required to pronounce his name like that anytime you say it.
Zhong Kui!
So this fight here is introduces you to the ability Imposing Stance. What Imposing Stance does is you spend one of your turns to remove one of the enemy's turns, which is incredibly powerful when enemies have 3 turns and a lot of the time their AI is set to do specific actions on specific turns. You can just completely remove that action from the equation, because a lot of times some later game bosses will like use their first action to cast a debuff or like a Dakunda Dakaja sort of thing, and you can just completely stop that from happening. Or if a boss is just really, really strong and you want them attacking you less. Also, once we get access to fusing him, you'll be seeing him in the fusion menu a lot.
Indeed.
Yeah, the thing about Imposing Stance is that it's incredibly strong skill. It's basically required on APOC difficulty, but there's only 2 demons in the game that learn it. One is Zhong Kui, and otherwise Tenkai. So,
And Tenkai is really hard to fuse.
yeah, so you're kind of forced to use this guy on APOC if you don't want to suffer more than you have to.
So he's never actually used in a battle. He's just an imposing stance source.
Right.
Yeah, he is the lowest level Kishin in the game. So, you can fuse, even though he's like a level 51 demon, you can actually fuse him using like 2 like level 7 demons.
Yeah, like level 7 Pele and level 2 or level 3 Sudama or whatever makes a level 51 demon, because that makes a lot of sense.
I use Gremlin and Slime in this route, which is even cheaper.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and since Kishin is like actually a relatively high level demon family, both in terms of their level and in terms of their value as far as like what they fuse into, you'll be seeing a lot of Zhong Kui. Or excuse me, Zhong Kui!
little bit over leveled because I did too much grinding, but whatever. Doesn't change anything. I got the 200 app points that I'm supposed to get, so I didn't forget any hunter bodies.
We're going to do another boss fight and some story stuff, and then we're going to just break the game completely wide open after that.
Yeah. You guys enjoyed watching 20 minutes of charm grinding. I'm sure you will also enjoy watching 20 minutes of fusion menuing. Actually, I don't know if it's that long. It's probably more like 15.
Yeah. How many fusions is that? Let's count real quick.
A very large wall of green text.
15, 21, 30, 36, 38, 42 fusions, and then you do like one fight and then you fuse more, and then you do one fight and fuse some more. Yeah, it's...
It's a little bit a lot, but it's basically front-loading all of the fusions we have to do for the mid and late game. Once we're set up for Krishna, we're then gonna barely do any fusions for a long time.
Yeah, it's just getting Fusion Booster X opens up so many possibilities that you need to kind of catch up with the fusions to make a party that you want.
Yeah, as a reminder for those who weren't here, fusion boosters raise the level cap for what demons you can fuse. Normally, you can only fuse demons that are MC's level or lower. Each fusion booster raises that cap by a little bit, up to booster 7, which raises the cap by 14. And then booster X completely... Good job, Navarre. Booster X completely removes the cap altogether. So you can fuse any demon in the game that we have unlocked the criteria for, because there are demons that can only be unlocked for fusion once you actually have beaten them as bosses. But any demon in the game that we have access to the criteria to fuse, we will be able to fuse, which includes demons that are like level 90-something.
Yeah.
So Toki's going to try to assassinate Flynn, and we're not about that life, so we're going to fight her.
Yeah, this fight's not very hard. It's more just Tetrakarm spam. She can pierce, but her attacks that pierce are pretty weak.
Yeah.
So it's not really a big deal.
Yeah, we would rather see the abilities that pierce over the other stuff that she can use. So.
Yeah, the other stuff she can use can do ailments, which is kind of annoying. Oh no, absolutely. Having the party that we're going to build does not trivialize the game. It just makes it viable to speedrun, makes it consistent.
Yeah. It levels the playing field more than it, destroys the... it destroys the game balance a little bit, but it more levels the playing field in our favor with how absurd Apocalypse difficulty is. If this was on any lower difficulty, then yeah, we would just completely trivialize the game and nothing would, touch us for... and nothing would really be able to threaten us, but with how extreme Apocalypse difficulty's modifiers are, it just sort of levels things out. The demon noises in this game are fun. Nice miss.
It's especially funny later when we have Shiva and Seraph and they both have the same voice line, so they yell die when they use crit eye or smile charge.
Or healing items.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we call killing them with kindness.
Alright, so we successfully stopped Toki from killing Flynn, and then all the bosses of the Divine Powers show up, and we're like, oh, this is kind of bad. We're not actually strong enough to fight these guys. So Odin's gonna challenge us, and we're hopefully gonna be just fine.
Yeah, so we have to hit Odin once here. This fight is completely impossible to actually win, but you have to hit him at least once in order for the game to progress.
Yeah,
and we also don't want him to murder us immediately because the game has to, like, decide that we can die.
Yeah, he needs to kill us on the scripted turn, which is this turn, so I'm just going to shoot him because he repels that, so I don't kill my turn instantly, and also not use that partner attack. So now this turn, he just automatically kills you by casting Will of Thunder, which makes Lex skills Pierce, then he casts Concentrate, and then Thunder Rain, which is a very obviously fair combo.
Yeah, like we said for earlier, a lot of the time the first action is an important setup for enemies, so combos like that you can prevent later with Imposing Stance. So here everything kind of goes horribly wrong for us, because it's revealed to the rest of the party that Asahi and Nanashi were the ones that unsealed Krishna to begin with, which is like a very big no-no, considering that meant we rebelled against God and demons to do that, and we kind of caused everything to go terribly. So so Nozomi has to report us to the hunters, and now we're after we sleep, we're to face trial in front of the Hunters Association for our actions.
Which ends up not really being a big deal because we're given a second chance because we, defeated Chaser and are obviously not bad guys.
But it is another chance for Dogda to tell us how terrible people are.
Also, the dialogue is pretty funny if you pick up the anarchy choices.
Yeah, Gun is kind of basically the other Fizz. Its skills cost a bit more MP, so it's kind of just worse. Although that's not always true.
Yeah, it has other benefits, because you have elemental bullets that you can use with Dex builds that let you hit weakness, actually, unlike Fizz. And some things are weak to Gun, whereas Fizz weakness is pretty uncommon. But overall, yeah, it's kind of just like dexterity-flavored Fizz. It's also a lot harder to get really good gun skills than it is to get good Fizz skills.
Except Riot Gun versus Akasha Arts.
Anything else?
Yeah, and even then, Riot Gun really stinks to get if you're not doing specifically Fusion Booster X stuff.
Yeah.
Since the earliest source of Riot Gun is off of Ball, who is very hard to fuse. Or either Beelzebub or Ball, I forget which one is the one that's the higher level, but...
Does Barong learn it in this game?
I think Barong has... No, Barong doesn't.
Okay.
I know, Grand Tack is also annoying to get, annoyingly enough. Like, you get Grand Tack and then you get Riot Gun shortly afterwards.
Right.
Alright, and here it is, Fusion Booster X. I have exactly enough hat points to get it.
Yes to the question in chat. The SMT4 run still uses, still fights Lilith with stun needles.
All right, and the first thing we're gonna do, long queen.
Then I shall perform the fusion.
Yeah, so he's level 51 and the combined material level is 10, so that's a decent deal.
Then I shall perform the fusion.
Lila is the other demon that kind of works the same way. She's fused with pretty low levels, and she's level 54 because she's the lowest level Herald. Monkey.
Then I shall perform the fusion.
Yeah, the races with like lowest level demons being around level 50 are really useful. They should really make like a very low level Herald and very low level Kishin to prevent this kind of nonsense, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things they could do to prevent the nonsense that we abuse, but then we would just find other nonsense to abuse.
I was going to say, it's not like this game is lacking in nonsense.
no, it definitely is not.
I kind of like how this run works, even though it feels a little bit degenerate sometimes. I think it's kind of fun to be able to do this kind of stuff.
Yeah, because there's a lot of demons you get to use as a result of this that you wouldn't see otherwise in any other route that's not like a 100% route, and like Lamau 100% in this game.
100% in this game would be particularly awful because of fusion accident only demons.
Yeah. It's significantly less bad than SMT4 because you don't have to do the fiend, or you don't have to fiend hunt, and you don't have to do 4 playthroughs of the game, but it's still pretty bad. Fusion accident only demons are just terrible for any sort of completionist.
Yeah, they got rid of it for SMT5, but brought it back for Vengeance because they forgot to add it to 5, so obviously they needed to do it again for Vengeance.
Yeah, thankfully Vengeance only has 3 of them, and it has an app that raises your accident rate, so it's not awful going through them.
It's not the worst thing ever, but it sucks that Kinnamon is always like accident only in the games that he appears in. You know, if you're a Kinnamon fan, you have to suffer a little bit.
And everyone was pretty upset because Amabi was locked behind
yeah.
accident.
Oh, guys, we made this cute idol demon. Well, too bad. She's an accident only.
Have fun figuring out how to fuse her, lol. Yes, so sickness boosts fusion accident rate, dead demons boosts fusion accident rate, but not by as much as you would hope, and plus getting an accident doesn't guarantee that you'll get the accident only demon. The only way to try to force it is to fuse with fill your stock with a bunch of demons that are around the level of the accident demon that you want, and then fuse with a sick demon plus a dead demon, and I think if you fuse either with a foul or try to fuse a foul, that might also boost it, yeah. And so you just do that, and then you just save scum that one fusion over and over again until you actually get the accident into the demon you want. And even then, it still isn't great. Keeping in mind there's 3 entire demon families of accident-only demons in this game, with Famed, Zealot, and Undead. So you'd have to repeat all of those steps for every single accident demon, because you can't element fuse accident demons, which would actually circumvent a lot of the issues I'm complaining about.
Yeah, you would just need one. You get one from each of the families.
Yeah, the highest level foul is Mad Gasser, so if you're trying to fuse one of the higher level Zealots or Fames, that doesn't really help you all that much. So to explain a little bit of what we're doing right now, we're up fusing the Divine line all the way to the top. So we're fusing this, which is Angel. Angel is both the first and the last Divine Demon. Except this Angel is the original Angel design as opposed to the SMT4 one. We differentiate them by calling one of them Angel and the other one Wangel, because she has white wings instead of blue wings. But this White-Winged Angel has Luster Candy, which is all of the buffs combined into one skill.
Yeah, it's really good.
She also gets access to like Mediarahan and Highlight, Pleroma, and Judgment Light, but we're not really going to use any of those in this instance because they're
Judgment Light once.
Yeah. But the Luster Candy is incredibly valuable.
Yeah, Luster Candy is really, really good.
It also means that because we did all that upfusing, we have a level 80 demon with us, which means we can get, or 82 demon, which means getting into some of the other high level demons is easier. One of the things that extends this fusion chain a little bit beyond what you would think otherwise is that demons who are unavailable for fusion, unlike in something like Strange Journey where you can act, or SMT5 where you can skip over demons that you don't have unlocked for fusion. This game, actually, you're pretty hard-walled by not having a demon unlocked for fusion. So there's a bunch of demons that are fairly high-level that we want, but we have to fuse around earlier demons in their family to get to.
Yeah, Azrael is the blocker here. It wouldn't be a huge benefit if he wasn't there, because Heralds are upfused with Salamander, who is a big pain to fuse. So fusing a large number of Salamanders would actually be almost as slow as going around them with the Avians and Furies.
I shall perform the fusion.
But yeah, the way we're circumventing him is we're fusing Garuda and Susano. If you put them two together, make Casfiel, who is the Herald, the level beyond Azrael, who we can't fuse right now, because you can't fuse him until you've beaten him in the story.
Yeah, and Azrael, you don't fight until, like,
quite a bit
day
later.
5, and we're on day 2 currently,
Yeah.
so... The end goal of this fusion chain is that we want to upfuse the Heralds up into Seraph. Because Seraph has Trisagion, which is severe fire damage. In addition to, we will have High Fire, Pleroma, Smile Charge, and Concentrate on them as well. High Fire Pleroma boosts fire damage by 1.4 times, which is very useful. Concentrate, like we said before, boosts your next magic attack by 2.5 times. And Smile Charge is an ability that just gives the smile status to the user. And again, Smile ups your damage, makes it so you can't miss. And specifically with the severe magic abilities, whenever you have a severe skill and you're smirked, you will that ability gains a pierce effect. So we can use Trisagion while smirked on anything in the game, and it will pierce through, even if they're immune or resist or whatever to fire.
Yeah.
And so Seraph will be our damage dealer for the vast majority of the run, up until
He'll be
lot later when we get Shiva.
Well, Seraph has a lot more damage than Shiva.
Oh, true, yeah. Oh, yeah, even against the final boss, we'll still be using Seraph as our second damage.
Seraph will be the primary damage dealer until the final dungeon, when Nanashi will overtake him.
Yeah. Nanashi eventually becomes the best damage dealer in the game, but it takes a very, very long time. And Nanashi to get their awakened ability, which just gives you a 1.5 times buff to all of your damage and pierce to all of your damage.
Yeah, which is pretty busted.
Yeah. You really need awakened power for Nanashi to compete with the demons, and you only get that at the end of the second to last dungeon, so just before the final dungeon. So
yeah, so at that point, Nanashi will become an absolute monster damage-wise, but before that point, we'll be relying on Seraph to carry us through most of the rest of the game. And even then, Seraph's damage never really falls off. Even versus the final boss, Seraph does a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's good secondary damage, even that late into the game. So right now, I'm doing a fusion chain to get Smile Charge. That's which is long. The idea is I've now gotten high up into the Herald line, so now I'm just making Salamanders with the skills that I actually want to put on Seraph. Thankfully, Salamander himself has High Fire Pleroma. The other two I need are Concentrate and Smile Charge. Concentrate came from Boat Dude, and Smile Charge will come from this man here, Greedy. I should probably save before I get an accident.
It's fine. You only get one more accident this run. That's what we
That's what we agreed on.
agreed on.
Yeah.
Yeah. No more, no less. One more.
Almost there. I just need one more salamander, and this one I don't have to do anything special to make. Just need to make one. Fastest way to do that is to, or fastest way to do that that's actually affordable is to make Hell, who's another one of those, she's the lowest level Reaper, and so can be fused cheaply. And do Hell and Decorabia to make Horcus.
Wanna.
Oh no.
Horcus and Morax makes Salamander. By Fire, Pleroma.
Hello, fire.
Might seem like I'm saving an absurd number of time that I don't want to lose time. It takes... Saving is pretty fast, thankfully. I don't want to lose more time to fusion accidents. Alright, so there's the Seraph build. Now we just need an imposing stance source. So to do that, we'll of course fuse Zonk.
Nice.
We'll fuse Sky.
I love how, like, fabulous Vidofnir's pose is.
It's pretty great. And I'm gonna fuse these two together, and I want to hold on to resist ice as well as have a source of Medea that I can whisper to MC.
It's Shiva's wife.
Indeed. She's in this route now. Buy an angel because I need Magon. Alright, and now we're going to do the second instance of skill swap. After I switch to Hallelujah. So we're going to skill swap over to Orcus. Because Orcus has life gain, and that's what I want now. So, oops, I didn't do it right. Do it right again. What the hell?
It's very demanding mechanically to press the correct buttons.
They patched it, dude.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh,
There you go.
there we go.
And oh yeah. So you specifically, to make life gain actually work, you have to hover Nanashi's portrait in the menu.
Do what I can.
Yeah, it's some of these skill transfers are really weird, like getting the skills that you're not supposed to get. They
Yeah,
don't
they-
really.
They have some pretty janky side effects that we don't fully understand. But now I have life gain, which will help quite a bit.
One of these days we'll figure out how to make the EXP boosting ones work, and that'll just ruin everything.
Yeah, that would actually be a pretty massive deal. You'd rush them as early as possible.
You can have Workaholic on MC before King Frost, so...
Yeah,
Or not Workaholic, Hard Worker.
I can't remember. I think Makami's the lowest level source of Workaholic. But you could probably have both of them pretty early.
They are in 4, I don't know if they are in 4A. So, yeah, so all the hunters hate us because of what we did, but Fujiwara and Skins are like, no, we're willing to give you a second chance as long as you vow never to betray us again.
Which I will
Coincidentally, at that very moment.
Yeah.
The Divine
Also
Powers
the-
put up a barrier that stops everyone from being able to summon their demons, except for us, because we get our demons from Dogda, not from the summoning program.
Right,
So-
and the game gives you an option like, do you want to help? And if you say kiss my ass, they just laugh it off like, aha, it's funny prank younglings these days. It's pretty funny if you go anarchy route. You can say whatever you want, and they just shrug everything off, and then it's like.
And then
at the
act
end,
surprised when you
betray
kill all of
everyone,
them.
it's,
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say surprise Pikachu face. Who could have seen that coming?
Yeah, so the Divine Powers have just put up a large kind of, I don't know what you call it, a field of some kind that prevents our demon summoning apps from working, or at least everyone else's, because Nanashi's works through Dagda instead of the normal means. Ours still works. So it's a situation of, oh no, you're the only one who can fight, you need to go and be the hero, which is very convenient. This fight is kind of ass because they have Zeodyne and I have 2 elect weaknesses in my party, and they go first. I do have a partner attack though. Ow. Or they could
And
just
of course,
do
they
that.
hit the weaknesses.
Oh,
and
nice.
Oh,
Good start.
well, I mean, all right.
They can just kill you turn 0. 'Cause, you know, they're not
Yeah, there's
guaranteed
not much
to
you can
smurf.
really.
I mean, the way you would deal with that is
Yeah.
not bring elect weaknesses to your party, but specifically designing your party for this kind of throwaway normal
Right.
fight is ridiculous. Because sometimes they'll just normal attack. Do nothing meaningful.
Yeah, that's a way better outcome than the previous one.
Side note, Patrick Kamek has really small hands. I just saw that in his portrait. Oh yeah, most of your partners are also kind of useless at this point as well. Except Hallelujah, I think, still works normally, and whoop. Oh,
Okay,
Oh,
actually
that's the
seeing the
loss-
lost proc there I'm actually okay with.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
That's a
That's
really
actually
good
good,
place to
yeah.
actually get the lost proc. I was about to chastise myself for hitting into the Tetrakarn, but it ended up being a good thing.
all according to plan.
Yeah.
Because I forgot that Tetrakarn carries over after partner attacks. And it's not the end of their turn.
All right, well, if we weren't gonna get the lost on Quetzalcoatl, then don't need to worry about that anymore.
I'd much rather
for
have
the
it
rest of
there
the
than
tournament.
Quetzalcoatl anyway, because he always seems to hit Seraph
Yeah.
with it, which is really annoying because it doesn't actually lost you because of Hallelujah. It still takes away all your buffs.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's
So
a
that's
weird
a pretty
quirk
good
with
outcome.
Endure in this game as well, is for some reason Endure still eats all of your buffs, even though, like, you don't... Just because of how they treat it, where you die, but then you come back, as opposed to it just stopping you from dying. So now the Divine Powers are... Now that everyone is unable to fight back, the Divine Powers are invading all of the underground districts. Basically, the idea is that they're trying to kill humans to collect their souls, because they need to collect souls in order to do their thing that's going to destroy the world or whatever. And so now that they've taken away people's abilities to fight back, they're just going and trying to take out any of the surviving humans in the undergrounds or in the underground areas. So we're sent to stop the demons from doing that in Kinchisho.
Alright. Actually get to start seeing the power of this build here. That's very annoying.
That was rude.
That's extremely rude. That's the only bad thing they can actually do.
Yeah, you said you're gonna see the power of the build, and
Then get
Guardians
immediately
just said,
bodied.
Yeah.
"All right, bet." Immediately.
Seraph got stage fright and said,
Punished.
take a nap.
Okay, that's a much better outcome.
Yeah, we were doing like
Yeah.
a couple hundred damage before, and that was considered quite a bit. We just did, we just roasted that man.
Yeah, you're gonna be seeing that a lot from here on out.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay, take Maga Own. Fukudine. No. And now we do some more fusions.
And
yeah.
yeah, luckily this time it's only 8 instead of 42.
Yeah. I need to set up some more imposing stance sources as well as start moving towards the next set of big fusions. 8.
Monkey.
Monkey. And Momonofu, who has charge, which I will need later.
Yeah, charges concentrate, but for Fizz skills, next Fizz skill will do 2.5 times damage. We will be ending up on Fizz build eventually, so. Now there's Zhonghui! Another very important ability we're going to be grabbing off of this Titan here.
Not
Or,
this Titan. Next fusion.
Oh, Quancha. Sorry. Look to one ahead. Oops. Oh, right, for the Earthos. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now we'll be fusing a Titan.
Who has an important skill I need, which is Critical Eye. Queen Mermaid. I also need Imposing Stance.
Yeah, Critical Eye is a special ability. It guarantees that the next ability you use will, or the next physical ability you use will be a critical hit. However, there's also an interesting quirk with that, where for some reason the will crit flag happens to also mean that
for Christ,
that you accident into a Huopo. No,
are you a Jirai? You're a Jirai. Did I get
Oh,
the skills I need?
I'm gonna say, does she have what you need?
Yes.
Critical Eye. Oh yeah, that works.
Excellent.
That was the last accident as well, as we agreed. So
Screw
no
you,
more.
Yeah.
game. I know how to solve this.
So, yeah, Critical Eye. For whatever reason, the will crit flag also means cannot, like, physically cannot miss. And that flag doesn't just apply to physical skills, it also applies to magical abilities, which I don't know if we use as much in this version of the route.
We don't use that anymore.
Yeah.
It was used a lot.
Yeah. But older versions of the route, you'd give Crit Eye to Seraph, and therefore you would use that, and then you would use Trisagion with Seraph, which would not eat the Critical Eye because it wasn't a physical skill, but you could just never miss with that Seraph from then on. But still, even though we're not doing that anymore, the fact that with Crit Eye, we not only get the guaranteed crit, which means our next will probably smirk from that, but also it means that we don't have to worry about missing ever again whenever we have Crit Eye available on our Fizz Demon.
Yeah. Crit Eye is a skill that guarantees hits as well as guarantees a critical hit. Normally I don't need to heal here, but I'm just going to do it. Doesn't take that long.
Yeah, you know, the underground's in imminent danger, but we have time for naps.
Yeah. Alright, Quetzalcoatl is where I actually hope to show off the power of this build.
If you keep saying that every single fight, eventually will show off the power of the build. Also, praise the sun. That is a line of dialogue that Quetzalcoatl says in this game. Like I said, Dark Souls was very popular at the time. Nice 12 damage, hallelujah.
Very helpful. He's literally only around for Lost Catcher right now.
Yeah, he can't do... his ability to summon Chiro to use his other abilities is currently sealed, so he'll just, like, slap the enemy and then use Lost Catcher if needed.
So, Quetzalcoatl nulls fire, but that doesn't matter. Because I pierce while smirking. Alright, this turn he's gonna Smile Charge and buff his attack. So I'll respond with my own Smile Charge. I do need to get rid of his Smirk, because if the enemy's smirking, your Smirk effects don't actually work if you hit them. And he's dead.
Yeah, to answer a question that I answered in chat. Yeah, so currently we're relying on our demons to do our damage for us, especially because of how powerful Seraph is. Later on, we will be using physical skills with Nanashi, though.
So, Nanashi can do one thing that's very useful in regards to imposing stance. Normally, since it's a special type skill, you can't get affinity for it, so you can't have plus anything imposing stance. However, with the way Demon Whisper works, Nanashi actually can get improved imposing stance, and the difference between +0 and +5, it's literally half the MP cost, so it's actually really good.
Yeah,
so,
it's, I believe 5 MP per stack, and it stacks up to 5 times. So.
Yeah.
So 25 imposing stance is a lot more affordable than 50, so having that is very useful. Especially because Nanashi only has like 120 at max MP at this point or something.
Yeah, it's... So, over the next few boss fights, I'll be fusing around imposing stance to some lowish level demons to get them to whisper it multiple times.
So here we've, unfortunately, Asahi's dad passed away. Rest in peace, Asahi's dad.
We didn't even know your name.
Yeah. And, now we're receiving our next mission. The barrier is obviously causing a lot of problems. So since we're the only people around that can actually summon demons and fight properly, we have been tasked with visiting 5 different temples around Tokyo to seal away the barrier that is preventing demon summoning.
But first we must sleep.
Yeah, but first we take a nap.
And first we have to go and talk to What's-His-Face so we actually know what's causing the barrier.
Oh, yeah, true. Right, we don't technically know how to get rid of it yet. We just have been told to get rid of it, and that Tenkai might know.
You also can't use warp terminals in this state, so I have to walk there?
Yep. We have access to the full Tokyo map at this point, so the game really wants us to traverse the map, and by golly, we're going to do it. Yeah, we're sealing the seal that's sealing away our demons. I was gonna say one of whom might be a demonic seal, but I actually don't know if there's any seal demons in this game.
Surely there's got to be something that's close enough you can say it is.
Probably.
A lot
hopefully.
of demons in this game.
There's like 300, so I mean one of them has to like at least vaguely resemble a seal.
Yeah, so Midtown was a dungeon in 4, the regular SMT 4, but it's also a dungeon here, but there's like... It's not connected to the
completely
main story,
optional.
except... yeah, you just talk to the rock and leave. But
You
there
have
is
to
an
do it if you
entire
want the
dungeon
black
here.
card shop, though.
Right.
Which,
But yeah, there is an entire dungeon here that you could do if you wanted to, but you don't have to.
black card shop on Apocalypse difficulty just sounds absolutely miserable.
Yeah, you'd never be able to buy anything.
So yeah, so Tenkai tells us that in order to break the seal, we need to close the these vessels that are spewing forth energy from the ether. In order to do that, but doing so would put a great strain on any human body. However, coincidentally, Toki shows up and she's like, "Ah, yes, I've actually been training my entire life to withstand the ether." So we have Toki with us to seal away the vessels.
Yeah, each one of these vessels is kind of symbolizes one of the 7 deadly sins, but there's only 5 of them, so they're not all there. I forget which ones are there, to be honest.
I think it's like gluttony, sloth, lust, and wrath. And then I forget the other one.
Well then. Now.
Pleased to meet you.
Yeah, so we'll fuse that in Dini, who's going to be the final imposing stance whisper, and I need a fire pleroma source, so Flamus will do that. Flamus takes forever to whisper, so I'm not actually going to use him for that. Also need a gnome, because I need another life gain. Epon Daughtera.
Then I shall perform the fusion.
Alright.
Here to scream at you and call you a cream puff.
That's right.
Shoutouts to Rido Remastered.
You are a cream puff made of cream! Rido Remaster will be later in this marathon.
Yeah,
We'll get to see
so
it.
stick around. Toxic will be running, I believe, the any percent gumshoe category. Alright, so here we're fighting the Mario brothers. This is Mario, aka Bishamontan.
These all should be 3-turn fights.
Unless that happens.
I
It
forgot
was
to
a one-turn fight.
I forgot to
Yes,
equip the blue war clothes, so I was weak to ice.
Yeah. Yeah, so despite being, like, bright red, this one is an ice user, weak to fire.
That is why we equipped the blue war clothes at that point.
Alright, take 2. Eh.
Much better this time. These guys don't have that much health.
Yeah, these are all mini bosses essentially that you just kind of fight in each location before you get to like the actual boss gauntlet of this area, which will be the first enemy gauntlet of the run, of which there are several.
Yeah, it's kind of a pretty rough difficulty spike. Handling that gauntlet without Seraph, kind of rough.
Yeah. Mamma mia! Friendly reminder as you see these damage values that this is with a 60% damage penalty.
Yeah.
Well then. Now.
Alright.
Then I shall
I'm not even going to try to mimic Mithras's SJR noises. Alright, now we're fighting the next Mario brother. This is Wario, the yellow guy who's weak to electricity. Not that that matters, we're just gonna Trisagi on him anyway, but...
Yeah, this is the point in the run where I actually don't know what things are weak to, because it doesn't matter to me. This is the only category of this game I've run.
Yeah, this is like the last part of the conflict run where you kind of care about like different weaknesses, and then all you care about after that point is, can I Floral Gust them, yes or no? Goodbye, Jikoku-chan.
Yeah.
I think he only has like, he doesn't have more than 5,000 HP.
I thought he
I'm
had
pretty sure.
6,000.
He might have 6,000. Okay.
I
Yeah,
did,
we almost just one-shot him.
Yeah, I did test if there was a way to do this faster. I couldn't find one. Just concentrate isn't quite strong enough to
Right.
two-shot, so you can't do it in 2 turns.
Gotcha.
Before the next round, we need to go visit Ikebukuro to hear the best town theme in the entire game.
Yeah, you won't get to hear this one much, unfortunately. We don't spend very much time here.
Yeah, it's like criminal how they give Ikebukuro the best town theme, and then in neither SMT4 game you visit, like, you spend the least amount of time in Ikebukuro out of every single, out of all of the towns. And heck, in SMT4, during the half of the time you visit Ikebukuro, you don't even get to hear the theme, because you have the quest theme playing in the background.
I mean, that's basically true here as well, because the Sheisha theme is playing.
Oh, yeah, because the Sheisha theme overwrites it when you're here later, too.
Like, you get to hear it here,
Yeah.
and then you get to hear it when you come back later to tag the terminal, and that's it.
Yeah. Is a darn shame.
Also a darn shame that you can't tag terminals while the barrier's up, otherwise I would just do it right here and save a bunch of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the 5 seconds of Ikebukuro. Felt nice.
It is a great theme, though. The entire OST is on streaming platforms, so definitely look it up. This game and 4, and really all the SMT games, for the most part, all have phenomenal soundtracks.
So Warcry in this game is both an attack debuff and a defense debuff, which is why it's so incredibly good.
Yeah, so this is the important third Mario brother, Blue Toad. Because we all know that the Mario brothers are Mario, Luigi, Wario, and Blue Toad. There's not another guy
isn't
there.
a fourth one, yeah.
Luigi, yeah. This one, fun fact, is weak to force, which means that the conflict route has a lot of fun with that fight.
DPJ's old route also had a choo-choo train with concentrate and floral gust at this point.
Oh, yeah.
I cut that out of the
that's
route
what
as
we-
like one of the first things I did because it wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
You cut it out just in protest against Floral Gust, I'm sure.
Hey, I'm here for it.
Was also a
that-
huge
that's
amount
what
of
conflict
fusions
does to,
for very little value.
Yeah, the current conflict does makes a choo-choo line and then skill transfers that concentrate and Floral Gust onto Nanashi. That's the final build.
And then, of course, we fight Luigi, the most important Mario brother.
This guy nulls fire. Not that that matters.
Yeah. Cause Pierce.
With the old Crit Eye Riot Gun strats, the null fire did sort of matter, because you actually had to get the smirk off the Riot Gun to use Trisagion. But Smile Charge, not anymore.
I understand completely why Riot Gun got routed out, but it still makes me really sad that Riot Gun got routed out. I know it's not like SJ Riot Gun, that's just the most absurd skill in any SMT game ever, but it's still one of my favorites.
I want to pass here instead of using that smirk, because I need a couple more buffs to make sure this actually kills. Alright, with the 4 Mario Brothers down, now we just have one more pot to go seal. And it's got actually 3 bosses guarding it.
I assume you have timed healing in Kanda no Yashiro versus Ueno.
Yeah, it's 5 seconds faster to heal in Kanda no Yashiro.
There we go. 5 seconds faster.
It was,
There you go.
I think it was, yeah, it was Coolzo who told me it was faster to heal here, and I didn't believe him for the longest time until I tried it myself. Because it feels really slow. It's actually not.
It's more expensive though, so you end up losing 100 Maka if you care about that.
Yeah, absolutely catastrophic at this point in the game.
Welcome.
I don't know how my 34,000 deal with that.
Shoutouts to someone in chat for this. This is the Mario sister, Maria.
Maria.
I can't believe they added Mari Shiten from SMT 5 mentions into this game.
Crazy.
Yeah,
What copycats?
right. So, Marishiten's gimmick here is to use. Normally, it would be, I believe, using like a very strong AOE and then using Fizz skills, but you can.
I don't bother dealing with that anymore.
You don't bother with it, yeah.
You don't have to. Just tank it, you're fine. You can imposing stance and then Tetrakarn to full cheese this fight, but that doesn't matter. With Luster Candy Warcry, she just doesn't hurt that much. Okay, and we're gonna seal the final jar, and with that, everyone gets their demons back.
Yeah.
And also, the Aether has done a pretty big number on Toki, and actually he's gonna release a demon from her who attacks us.
Yeah, the gauntlet doesn't end here. It wouldn't be a gauntlet if it ended after the first fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the first gauntlet fight. So now we fight Inanna Remnant. This is a remnant of the powers of a previous mother goddess who is trying to revive herself, and we Nozomi and Danu make it sound like that would be a very, very bad thing if that happened, so we're putting a stop to that before she can manifest herself fully. So her whole thing is she likes to just throw magic at you, but we can just tank it. She like throws very weak magic at you.
Inanna is the easiest fight of the gauntlet. It's a nice breather between Marishiten and the next one, so you can basically use this fight to set up pretty safely if you need to recover MP or whatever.
She has very little health. Like, I'm just gonna straight up one-shot her. No, only like 3k damage.
Yeah, nice thing with this fight is it gives quite a bit of EXP, and you get the quest reward right afterwards, so it's a good opportunity to get a bunch of EXP. In routes where you would have level heal and such, that would be basically mean you could go into the next boss at full, but we don't have that, but even so, that fight's still pretty chill. So like John said, it's a nice breather before the actual boss of this gauntlet.
Yeah, this boss can be really scary because he can use a skill that allows him to drain his own weakness. And if you hit him while he's doing that, he's basically guaranteed to smirk, and then he kills you with that smirk. It's not a huge deal because, you know, I can just pierce, but if I get greedy and try to hit him without smile charging, he can punish me.
Yeah, because he is weak to both fire and force, I believe, so... So this is Maitreya. We also lovingly refer to him as the Buddhist Kool-Aid Man, because right there he just like literally smashed through a wall to attack you. And he's all like red and stuff. Yeah, early on this fight's not too bad. He uses kind of weak almighty skills, some physical, and he uses Bufudine. His Bufudine is weird in that it has a strange property that allows it to do splash damage that no other Bufudine can do. That was kind of rude.
I've never had him kill like that.
Thankfully, we have a partner attack here.
Matter. I don't even think I'll need this partner attack.
This is the first instance of the Divine Powers fight team, so...
Because this should just kill if it hits.
Yeah, nice.
Nice.
And that means we have a partner attack for
start of
beginning of Sheisha, which is nice.
But I thought Sheisha was dead.
Oh no.
Yeah. Also, from this point on, Toki starts calling us master for some reason. It's kind of weird.
Very
I'm sure it's
cringe.
fine.
And that brings close to the very, very long, not fun day. That we
Yeah,
are
this is the
having.
longest day in the game, I'm pretty sure. Aside from, like, maybe the final
Yeah.
dungeons, but...
Uh,
we're going to do
without
something
doubt,
here
yeah,
that might seem a little bit weird. We're going to go super far out of our way to go over here to Ikebukuro to tag the terminal. Reason being is immediately as the next day starts, we're going to be told to come back here. And when we do, there will be a bunch of wormwood, which are those like little barrier things that we've been cutting down, that will have spawned in this area, and it will be facing the other direction. So in order to get to this terminal, we would have to walk all the way around, so it's a little faster to run back here, tag the terminal, and then warp to Kinshisho so that we can just take the terminal back once we start the next day.
Yeah.
That way we can avoid doing a lot of movement as well.
You're back.
And I believe that is also roughly the halfway point in the game.
Yeah, it's probably just a little bit past that.
Yeah.
I'm currently 13 minutes behind my splits, and my PB is 7:49.
Okay.
I think Quetzalcoatl or before the Bishamonten fight, when you talk to Tenka, is probably like the rough halfway point.
Yeah,
Somewhere
probably.
around there. To be like very specific and pedantic.
So yeah, gasp! Sheish is alive!
Whoa, it's almost like he told us he can regenerate or something like that.
Yeah.
I think the exact words were that I'll keep.
I think that's actually during this scene that he tells you that he can do that. I think this
Oh,
one's
is
just
it?
like,
Is
oh. Yeah, because he couldn't talk before.
Oh right, yeah.
This is the
I believe so.
Kinshisho
Yeah.
activating
Okay, well never mind.
transport
Then
complete.
I am not. I don't remember the story that well.
I just did a
Literally.
lore playthrough last week and watched all the cutscenes and forgot about that.
Yeah, I thought that was like earlier, but that's true. He can't speak, so why would he say anything? How could he say anything? But yeah, we get to this area, and yay, there's more poison swamps. Everyone's favorite.
Woo! Poison swamps.
They're poison swamps and these stupid traps that just waste your time.
Yeah, well, at
What's
least there
funny
was
is those-
SMT4 traps that enemies could attack you in SMT4 when those traps happened. So
Yeah.
you should
They
be
basically
grateful.
exist to force an ambush. What's really funny is those snares are only located specifically in locations that would allow you to avoid walking through the poison swamps.
Yeah.
So it's like, do I want to go through the poison swamp and take damage every couple steps and get poisoned, or do I want to deal with the stupid snare thing? Decisions.
Now, I'm going to use 4 light grimoires on Nanashi. Make sure he gets the level that I want after Sheisha 3, because we're going to do another big fusion chain to set up our party for the next quite a long time. The big thing I want here is to get 6 skill slots on demons, so demon skill +2. So I want enough app points for that.
Yeah, I believe each light grimoire gives something like a 1/6 or an 1/8 of your progress to your next level up.
At level 50, which I am there, it's 18k.
Yeah, so from here on out, the days get really short. Like including this one, the next 3 days are like really short, like gameplay wise. The game just tries to catch you up really quickly with the moon cycle thing.
Probably don't need these, but right here.
It's 1/6. Okay, cool. Yeah, I knew it wasn't 25% because Shaggy just used 4 of them there and it didn't give a full level. So yeah, now Sheisha went from being a giant fiery snake flower thing to being a giant snake man that also can speak words.
He's evolving.
So this fight is supposed to be very similar to the last one, except now we have skills that pierce, so we just like do not care about his gimmick at all.
Yeah, I was about to say, this fight is completely broken by Smile Charge and Trisagion.
This is the beginning of my glory. Leave it to me.
The other quirk is that this is the fight that has the most dialogue options for you to engage with. There's 3 of them throughout the fight. Each one gives you half of a partner gauge, so ideally he just doesn't really do a whole lot of anything. And even if he does, we have Tetrakarn, I believe, to...
I don't even
Or do we
need
just
that.
tank it at this point?
I'm just tanky enough that it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Warcry and Luster Candy are really good.
Oh yeah, true, you have Luster Candy.
The dialogue choices in this fight work a bit differently from the other one. They don't appear in a set order. They happen randomly, so you need to know what option you choose for each prompt.
Yeah, I described them as red screen, big attack, and recovery. Just say which option to pick.
Yeah, and see, now we have another partner attack right afterwards.
He hasn't got to go yet.
Yeah, this is like playing Uno with family and just stacking +4 cards on top of each other, never getting a turn.
And then here's the third option, and now this means now that we've had all 3 that he's in red HP, so he's literally going to get 0 actions this fight.
Yeah. This Trisagion should easily kill him.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's Sheisha 3.
Extremely
it's funny
challenging.
Seeing this fight done. Funny seeing this fight on APOC when on Conflict this fight is actually very difficult.
Yeah, this
and
fight
he
on
actually
Conflict
hurts
kind of
a
stinks.
lot. It's funny that like at this point in the game, because how strong the setups are in this category and route, these fights actually get easier than most of the ones in Conflict difficulty.
But specifically
Also
having Pierce for this fight is really... Like, this fight is obviously not balanced for you to have a piercing skill.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, the game does something kind of sneaky and mean there. It steals your any partner gauge that you have. Which means that for the next boss fight, which is a fight that it would be absolutely amazing to have partner meter for, we're guaranteed to have no meter for.
Yeah, it's... The next boss fight is kind of rough in, like, every route, because, you know, nasty ailment spam, and he does a lot of damage with all kinds of different magic, and he spams buffs.
Buffs, debuffs, and the debuffs have ailments connected to or attached to them, and... Very just not fun time, and so having a partner attack at the beginning of that fight to be able to like get yourself established would be really nice, but game is like, no partner attack.
You could theoretically farm partner attack off some normal enemies, but that's just a waste of time.
Right, it's slow, and then at this point it's pretty dangerous because the next dungeon has a lot of things in it that are pretty scary.
Oh yeah, and they have Maka Beam.
Yeah.
There's a pretty funny clip of me getting trapped in a Maka Beam encounter because Hallelujah kept giving me Endure and I couldn't die. By the way, Maka Beam takes away your money. It's a skill that enemies can have that takes away your money. It is the only thing that is not reset by a Dogda Revive.
Yeah, the developers made sure you really feel the effects of Maka Beam. There's no escaping it.
Wrong store.
Make sure you bring more Maka next time.
Welcome.
Just gonna buy some Meepatra stones here. 'Cause you really wouldn't want to need one of these and not have it.
Oh right, this route doesn't buy the banana suit, sadly.
That's way too expensive for what value it would give.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is a tragedy though. The banana suit's pretty great, but definitely makes sense why it can't be afforded.
Yeah, that's true. That's like one thing that would make fighting Krishna a lot more comfortable. But yeah, in APOC you can't really afford it.
It wouldn't
Yeah,
be
there's
that
a,
useful here because MC goes last and he's not really part of our strategy at all, so him being immune to ailments is like the least useful of your party members.
Right.
But it would still help, obviously. You
Yeah,
couldn't
for
get full
context,
party
the
locked.
yeah, for context, the banana suit is the yellow hazmat outfit. It makes you immune to sick and poison, which is really really good for that fight. But it's also quite expensive, and it makes you look like you're walking around in a banana costume.
Alright, now we have another very long fusion chain, so get strapped in.
So how many fusions is this time?
Several.
Several. That is correct.
Definitely
It's
an entire
indeed several.
page of green.
Yep.
So we're actually
They're
going to
actually
do
going to
something
be-
weird and
yeah.
down fusing Seraph. This is because I want to change up his skill set now that I have 2 more skill slots to work with. I'm going to give him Resist Ice and Fire Pleroma. High Fire Pleroma and Fire Pleroma stack. So even more damage.
Yeah, this is like high 40s in the fusion. This is the longest chain in the run.
Which
Longest
makes
fusion
sense
chain.
because I've front-loaded
Yeah.
so much stuff into this fusion chain.
Yeah, like after this fusion chain is done, you don't really fuse a lot anymore. It's like this fusion chain and the one with 42 fusions earlier were like the big ones, and after that, like you don't fuse much.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
just all the fusions are just like clumped together.
It's kind of how it worked out. I didn't always used to do things this way. Used to be a bit more spread out, but as I tried to optimize things, it's like, well, I might as well just get my strongest version of Seraph early. Well, I might as well get Wongmu early. It's just like,
Yeah,
if I
it
can
makes
make my final
sense,
party
yeah.
early, it's like, just do it.
Then I shall perform the fusion.
Snack.
Yeah, Ilyanka is another kind of unsung hero of this route. He's really easy to fuse and learns Draconic Reaction, which is quite a good skill. It increases both your accuracy and evasion by a lot. He's also
Yeah, I
just
think it's like
a good way to fuse a lot of useful things.
I think it's roughly the equivalent of 2 Sukukajas, and it stacks with regular Sukukaja, I
Yeah.
believe.
Yeah,
So
I'm
you
pretty
can-
sure you're right.
Have basically the equivalent of 5 Sukukajas on a demon at a time, which actually makes you fairly dodgy, which is really nice. It's very important for the final boss, where you're wanting to hit the final boss's turns as much as possible.
This route used to get 3 draconic reactions, right? Now you
Yeah,
only get
now
1.
I only do 2 because
Yep.
working it into the
Oh,
Seraph,
2, okay.
Seraph fusion was just too hard with what I wanted to do. I used to have it on Seraph as well, but unfortunately, Ilyanka doesn't start with Draconic Reaction, so you need to have him in your backline soaking experience for quite a while. So if I want to do my Seraph fusion earlier, it just doesn't work. If I want to get Draconic Reaction.
You don't need to save anymore, by the way. You already got 3 accidents. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah,
It's
it
not
can't
gonna
happen again.
Surely that... Surely.
You had my hopes up for like half a second there when you started saying that. I'm like, wait, do you actually know something about how to prevent accidents? Like, wait, what do you mean?
Well, to be honest, like statistically, in this one fusion chain alone, on average, you're gonna get 1 accident, basically. Not
Yeah.
quite, but very close to it. So the chances are that there's gonna be an accident at some point. But since you already had 3 of them this run, surely it can't be a 4th one.
Because that's how math works.
Exactly.
That's Everyone knows that's the way statistics work. The goal with this fusion
11 out of
chain
10
is to
humans don't understand statistics.
That's right. The goal with this fusion chain is I'm trying to make kind of like an all-in-one support demon that's got everything I need for basically the rest of the game. My demon of choice for that is Zi Wangmu, because she has +4 support, starts with Makara Karn, and as quite high level, and I can fuse her in such a way to get everything I need. There, so she has Luster Candy, Makara Karn, Tetra Karn, Energy Drain, she gets Healing Know-How, Life Gain. All that great
really
stuff.
really the only downside with Shuangmu is that she just doesn't have very much HP, but we have life gain on her, so that gives her an extra 100, which is usually enough
for now, yeah.
Yeah.
I will need, eventually I'm going to refuse her with Life Surge and Life Gain for the very late game. But for now, Life Gain is good enough.
Yeah. Zhonghui!
Okay, so now our goal is to use... Oops. Oh. Of course. Skipping a step. So we want to fuse, so we have Seraph, Wangmu, and now we need our final party member, who is going to kind of cover all of the things that those two cannot do, or cannot do effectively. I think we've already spoiled it at some point, but I won't say it again in case you want to guess who it might be while watching me do these fusions.
We're going for 2 very specific demons.
To get that, we'll have to up-fuse through the Fem line and through the Avatar line. We also need a pretty specific set of skills for this demon. Well, I've been putting so much effort into getting all this stuff.
Then I shall perform the fusion. Well then. Now.
Glad to meet you.
Here's one of the specific demons we want. SMT veterans can probably already guess what we're fusing, seeing Rongda.
Then I shall perform the fusion.
Zhonghui.
I was gonna say, what we're fusing is another Zhonghui. Zhonghui! That's the actual answer to the question.
Just need to set everything up for the next set of up fusing. I need to be able to fuse cheap Undinis, so I need 2 Genmas. Demons' price you buy them for in the compendium depends on what skills they have. If fuse them with a lot of kind of decent skills that they wouldn't normally get, then they're going to be a lot more expensive, which is what I did with Ichthonite earlier. But so what I'm going to do is refuse him with just one of his base skills, and then register him to make him really cheap.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather. Then I shall perform the fusion.
This is a pretty roundabout way to end up into in the Avatar line, but it's kind of working with what we got.
Now.
I love that Aitvara or Aravada is just an elephant.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's this Mitama demon that's not actually a Mitama.
They put a lot of demons in this game. They're not all going to make sense.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather.
All I need from this side is healing know-how.
Anubis.
Well then. Now.
Okay, and if you couldn't guess what I was choosing before, this next demon should give it away. Barong.
It's the bestest boy.
I shall perform the fusion.
Barong and Rongda make
Whoa!
the Lord of Dance himself.
Parvati's husband.
Parvati's husband.
Parvati's husband, indeed.
My skills in the way I want. Here's our next party member. Okay, now we just have a couple more things to do. Just set up a source of taunt.
Then I shall perform the fusion.
And a very, very scary, dangerous demon tattooed man.
Then I shall perform
Hey.
the fusion.
Go to Frozen, okay?
Go to Frozen.
Look, if you have a Jack Frost flipping you off tattooed on your back, that's pretty demonic.
It's pretty demonic. And we're also going to fuse one more Aravada, because Aravada learns Life Surge, and that's a good skill.
Elephant!
Like I said, no accident.
Wow, you
Yeah, I'm actually
Yeah.
I'm actually quite surprised.
It's actually lucky.
Who doesn't understand statistics?
I don't.
Evidently, I don't either. This also has the very hilarious fact that we just literally summoned Shiva to beat up Krishna, which is kind of really funny as someone who doesn't know Hinduism at all, but knows that they're both Hindu deities.
They're both important Hindu deities, that's
Yeah.
the extent of my knowledge. I don't know if they would actually be in... I assume they would be in conflict, because I think Krishna is actually supposed to be a good guy in Hinduism. Although, is Shiva a bad guy? I don't know if he necessarily is.
Shiva's
I
not
don't
necessarily
think
a
Shiva-
bad guy, he's just, like, the destroyer, but that doesn't necessarily mean bad.
Oh well, a bit of friendly fire has never stopped anyone in SMT before, so why should it now?
Thank you to everyone in chat that knows Hinduism a lot better than I do. I was gonna say, I think like Vishnu and Shiva are both aspects of Brahman or something, but so this is just a little bit of a teleporter maze here. It's not too bad. The most annoying thing about it is the enemies have a really bad habit of spawning underneath you during this dungeon, which can cause problems, especially for the female sprites or the women sprites, because those can have Dormarth in them. And while Dormarth is a very cute hellhound girl, she also has Maccabim and is not afraid to steal all of your money.
If you want to deal with this a little bit better, hug the walls while running through this area.
Yeah, because even if an enemy spawns like right underneath you, they tend to spawn in the middle of the floor, and so you can still get around them even if they spawn underneath where you would be.
Like that.
Yeah.
All right.
And now we're at the Krishna fight.
Yeah. As long as Hallelujah cooperates, this fight is entirely free.
Nah. If Hallelujah has one hater, I am one of them. So and so. Just kidding. Also, everyone say hi to Memalef. Just chilling in the background there.
Yeah, you get to see Memalef on Sunday for a little bit.
So that was not the correct start. It shouldn't be a big deal.
Well, we won't be fighting Memalef on Sunday, but we'll be seeing Memalef on Sunday. So here what we want Hallelujah to do is to use, I believe it's called Warding Shout.
Yeah.
What that does is it protects you from ailments for the next turn, which that's what Krishna loves doing. He loves spamming ailment skills that also have a debuff attached to them. So ideally we even though we block the ailment, we still get hit by the debuff. But the debuff we can just deal with because we're already using Luster Candy and Warcry anyway, so we don't really care. We just don't want to get hit by the debuff by the elements because those can lock us down pretty bad. Unfortunately,
like
Hallelujah doesn't always do that, and will sometimes use Enduring Cheer instead, which
and Shiva can Warcry myself, which is cool.
Can cause problems with the capital P. And this is why we don't like Hallelujah.
Also why we don't like fighting Krishna either.
Krishna punching Hallelujah in the face, very acceptable. Other the slap it away is supposed to be like you're rejecting it, but it almost like sounds like you're giving him a high five.
It sure does.
So now you have a partner attack, which is really nice.
Yeah, so now this fight is
should
basically
be able to kill him
won
pretty soon.
Because this won't kill, but it'll be very close. Then Shiva can kill next turn.
Yeah.
So that Krishna fight was fine. Just getting hit by ailments once is not really a big deal. It's only bad if he locks down everybody who can use items, which would require hitting 3 separate members, because I have 2 healing know-hows in this party.
Healing know-how's pretty good.
Yeah.
I guess something we never talked about with this run is you'll notice that Shaggy always swaps into auto battle every single whenever he finishes his turn. When you're in auto battle, it skips enemy skill animations and stuff, and so it can make fights a little bit harder to follow, but it makes fights go significantly faster.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't not use it. This game would be so much slower if you did that.
Yeah, there's no like fast skill animation, and animations are quite slow in this game. So now that we've killed Krishna, the divine powers have been defeated, and so the alliance between Lucifer and Merkaba has immediately evaporated. And now the angels are here to retrieve Flynn and kill us. And we're like, no, we want Flynn. Oh, also, Flynn apparently broke out of his own accord and killed Odin somehow.
Yeah, which is really strange, but we don't question it, because, you know, Flynn's just cool and amazing, and so he can obviously do that. I actually choose the option to hand over Flynn to the angels, but the game obviously doesn't let me do that.
Yeah, it's weird that that's the first option when it's like, obviously, like, you wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
But it's weird.
This game has a lot
Because
of...
usually when there's like a joke no option or whatever, or like a be a jerk option, it's the second one, but for that one, it's the first. Shoutouts to Murmur, who's one of my favorite demon designs in the game.
Nice miss.
And he's apparently really dodgy, but I freaking... This design is so cool. Just dude posing on a griffin.
Actually,
Yeah, you may be cool, but you will never be as cool as Murmur. That's the truth.
True. He's also like just a genuinely amazing demon in SMT4, because he drains like 3 different elements or something, and it's part of the final party in the 4 speedrun. And then there's this Abaddon design.
It is the design, that's for sure.
It is an Abaddon design. Of all of the Abaddon designs, it is one of them. It's also very important that we smile charge with Seraph here, because he does drain fire.
He repels fire, but
or
yeah.
repels fire, rather.
Which I've found out the hard way multiple times, because I can never remember things.
Also, gotta love the confidence on the guy screaming, "I won't be destroyed," as he's in the process of being incinerated.
I don't think I need this agility incense, but I shall pick it up. What's just a small one? I thought it was a regular one. Definitely don't need that.
We don't discriminate based on size.
And then there's the scariest enemy in the game, woman riding a camel. Is the demon the camel or the woman?
Maybe they're attached. Nice miss, that's cool.
Thanks, Master Therian, very cool. Both. It's a symbiotic relationship.
Okay, let's throw the football gear back on. We don't have to worry too much about having an elemental weakness anymore, and resist fizz is once again useful.
Quarterback Nanashi, let's go.
And we got a couple more fusions to do, only 4.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadow.
Because we want to get Trifuri if we can. Oops. Trifuri is kind of annoyingly difficult to get in this game, but Kelpie has it. And it just means I won't have to deliberately die if I get into an encounter by mistake, which is kind of useful.
Yeah, at this point in the game, since you have so many defensive options, a lot of health, sometimes it's kind of difficult to die in encounters. Like, surprisingly difficult if your partner keeps healing you.
Yeah. It's
So
also
having access to Trifuri makes it easier to...
Trifuri is also very helpful if one of your demons gets hit with Lost, because you need some way to end encounters, and Dogger Revives don't count in order to find your demon again.
Gather demons. I love the unfortunately you can detect a strong power ahead.
This is a second instance of a gauntlet fight, even though it's a gauntlet technically, but it's not really
The first fight
that
is not
difficult
very
of a
hard.
gauntlet. The
Yeah.
first fight is kind of trivial. The second fight is kind of the actual boss fight.
This fight is completely trivial with Tetrakarn.
Yeah, so now that the Ring of Gaia has been quote-unquote reunified because we killed Maitreya and took down the Ring of Gaia, now they're here to try to sick Toki on Flynn again, but Toki decides that she wants to be our ally instead, and now we have to fight off some members of the Ring of Gaia to prove that we're strong enough to actually get away from them, because the Ring of Gaia respects strength, and so if we can beat them, then they'll respect us enough to just let us go.
Is there a chance they can go first? No, you go first in that fight. There is no
Yeah.
RNG with fixed fights in this game. Either they always go first or you always go first.
Even if they went first, it wouldn't be that big
Are
of a
we
deal
going to
because our whole
reflect
party.
less damage? That doesn't matter. That's so little damage anyway.
Yeah, we don't care about the reflect damage as much as we care about the reflect itself.
And this fight having resist fizz is actually useful because we're not really going to use Tetrakarn here, and he does have multi-hit fizz.
Yeah, so now it's time for us to get revenge on Adremelech for killing us. Oh, and the other people too.
Yeah, way back at the start of the game.
So this is the fire donkey, and so obviously the solution to the fire donkey is to just kill him with even hotter fire.
That's right.
So in reference to what you're talking about with that in 4, there's only a couple specific fights that's the case of in 4, and it's only quest fights. Other than that, you going first or not is scripted in 4 as well.
Yeah, the only instance where that really bothers me is the fights in Tsukiji Ganji,
Yeah.
where they can go first and you just get nuked.
No, Isabeau.
Isabeau just got blown up. And also...
He got exploded. Yeah, so here we take the hit for Asahi because it will trigger a dialogue prompt later where she blocks an attack and heals us. In other routes where MC is your damage dealer here, you can opt to let Asahi take the hit and attack him instead, and MC will get a free smirk, but because MC's literally doing nothing offensive here, we're just, we'll take the hit.
It's kind of interesting that the game gives you like 2 good outcomes basically. Like neither of them are like bad outcomes for you.
Yeah,
You
also later
benefit from both of them.
Yeah, the prompt where Asahi saves you changes into a prompt where you can protect your partner instead here, and that gives you partner meter if you do that, so it's interesting that, like, no matter what, you kind of can get good choices here. Just depending on what you're going for. And yeah, that's Adremelech dead.
And that's another day done, significantly shorter than the last one.
Yeah.
The next day is like the shortest of all. So
Crit IZ over Smile Charge. So we use Critical Eye over Smile Charge on Shiva because Smile Charge, or because Brain. We want Smile Charge on Seraph because we want the Pierce effect on Trisagion. Well as Critical Eye, most things will be either using Berserker God or Akasha Arts without anyway, and we just want the guaranteed hit to then get the... Because the critical from the Berserker God or Akasha Arts will then give us a Smirk to attack on the next turn with a Smirk attack.
There is one pretty substantial downside to Smile Charge in that it costs a lot of MP, and because we want Shiva to be our Warcry user, that also costs a lot of MP, and he's a physical demon, so he doesn't have a huge MP pool to begin with. he couldn't really use Smile Charge effectively anyway. And since
That as well, yeah.
if you're using physical skills or gun skills, Crit Eye is almost as good as Smile Charge, and it's way cheaper. It's also way easier to get. Getting Smile Charge takes a lot of fusions, so if I was gonna do that a second time, it would have to really be worth it.
I'd argue that it might be better, like Frido said, because Crit Eye can trigger getting a smirk, so you can do it like twice in a row.
Yeah.
So you don't waste time in making another Crit Eye. So you just have more. Your turn economy is a bit more efficient as well if you.
Yeah, because you can generate turns off the crit eye attack instead of having to wait every 2 turns to actually attack.
Yeah, if she was your secondary damage dealer, which she is in this case, I would agree with that. If you were still using Shiva far into the late game, like with Akasha arts,
right,
Smile Charge would be better, but that's not what we do. I have to go to here. Okay. So Krishna's destroyed, Flynn is rescued, so Merkaba and Lucifer formally declare an end to the ceasefire. Well, actually, they don't do that here. They
don't do that quite yet.
No, they don't.
But here the Hunters are talking about how they're going to rebel, because we've technically been under Lucifer's control this entire time. But at this point, now that Flynn's back, the Hunters are kind of announcing their plans to have Tokyo break away from Lucifer. Meanwhile, the samurai are being recalled back to Mikado for some reason, which we suspect is because the samurai or because Merkaba's preparing to break the ceasefire and attack Tokyo.
Activating transport complete.
So actually, the quest we're going to receive next when we go talk to the bosses is they're going to tell us we have to infiltrate Mikado and figure out the Angels' plans. Of course, we have to walk all the way to the Hunter base in order to receive those orders. Because...
Yeah.
Despite being to Kazumi Kaseki multiple times, we don't get access to the terminal until after this section.
Yeah, we technically get access to the terminal as soon as we beat Maitreya, but there's no good time for us to come back here to tag it.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Since after Maitreya, we'd rather go back to Ikebukuro because it's a much further walk than Kasumigaseki is.
Alright. And our plan in order to infiltrate Mikado is we need to disguise ourselves as samurai. So the Hunters have whipped up some fake gauntlets, which are the demon summoning devices samurais use. We do realize a bit of an issue, though, in that in order to be a samurai, you have to be 18 years old, and most of us are not 18 and don't even look close to that old. So we decide, we're going to get some disguises, which are, some makeup and a fake mustache.
Probably his mustache, though, is great. It's so good. Oh, a reminder to play the dialogue.
Ah, yes.
But we are still confident that these disguises will get us through because the angels aren't, that smart. We hope. Meanwhile, Nanashi, literally just throws on, the top portion of a hunter outfit, or of a samurai outfit, and calls it good.
Yeah, it's good enough.
Yeah, it's fine. Ignore the fact that we're still rather short, and we're still wearing our, normal pants, but it's fine.
I wouldn't call that normal with the way Nanashi is wearing them. That's the Dazai thing from SMT5.
Yeah. Yeah, so we get through no problem. We're good.
Hold up.
Uh-oh, Asahi's in trouble.
Yes? Dost thou, wish to speaketh with me?
You are wearing makeup. Makeup is a corruption invented by fallen angels. You also look dreadful. Like a tarted up clown. He's back on it. Hurry along, you're holding up the line.
They had a lot of fun with the localization of this game.
Hey, what are you laughing at?
Tarted up clown? I can't believe you got fashion advice from an angel.
Stupid angel.
Oh, immediately run into an enemy.
Hi, Lorelei.
You have more health than I thought.
Dog duck.
Power demonstrating his ability to kill people in multiple different ways. Yeah, so for those who are just joining us, thanks to the app Fusion Booster X, which we purchased after buying the first 7 Fusion Boosters and investing another 200 app points, we gained access to the ability to remove the fusion cap in this game. So we have access to level 90 plus demons as a result of this, and like 30-something minutes of fusing.
Yeah, it's a lot of investment to get all a party set up like this, but it makes APOC difficulty actually manageable. Not quite go mode for the rest of the run. We are gonna need to do some more setup for the final dungeon, because this party is not strong enough to beat Yahweh.
I mean, from here on out, the biggest fusion chains we do are like 6 fusions, so we do a couple of those, but nothing like charm grinding or nothing like doing 50 fusions in one go anymore. So
yeah,
not quite ready for the rest of the game, but almost. Just a couple tweaks are needed.
At this point, all the fusions we're doing are just getting demons who will learn skills that we need for the late game, and then we will fuse our final party after Cosmic Egg. So we just picked up a ring there that gives me 76 bonus MP, as well as makes me null dark. It's kind of good.
In this timeline, the samurai from SMT 4 didn't find Hope's ring apparently, and it's still sitting there. For some reason.
Maybe they just put it back.
Hey, I imagine they probably
maybe.
put it back every year as like the trial thing.
Probably.
All right, and we're out of Tokyo into Mikado. This area doesn't actually have a map of any kind. You kind of just are able to move wherever you want on a menu.
Yeah, there's a couple places we have to visit here. We have to go to the monastery so that we can, like, retrieve their data. We also discovered this broken gauntlet that somehow we're able to activate, and the monk there seems pretty appalled that we did that. We also have to visit the luxury and the casualty residence just to see how, like, the different citizens are doing in Mikado.
Yeah, we just gotta get a tour of this area, just for lore reasons, so we understand the city. And then
after we visit those... Oh.
I was just gonna say, all samurai get called to an emergency meeting. I think I've saved in a while, I'm gonna do it. Just in case.
Yeah, so this coming up is another gauntlet fight, and at least in Conflict, I'm not sure how it is here, this fight can be a little bit obnoxious.
This fight is completely free.
Okay, cool.
I've just saved because I hadn't in a while, in case I make a mistake.
Yeah. You don't really...
Yeah!
Like, Tetrakarn makes this fight pretty safe, and you're not relying on Floral Gust RNG, so...
No, literally here, as long as you follow the script, both this fight and the Azrael fight are free wins.
Sweet.
Nothing can go wrong.
This marathon run's doing a great job selling me on this run as if I wasn't already sold on it.
Well, as long as you get through the early game.
Yeah, except for the early game, but like...
I mean, the early game
kind of comes with the territory.
It also sucks on Conflict, maybe even more, to be honest.
Yeah, early game in Conflict is awful too, so that's not much of a deterrent. So yeah, we got captured because our very obvious disguises were in fact fairly obvious. But it's okay, because even though all of our stuff was stolen, we have the dog done, so we're able to break out of the confinement.
So these fights here are not that hard as long as you just Tetrakarn correctly, and then can one-shot the second one.
Boop.
I guess you don't quite one-shot it, because we'll hit it with Shiva as well.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah.
Taunt is
Regardless, it is not long for this world.
Yeah. You know, Seraph's damage is pretty good.
Yeah, pretty okay. Yeah, Taunt in this game, I don't know if we've talked about it, is 2 stacks of Racunda, so 2 defensive debuffs, while also giving the enemy 2 physical attack buffs, 2 Tarakajas.
Isn't it also magic attack in this game?
I don't think so.
Magic, I believe.
I'm pretty sure it is both.
It might be.
Sure it's both.
I can I can check that. Either way, it buffs them, but when we're immune to damage because of Karns, that part doesn't really matter anyway. The big thing is it's 2 Racundas for the price of 1. According to this, Taunt is just 2 Tarakajas.
Really? Okay. Could have sworn it was magic attack too, but...
Yeah, after this fight, it'll be easier to make Seraph, because we'll have Azrael smile. Oh yeah, also, apparently Hallelujah is half demon.
Yeah, nobody cares about that plot point. So this first turn, I don't have to use a Karn because he will always use either Makar Karn or Tetra Karn and then hit Hallelujah twice, and Hallelujah never dies to that. But now I start using Makar Karn. He resists Fizz, which is why I'm not bothering to attack with Shiva.
Yeah, the way this fight is supposed to work once he spends the one turn fighting Hallelujah is that he alternates his turns between using Tetrakarn or using Makarakarn. We kill him anyway before he can really do any of that anyway, but just as a fun fact for those who aren't one-shotting the bosses.
All right.
Yeah, Hallelujah's like, yeah, sorry I didn't tell you. I thought you all would think that I was a freak because of this. And we're like, dude, I'm literally a walking zombie possessed by an ancient god. Nozomi is whatever the heck is going on with Nozomi. And we're being followed by a tiny green ghost.
Don't worry about it, bro.
This is hardly the strangest thing going on in this party.
Well then. Now.
Okay. Now I'm just fusing a throne so it can, with all the skills that I want for my final party.
Yeah, this is just so we can set up for another White Winged Angel with the As Life Surge and Mana Gain and such on it.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we'll be fusing another Aravata so we can get another Life Surge going.
I will need 2 sources of Life Surge for the late game.
Our Ella friend to the Ella end.
Alright, we try to escape via the terminal, and we can't, because we're not registered properly with it. So Gaston
They
saves
flagged
us.
ours, I believe.
Yeah, something like that. But Gaston saves us and teleports us away.
Right.
Well, that was a long day.
Yeah, that is literally all of day 5 done. We just turn this quest in, and then we're gonna do some shopping, and then we're done with the day.
Yep.
Like, the day 2 is like, takes like 2 hours to complete, and it's like 15 minutes, so definitely not created equal. You just go to Mikado and do that one fight and you're done. That's in the entire day. I mean, which kind of makes sense. It implies that taking a trip to Mikado takes a long time, and if there's like time shenanigans and whatever, then time goes faster.
Well, the time shenanigans are supposed to be over when the hole opens up, though.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but we are like knocked out for a period of time.
Right.
Yeah, Shisha broke the time loop or whatever, broke the time thing. Hey, we got a knife. I don't know how a new knife counts as a relic, but...
Yeah, don't worry about it. So now I'm just gonna sell, like, the valuable stuff that I don't need. Like, don't need attack or magic mirrors when I have those skills. Need 4 summon stones.
Yeah, item limits in this game are fairly strict. For certain items like summon stones, you can only carry 5. Beads of life, you can only have 2. Which is funny because beads of life are kind of bad. So, like, selling excess when we know we're going to be getting plenty more of them before we'll actually need to use them as items is a nice way to get some money.
I'm gonna buy the armor that I will use for the rest of the game, which costs 160k. The blue... I don't even know how to say this. Jinobori, something like that.
Jinobari?
Jinobari. So now that it's our endgame armor, we can use our armor booster kits on it. So that's 120 extra HP I just dumped onto it, plus the actual bonus from the armor itself. So we just got a pretty substantial HP boost, all of which stacks with the life gain we already have. So we have quite a bit more survivability now.
And thanks to Skill Swap, we'll, because people may be confused that are familiar with the game or with older routes of the game, might be confused why we aren't going for something with Resist Fizz. But thanks to the magic of Skill Swap, MC will have Drain Fizz on him in a little bit, so...
Yeah, we won't need Resist Fizz for the late game.
So this day is also fairly short. It's just one dungeon.
A long dungeon.
There's a lot of fights, though.
Yeah, we are now approaching the last 3 dungeons of the game.
Yeah, so now is when the ceasefire gets officially ended. And everybody converges towards Camp Ichigaya and the Yamato Perpetual Reactor. Merkaba's intent is to use it to effectively blow up the entirety of Tokyo. I forget what Lucifer wants to do. Something bad.
He wants to use it to open a portal to the Expanse to fill the world with demons.
Right. So we want neither of those 2 things to happen, so we're gonna go there and try to stop them.
And at this point, the game is like, hey, just so you know, Chaos and Law are pretty cringe. You shouldn't side with either of those factions, or you'll get a bad ending. Wink, wink. Because you do have the option to side with either Lucifer or Merkaba, and doing so gives you a bad ending.
I think in earlier dialogue, or is it later, that Steven says that if you want to walk the path of neutrality, just follow him or something. But this game doesn't even have a neutral ending, so...
Well, both of the endings are both of the main endings are like technically neutral. It's just like neutral good versus neutral evil,
well,
or neutral light versus neutral dark. I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
Shiva has Victory Cry now, so all of his MP gets restored after every fight, so I try to use him more for all these smaller fights. Alright, Isabeau joins us. We're not going to put her in the party quite yet. I want to have Hallelujah in my party for one more fight, just because he does more damage than Isabeau. But after that, I'm switching to Isabeau and actually using her healing.
Yeah, now that Hallelujah had like that scene where he revealed his like half demon form, now he actually has access to actual offensive abilities. So he has access to the true of each element, which is basically just he has severe damage for each element now.
Which isn't half bad damage.
Yeah.
Especially if something's weak to ice or, I can't even remember what the other one he has.
He has all 4.
He's all 4? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thought he only had
And then
2.
he gets I think he gets Megadolion a little bit later.
I'm pretty sure he starts with it, because he uses it in the cutscene,
Right.
Azrael.
Right, and then his awakened power just gives him pierce to all of his stuff anyway, so. Yeah, the half demon form would have been pretty useful versus the Motons, but you know, when no one else could summon their demons, that would have been pretty helpful. But
Quite helpful, but why would he do? Oh my god, that wasn't fair.
okay, I thought he
have-
got all 4 eventually, but
I have Periphery, I don't know what I'm doing.
oh. Yeah, eventually you do get access to Trifuri, which lets you just escape from battles, but that can be a bit of a weird adjustment when you're used to either just like dodge Trifuring or reloading away from every encounter.
Yeah, in this case, save loading is still faster to dodge encounters than using Periphery, so I will still do that, but if I get caught, I have a way to get away that isn't just dying.
Yeah, the time investment for like swapping the Trifuri demon into your party and then like passing to them, and then the Trifuri animation being kind of long in this game makes it so that it's still faster to save load.
Nice.
Alright, now we have to raid, I think this is Lucifer's castle or something like that.
Yeah.
Pieces of it.
Yeah, basically we're doing two SMT4 dungeons kind of mashed together. We're doing the Campeche Gaia dungeon with intermixed parts of Lucifer's palace throughout. Thankfully, the game doesn't make us redo Purgatorium, because that would be annoying.
It's bad enough that we have to do Kazumi Gaseki again, not Campeche
Campeche
Gaia
Gaia.
again after doing it 3 times in regular SMT4.
Yeah.
I really like that
That's
dungeon.
That's not the right way. This is the right way.
I hope to find someone who loves me as much as the SMT4 developers loved Campeche Gaia. That's true dedication right there.
Alright, so this guy can be completely cheesed by the combination of Imposing Stance and Makarakarn. The way he works is, his first turn he will always cast Will of Flame, which makes fire skills pierce, and then he will use fire skills. If you use Imposing Stance, that removes his Will of Flame cast, and so then he will just hit into Makarakarn every time. Although in this case I have a partner attack, so I don't have to do it this turn.
Yes. Yeah, Campeche Gaia and SMT4 you technically visit 4 times, if you count having to leave after Lucifer's Castle. And then a 5th time here.
You should thank me.
can see Hallelujah chunks for like 450 in this fight, which is actually pretty good. And he punched himself to death.
No. Nice.
Something very important to note as we're leaving this area is that there's almost always an enemy that spawns directly on top of the beam of light here. It's really rude. So you'll see Shaggy like kind of walk around it, which might seem weird, but the enemy is kind of invisible.
Yeah, it's really hard to see.
It's like right there. If Shaggy would have just ran in a straight line, he would have crashed into it before actually getting to the warp. And that time it was one of the enemy types that's easier to see because it was a little bit longer, but some of the, if it spawns like a man sprite or something, it's like kind of hard to actually tell that there's an enemy there.
Now we get a kind of dumb cutscene where Ring of Gaia and is going at it with the Ashurakai, and Hallelujah steps in and is like breaks up the fight. Okay, here's another horde fight. There's two hordes this time. The first one is pretty trivial to deal with. The second one is a bit annoying because it resists physical, and so I can't use my multi-target Hades Blast effectively. Thankfully, Seraph is good.
Also, shoutouts to Halphus. Very dapper lad. Also, for some reason, has like +4 support affinity or something ridiculous like that. But sadly, way too early a game demon to be super useful.
Yeah, he's the only demon with +5, I'm pretty sure.
Or, oh yeah, he has +5, that's what it is, yeah. Just randomly has the highest support affinity in the game despite being like level 20.
Alright, so 3 Luster Candies and 1 Taunt makes Seraph just barely able to one-shot this horde, which is nice.
There, Xiwangmu learned the doping ability, which just increases your party's max HP by a little bit, which is pretty useful when you take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to be using it immediately or not, but it's definitely very useful later on.
Yeah, we don't use it... I can choose to use it on Lucifer, but I don't really need it there. The first place I actually use it is Odin.
Yeah, unfortunately, we leave the hunters there because if you pick the option to actually help them, then it takes you out of the dungeon.
Yeah,
There's another option to just wait for them to wake up and they give you an Amrita shower, but it still is a longer cutscene than just leaving them.
Yeah, an Amrita shower is useless at this point.
Yeah.
Welcome to the caravan. Now,
So coming up here, we have a fight that's like one of the absolute worst fights in the game in Conflict, but here it's fine.
It's pretty trivial here, because
Yeah.
you just have the defense to deal with it.
Yeah, Lucifuge, the next boss, happens to repel force, so Conflict Root is very sad at this fight. Here we're just going to be fusing our Aravata into a Suiki, just because that's better material for what we're wanting to do with it.
It's because Suiki learns Mana Surge.
Oh, there you go. See, like I said, it's better material.
Yeah, the 3 skills I'm kind of going for with this is Life Surge, Mana Surge, and Enduring Soul. Those are the 3 things I want to put on my final Ziwangmu. Alright, yeah, this fight is
just
kind of just get your max buffs up and then just pummel him down.
Yeah. His whole thing is he likes using a combination of gun skills and force skills, and then eventually when he gets low enough uses Makarakarn, but we don't really care about that because we're using Fizz and Piercing Magic, which just goes through Makarakarn. In most SMT games prior to this one, Reflects still blocked Pierce, but in this game they decided to change that, so in this game, Pierce skills go through Reflect, so we just literally do not care if he does Makarakarn or anything that he does, because we can deal with it.
Yeah,
he's a very menacing sprite where he opens and closes that book repeatedly. Goodbye, Lucifuge.
It's a pretty darn
That's
easy
very
fight.
therapeutic to watch. This warp, thankfully, does not have an enemy that spawns inside of it.
Welcome. Peek.
Yeah, so this game has certain apps you can buy with your app points called fusion boosters that increase the level cap at which you can fuse demons, and at the end of the fusion booster line is fusion booster X, which completely removes the fusion level cap. It's extremely expensive, and in a casual playthrough you probably will not use it, at least not use it effectively. But in a speedrun with a super meticulously pre-planned fusion route, you can make quite effective use of it.
Yeah. The other thing is that in order to use Fusion Booster X, since Booster X requires 200 points just to purchase it, which is 20 levels worth of experience, or 20 levels worth of app points, you're sacrificing a lot of apps that you, especially casually, would really want to have.
Yeah, like
such as skill slots, the ability to heal on level up, etc.
Yeah.
Discounts to your compendium.
Also, actually taking advantage of Fusion Booster X takes a lot of Maka to buy everything from the compendium that you need. So if you don't very specifically know what you're doing, you're just gonna throw away all of your money trying to make good stuff.
So yeah, like, it's one of those things, it's like, in the context of the speedrun, it's very absurdly broken, but casually, it's not really something that would be taken as advantage of, unless it's like on a replay or a case where you already know what you're doing.
Okay, the next boss fight here is we're gonna have to fight Hallelujah's dad. This fight can be kind of annoying because he has a skill called True Xandine, which has a 10% chance of inflicting lost, which is more than double the chance of normal force skills. So that'll be really cool if he hits someone important with it.
Yeah. Especially because this is the last fight before another really rough gauntlet fight, so having to go find our demons after this would be really annoying.
Yeah, thankfully, we do have Trickery at this point, so finding demons is not as big of a deal. But it still sucks.
Yeah.
First turn, he always buffs himself up, so I throw a taunt on him, so his buffs don't really matter too much, and then I'm gonna Dekaja Stone that away.
Yeah, Hallelujah as a partner, unfortunately, is just not very good. Like, he's fine for a couple of fights, but we would just much rather have Isabeau or Navarre as our partner at all times.
Yeah.
And Navarre doesn't have as much value since we have Luster Candy, so Isabeau is just the way to go because Mediorama's really good.
Yeah, your partner healing is kind of the best thing they can do at this point. Isabeau has the best healing.
Yeah, once Asahi gets her awakened power in a little bit, then she'll become our de facto partner. But that's not for another while. A little unfortunate that we're not going to be able to hold this partner attack, but
yeah, I don't care too much about a partner attack on Merkaba. I'm more scared of Lucifer than Merkaba, because Lucifer has ailments and other garbage, like returning your demons to your stock.
You should thank me.
Yeah, if you get full buffs up, Seraph does some pretty absurd damage.
And so here we finally have the app points to buy level recovery, which is right on time considering we have two really big fights back to back.
Yeah, it's kind of really nice how this worked out, because both Seraph and Shiva level up off Merkaba, and I can get level recovery. I guess, since I hold on to Victory Cry now, Shiva's level up doesn't really matter, but still.
Yeah, and Victory Cry will be going bye-bye pretty soon, right? Or did you already get rid of it?
I still have it. It'll stick around until Apsu, I think. I can't remember where I get rid of it.
Because that's what you get Drain Fizz over, right?
I used to do that. I don't do that anymore. I get high fist play room over it. I realized that I don't actually use Hades Blast between here and when I was getting rid of it, so like, why not just get rid of it here?
That makes sense, yeah. I thought he had missed for a second because I didn't hear the...
Fairly sure that can't miss, or at least I haven't had it miss, as long as you just launch it from where you drop in. Actually, remember to buy level recovery. Don't buy the wrong one. Don't buy MP recovery.
Welcome.
Yeah, MP recovery is basically just the equivalent of Chakra Walk. It's just in the form of a app instead of a accessory or passive skill.
Yeah. It's not very good.
Yeah, no. Casually, it can be a little bit nice with how bad the MP strain is in this game, but there's just better things to spend your app points on.
You'd always want to get it in addition to level recovery, you wouldn't replace level recovery with that.
For sure.
Because bosses just give a lot of experience in this game, so you're, like, leveling up a lot. Alright, and here's where the main big battle is taking place.
The Yamato Perpetual Reactor.
So, here we need to deal with both Merkaba and Lucifer back-to-back. Starting with Merkaba. These fights are not too bad. They have some annoying stuff, like Merkaba has a skill that can just instant kill one of your demons, although as long as you keep imposing stance up, he generally can't use it.
Yeah.
Lucifer can do some more annoying stuff like ailments, and he can just return your demons to your stock, which you can't just block with imposing stance.
Yeah, thankfully with I think both Kingly One and which is the stock ability and Hexagram, which is the insta kill, they tend to prioritize using it on their first turn. So imposing stance makes it so they're a lot less likely to use it.
Yeah. If you stick to +2, -2, I find they're less likely to use Dakunda, so I'll try to hang out on that. He doesn't with the buffs.
Yeah, at least how they work in SMT4 is that Merkaba likes to use Dakaja while Lucifer likes to use Dakunda, but it could be in this game that they both can do either.
Ow.
Yeah. Riot Gun hurts. Saying that was Riot Gun.
Probably, yeah.
Because, yeah, you block wind, right? So that wouldn't have been Deadly Wind.
This has an objectively correct answer. After that dialogue, it's important to use imposing stance every turn to try to avoid Hexagram.
Yeah, I think it's after the next dialogue, but either way, stancing is still good.
Since Wangwu won't level up here, I'll try to get her some life drains in. Although she probably won't need that extra MP, but might as well. Hopefully this plus Shiva's attack can kill.
Yeah, this at least triggers the Hunter cutscene.
If you choose Stop the Citizens, we'll debuff his defense. These are live runs. Not quite kill. This might kill, though. Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Alright, that's one of 2 bosses. Rain Fizz or Hades Blast. Salvation over Repel Elect. Salvation is a really terrible skill in this game, but it does at least provide a full heal. It's basically just Meteorohon, but way more expensive. Because in order to get the ailment removal effect, you need to be smirking, which you basically never get the opportunity to use.
Yeah, especially because it's like, oh yeah, you have to be smirking for an ailment removal, but you can't smirk when you have ailments up. And most of the time, your main healer demon isn't going to be attacking and generating smirks very much.
Yeah.
And using Smile Charge to get an ailment heal feels really silly when Mepatra exists.
Yeah.
It's just like, everything about Salvation is just very aggravatingly bad.
I've had it come in clutch exactly once in a practice run on this fight where he confused everybody but Seraph, and I already happened to have Smile Charge up.
Mm.
So that could theoretically happen.
No.
Nice.
Yeah, I guess to explain the arm tumor thing, in SMT 4, that's kind of revealed to be where Walter is being stored, sort of. Quote, stored. I don't know, the Lucifer design in this game is very
It's something
interesting.
else.
It's truly something.
Alright, now I have a partner attack. Actually, I think a partner attack and this scene actually cancel each other out. Kind of
I don't
annoying.
believe so, because they're 2 different scenes. Or because the partner attack is this turn, the scene is
Will be next
turn.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
because it's
believe
always
you.
the next turn. The issue is, though, that if you trigger his final dialogue, then it does cancel the him
Is
losing
that
a
how
turn.
it works? Okay.
Yeah.
Which might happen next turn.
Yeah, you do so much damage that I wouldn't be surprised if your next Seraph attack just triggered his final dialogue.
Leave it to me! You're in good hands! You're a pain, you know that?
Or even just that.
I think that one's still fine. I think
Oh,
it's the one where he like powers up.
Alright, well, I'm definitely going to do it here.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to trigger the dialogue.
Here I go.
Yeah, that's kind of what I expected him to do. It's sort of annoying.
Bye, Seraph.
Shouldn't have bothered passing there. Didn't make much sense. Whatever. We'll be fine.
Rude.
Really?
Really? Well, good thing we
actually
bought
just
that mountain
dumb.
of Mapatra stones.
Yeah. Hey, and I'm fucking debuffed anyway.
All right, Seraph, round 3, let's go.
There we go.
Yay, he didn't stalk Seraph again.
Roy! That didn't kill him. Bullshit.
Lucifer is existing to
Oh,
troll
come
us.
on.
Oh, come on now. I would have laughed really hard if Isabeau had killed him there.
Nice raw crit. That still didn't kill him. I don't even have enough MP to fucking...
Oh. Whoops.
Guff fight.
Oop. But we did it. We beat Lucifer and Merkaba. And we have allowed our horse to turn into a woman on a horse.
Yeah, our horse grew a woman. Alright, so the game's over. We won. We beat everybody. We beat the Divine Powers. We beat Lucifer and Merkaba. All's good. You can go home and watch the credits.
Yeah, just ignore how much time is left on the estimate.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
I gotta head out a bit early.
That's alright. Thanks for
All
your
right,
help.
no worries.
Good luck with the rest of the run.
See you around, bud.
Yeah, take care, John. Thanks for hanging out. But yeah, now that we have won, we're gonna have a big party to celebrate us winning. And Flynn's gonna be there, and we're gonna be there. It's gonna be a great time. Everything will be all happy and cheerful and stuff.
Nothing could possibly go wrong.
So definitely just ignore the fact that we're doing fusions for some reason.
Yeah, we don't need these. This is just for fun.
Yeah, we have the extra money, might as well.
And we just have so much love for our boy Zongqui. Don't do that fusion. Do this one. Need one more source of draconic reaction.
And then you know what? Berserker is a really cool demon. Let's just fuse him, because why not?
Yeah.
Then I shall perform the fusion.
Look how cool Berserker is. Very worth just randomly fusing.
Also going to... This is just personal preference, of course, but swap these so concentrate's at the bottom.
Oh, all jokes aside, though, slight jump scare warning in like the next minute for those who are sensitive to such things.
Those who are not sensitive to such things should stare very closely at their screens and turn their volume up to max.
Don't you hate it when you're at a party and everyone just literally dies?
Jump scare's over, by the way, for anyone who actually wasn't
you're
looking.
So yeah, Sheisha revived again, and he was actually Flynn this whole time. Well, not like the whole time, but like since we rescued him. There was a couple hints about that because Flynn was doing weird smiles, and both Lucifer and Merkaba were like making fun of him and stuff.
How could this happen?
Oh, and then Sheisha just ate Asahi.
Rip.
Well, he was trying to eat us, but then Asahi got in the way.
Alright, I'm taking another bathroom break here quick.
Oh yeah, this is like you can kind of take a break here if you're quick or put something on your controller or on your button. So yeah, and then Sheisha Flynn turns into an egg, as one does. Egg. Oh, and surprise, we didn't actually kill Krishna, and Odin's actually alive! That's wild.
Alright, back.
Welcome back.
Now, because this game is cool and likes to waste my time, it forces me to walk back down here to finish the cutscene rather than just, you know, finishing the cutscene.
Yeah, so here they're like, yeah, that one gauntlet thing you found belonged to our old friend Akira. And we're like, oh, interesting. That's weird that it worked for us or something. Like, yeah, you totally remind us of him. We're definitely not foreshadowing something. But we get our mission to infiltrate the Cosmic Egg to try to rescue Flynn and defeat the Divine Powers once and for all.
So the Cosmic Egg is the thing that the Divine Powers are actually going to use to create their new universe. They basically just have to get a ton of human souls in there and then cause it to hatch, which will destroy the old universe and remake it anew.
Yeah, and there's something about killing God in there, too.
Oh yeah,
something.
they have to also kill God, but they surely can deal with that. And
yeah, they have a plan for that. And Flynn is their plan, specifically. So yeah, we have this quick little fight here with Pales and Fafnir. The Pales just gets blown up immediately, and then this Fafnir doesn't go down much slower either. As it turns out, Seraph is really strong, so
just a little strong. He does repel Fizz though, so Shiva can't help, but not like that matters.
Yeah. And so here we defeat those demons, and then the other demons that were with them are like, well, it doesn't matter, we're not letting you get to the egg. But then as it turns out, all of the humans in Tokyo and the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado have decided to team up to work together against the Divine Powers. This whole thing about like the unifying power of humanity and how together humanity can accomplish anything.
How wonderful. And now I'm going to go down here to grab a Great Chakra, because we do need quite a bit of MP recovery items for the late game, and it's a good one like Great Chakra, I can't pass that up.
Yeah, well, Beads of Life are absolutely terrible in this game. Great Chakras are still very, very good.
They're 150 MP to everybody, which, I mean, that's more MP than any other item.
Yeah. Well, Beads of Life are like 300 HP and like 100 MP.
Yeah, they give less than Great Chakras for some reason.
Yeah, which I don't understand why, like, you can only carry 2 of them. Like, they might as well just have it be a full heal or something. There we purchased Skill Smoother 1, which just decreases the cost of all spells by 1.
For demons, it doesn't work for Nanashi,
yeah.
But that's the most important thing, because one of the advantages about having a tiny MP pool is that means these crappy fixed MP healing items actually heal you for a lot. Whereas if you've got like 500 MP, like some of my late game demons do, Great Chakras don't seem like they do much.
Yeah. And here's a funny fact: even though it should only be for demons, and this isn't something that comes up in this route at all, skill smoothers actually work on the samurai party / on the Flynn Satan party.
I somehow never noticed that. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Walter gets to cast Debilitate for 96 MP instead of 100. So, this is the Odin fight. Now we're actually going to be fighting him for realsies.
Yeah, and I want to get my defensive buffs up early, because he actually kind of hurts. He can pierce with multiple different things. So I just need defense. So max out buffs and then start hitting him.
Yeah, he has that Will of Thunder combo that he showcased in the fake fight with him earlier. He also has Gungnir, which is a physical attack to one target that pierces. So he can just output a lot of damage, and there's several points in this fight where he's scripted to just gain buffs for free. So just getting our defenses up as high as we can is very, very valuable here.
And the one thing you really don't want to see him do is Dekaja you. Has not done yet.
Yeah, I believe if you imposing stance him, it prevents that from happening, but...
Does that always prevent it? Okay, then I should keep imposing stance up as much as possible.
I believe with how this game works, if an enemy is going to use a debuff removal skill, they will always use it on their first turn, with the exception of Yahweh. So this fight has some amount of HP gating with it. You'll see there's a bunch of dialogue prompts here that are happening in the fight. The big one is that there's one final, like, big prompt that's supposed to be a morality choice that the game wants you to for sure get, and so you actually can't kill Odin until that prompt shows up.
Right, which doesn't matter too much for me, because I'm not likely to overkill him, but I know in the conflict route, if you get really good Floral Gust RNG, it could definitely be a problem.
Yeah. Because I believe you'll get the prompt here. Yeah. So here you're given the choice to get half of a partner gauge or to get a full buff to Nanashi while your partner gauge being drained fully. With like a swing tier alignment one way or the other, depending on what you take. Obviously, we want the partner gauge because MC is not doing any attacking, so that doesn't matter for us.
Yeah. Ideally, I don't think I can. I don't think this will kill. Oh, it did. Okay, that's actually quite nice. I should have let that play. I'd forgotten about it. Oh well.
Yeah, going through this dungeon, this next dungeon is going to be a lot of bosses in very close sequence. So the more we can do to kind of preserve our MP, the better. There is a couple of heal points that we can take throughout the dungeon, but most of them are pretty slow to go out of the way for.
I have this mostly routed out. Like, I should have enough MP to beat Ball, especially with a partner attack up. And then there's a heal point after that, and then you just use a few chakra pots between Apsu and Seth. Then after Inanna, there's another heal spot. I'll probably head back to heal before either Dogda or Vishnu Flynn, just so I can save some MP healing for Yahweh.
You get a full heal after Vishnu Flynn.
No, before, after Vishnu Flynn? Yeah,
because Vishnu Flynn ends the day.
Yeah, I know, but, like, I'm gonna need healing before that.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said, or I misheard you. I thought you said after Dogda or after Vishnu Flynn. So you said after Dogda or before Vishnu Flynn, sorry.
I should have said before Dogda or before Vishnu Flynn. That's what I meant to say.
That might have been what you said, and I just completely misheard you. But yeah, that's...
Yeah, and this cutscene's really cringe with, you know what, I'm not going to talk about it.
It's the worst cutscene in the game, we'll just say that. Oh yeah, also Toki turned into a Nana during that, so, we don't have Toki for this dungeon. Oh, also a barrier got put up, so if you die in the egg, you actually, like, straight up game over.
Yeah, so I'm gonna save a bit more frequently. You're pretty darn safe here. Enemies generally won't kill you, but I'm sure it can happen.
Yeah, you also get this fun, like, screen burning effect while you're running through this dungeon because of said barrier.
Yeah, it's somewhat painful on the eyes. That's gonna catch me.
Another fun little detail is if you use the Cathedral of Shadows when you're in here, there's like a weird like red siren effect going on. I'm like fairly certain it doesn't actually impact anything. For a while, I think Pink Pajamas thought it actually raised your accident rate, but I don't think that's the case.
I've never noticed any. Well, I guess you don't do that many fusions in here.
Yeah, Conflict we did our big Shiwangmu and Maya fusions in here, so...
Oh, so it would have actually mattered a lot?
Yeah.
Get a bait and switch there. We think we're going to fight Bubs, and instead we're fighting Ball.
Yeah, the whole like gimmick with this area is that this is just a series of Mesopotamian gods that all like predated Yahweh that are kind of regaining their powers in the cosmic egg. Language hallelujah.
Did I just waste a bullet?
Oh, yeah, he has Retaliate, but Shiva has Drain Fizz, so it doesn't matter.
So here's a fun glitch that you can try out with this game on your copy of this or SMT4. If you auto battle into an enemy that has Retaliate, then cancel your auto battle. When the Retaliate procs, the character that auto battled will get a second turn. It has 0 value and is actually, if anything, a bad thing, but it is kind of amusing to see. As to why the glitch works that way, I couldn't tell you, but it's something that's come up a couple of times.
Yeah, you can do it by mistake, and it's pretty annoying.
Yeah, because a lot of the time in SMT4, if you're wanting to pass turns quickly, you'll just like auto battle because that's about the same amount of time as passing. But if it procs a retaliate, then it's not a good thing.
You'd never do that in this run because your miss chance is really high, but
right.
Yeah, in lower difficulties, it's a thing.
You theoretically could spam attack with Shiva to abuse that, but it wouldn't, like, basic attack isn't particularly strong, so...
Yeah, and it's not like it would let you take infinite turns. Your turn would still end when you run out of press turns.
Yeah, it still uses the turn, it just makes the character that acts act twice instead of going to the next person.
Using imposing stance is kind of important here because he can remove all of your buffs and debuffs if you give him his first press turn.
Yeah, he has Silent Prayer, and he really likes using it.
Yeah.
Nanashi really rolling in the strength for when he actually has any skill that will use his strength stat.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how the stat build ends up working in this game, because there's no defensive stat. So, like, at this point, when Nanashi isn't doing anything, there's literally nothing of value to give him. Giving him agility would make no sense, because then you'd force him into the front of the turn order, which you don't want. So you kind of keep him at, like, as much agility as you can get without having him interrupt your turn order, just so he has a little bit of dodge chance.
Yeah. It's basically what Nanashi is doing as well. He's not doing anything during his turns. Is he just has like a set of like dumbbells off to the side, and he's doing
just
like curls
working
and
out.
stuff. Yeah. He's like, no, don't worry, you guys got this, and one.
So this dungeon is really long.
Yeah. We have 2 dungeons left in the game, and there's like 2 hours left in the run. So,
yeah.
But this dungeon's really cool. This would be an amazing final dungeon, and it's a shame that it is not the final dungeon, because the actual final dungeon in this game is really bad.
It's like, of all the Mega 10 games I've personally played, the final dungeon in this game is the worst dungeon, period, in all of them.
Yeah. No doubt, like no question about it for me. It's absolutely the worst final dungeon in the series from the ones I've played.
I don't even distinguish it by final dungeon. Like, it's the worst dungeon in general.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Which is a shame, because the final 2 boss fights are really good in this game.
Oh, yeah.
So,
final boss in this game is probably one of, if not the best final boss in the series. It's just the dungeon preceding him is terrible. I think that's the final armor boost kit we'll be getting.
No, I pick up one more in Yahweh's universe.
Oh, you get the Yahweh-verse one, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it just gets us to like 950 HP by the end, which...
Oh.
It's potentially possible to tank a concentrated Megiddo arc with that, if you have enough buffs. If
right.
Satan lets you have buffs.
Yeah. But this dungeon's actually really cool. Each area has a little bit of a different thing to it, but it's primarily a boss rush up until the end, where it's more movement intensive. So this is Apsu. Apsu is the husband of Tiamat, or one of the 2 primordial gods of chaos in Babylonian mythology. And he kind of sucks.
He likes to use Smile Charge and then Ice Age, which is a skill that pierces while you're smirking. So he can, if you don't just directly have a ton of HP like I do, he can just kill you. Thankfully, I have enough HP to just flat out tank that.
Yeah, I believe when he's not using like Ice Age, he also has some pretty nasty fizz skills. I think he has either Hades Blast or Titanomachia, something like that.
Yeah, he's got quite a few.
So
Shiva drains Fizz, so it's less of a threat.
Oh, by Isabeau.
Isabeau got wrecked, which I actually need to pay attention to, because I want to heal Nanashi.
Yeah. But yeah, thankfully we have Magon on MC, so we can actually remove his smirk whenever he gets into the part of his AI where he'll start using Smile Charged Ice Age.
Yeah.
Which he is now in, and it is something we want to do because it doesn't... Oh, it doesn't negate crits, that's nice.
It doesn't negate crit I. It does negate
I.
every other form of crit, because this game is really consistent.
Yeah, thanks, game. Just SMT for Apocalypse things.
Yeah, he can also just do it raw, and apparently he can kill me.
Very cool.
That is very cool. I'm glad that I saved earlier.
Yeah, because
It's
again,
been-
reminder: if you die in the egg, you do actually die.
It has been a long time since I've died to that fight. I guess you know, MC getting double hit there.
Yeah. Yeah, like we said, Apsu kind of sucks. He's actually probably like the hardest boss, like the hardest non-important boss in here.
He's normally really not bad in this route. Like, I've actually never died to him since I included Warcry in the route, to be honest. So that was quite unlucky. On a PB attempt, I would basically never save in the Cosmic Egg. Except for fusions, because most of these bosses are really not threatening.
Yeah, I think after the alignment lock, you're okay to die, but up until that point, yeah, you game over if you die.
Yeah, it's beating Dogda or your friends that restores the revives.
Yeah.
Gonna punch me to death again? No. Okay, well this is somewhat annoying. So I can't use this attack. That was the wrong skill to use. It doesn't matter.
Oh, good miss.
Nice. Oh, that didn't kill him. I expect that to kill him.
I was about to say, hey, at least Isabeau's back, and then saw him target her for an attack and was like, oh, but no, we're good.
Yeah, the thing about Apsu is he has no way to remove your buffs, which generally makes him not too bad.
Yeah, he respects your buffs, he just hurts.
Yeah. Life is... Don't get Victory Cry anymore. Don't need High Gun.
Hello, gun. Goodbye, gun. Oh, good. Blood Ritual. That's a good skill, right?
It's an actual terrible skill in this game.
How's that?
Berserker's for Enduring Soul, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Impeded Wong. Oh, she's got tons. Should heal though. Want to try to use Energy Drain to keep Wongmu somewhat topped off on MP? Actually, no, that's not true. She levels on Seth now with the reroute I did, so I'm fine.
Hey. It is really interesting how most of the areas in the Cosmic Egg are like super linear, and then we get to the final area right after Seth, or the area right after Seth, and it's like a full-on, rather complicated maze. And then it goes back to being a linear path for the last bit.
Yeah, they just created one floor that's got a lot going on, and the rest just not.
Yeah, so this is Seth, or Set, ancient Egyptian god, dude. God of evil or something, plagues, I think.
Something like that.
He kills Osiris, and then Horus gets revenge, I know that much.
You want to keep stance up here, because otherwise he'll war cry you, which is kind of annoying.
I thought Apophis was the god that, or was the giant snake that tries to eat this, or that Ra fights, not Seth. I was trying to think there when it looked like he was targeting his... Oh, never mind, you got it anyway. I was trying to think if it was one of those things, or if you actually wanted to hold the partner attack for Inanna or not.
Yeah, I mean, partner attacks aren't really useful for her either. Like, you just don't really need them. They're kind of nice.
Well, yeah, because I was thinking, because like turn 1 Inanna, that means she wouldn't get a magic weakness, which means you don't have the chance of getting the fire weak. But I guess it doesn't really matter that much, because you pierce it anyway.
Yeah, it's not that
it's like
important.
only a 1 in 4.
Yeah. I don't think it would save me an attack if I get a hit with fire weakness, unless it lands just right. Only 21 minutes behind my splits. We're still on estimate pace.
I was gonna say, because your PB is like...
PB is 7:49, so as long as I stay 50 minutes...
Yeah.
It should be fine. Got another half hour to lose before I go over estimate. Convenient that I need to use a couple of chakra pots to heal MP, and this chest has 2 chakra pots in it.
That is really nice.
At that point, I have 10 chakra pots already, so I wouldn't be able to pick that up if I didn't use some.
Yeah, I guess this area is a little bit more mazy, but it's still not like anything too intense.
No, it's after this boss, the actual maze.
Yeah. Alright, so now we fight Inanna, who wants Danu's power of creation for the new universe, but Danu needs that power to be Queen of the Fairies. And yes, that is the actual lore behind this fight. Moment when my normal, like, sarcastic retelling of the plot isn't any better than what the actual plot is. So the way this fight works, she starts out resistant to all magic. Depending on what moves she uses, her weakness will shift. So she has 4 raging abilities: Raging Hellfire, Raging Tempest, Raging Ice Storm, and Raging Lightning. Depending on which one she uses, she becomes weak to the element of the opposite polarity. So if she uses Hellfire, she becomes weak to ice. If she uses Tempest, she becomes weak to electricity, and vice versa on the others. We can always use Berserker God on her to great effect.
Yeah,
and Fierce skills just work in general.
Yeah. She doesn't resist physical.
So, we're going to just wail on her. But if she happens to use, like, Raging Ice Storm or whatever, then that means we can get a weakness hit with Seraph, which is kind of cool. Doesn't matter all that much. She also really likes using Riot Gun, though, which hurts.
Yeah, it hurts a little bit.
As evidenced by Isabeau just getting deleted there. One interesting thing about her AI, though, is that she falls for Makara Karn exactly once. After that, she'll start... I think she just uses Riot Gun on all of her turns instead, but
yeah,
either that or uses Makara Break. Oh, she did something.
I can't remember what she does.
But she falls for it once, which is just kind of funny. I think it's an interesting detail that they gave some of the bosses that quirk.
Yeah, usually I would use it turn 1 for setup, but since I came in with a partner attack, I didn't need to do that.
Oh, she actually
There's a weakness.
Nice 5k. Nice 5k. So yeah, that was Inanna. That was like one of the had divine powers people. From now on, all of the fights will actually be somewhat relevant, either to the characters or to just defeating the divine powers. So after this fight, Nozomi will gain her awakened power, which just strengthens her gun abilities and I believe gives her a pierce ability.
Probably, yeah.
But it doesn't matter because we never use Nozomi.
Yeah, she's not good.
We also got Toki back.
Who we also won't use because she's not
Yeah.
good.
And now we have the section of the Cosmic Egg that's actually like fairly movement intensive. There's 2 doors that we have to open up in order to access the boss fight. Well, yeah. One door you have to open up the door that opens the boss.
We gotta find 2 switches and hit them.
Yeah, basically all it is. The like little pillar things that we've been pulling to open these doors, we just have to find 2 more of those.
Welcome.
And thankfully there is a healing terminal there. So that's the last one in this dungeon.
Yeah, so we'll probably tag the like dodecahedron thing here just to be able to warp back for the safety heal.
Yeah, I could do that. Normally I would just keep moving on and then teleport back out if I wanted to heal, because it's barely slower, but...
Oh, yeah.
I'm planning to do it anyway. Yeah, sure, we'll just tag that. Because normally I would try to do this dungeon without ever going back to heal, because you don't have to.
Yeah, something interesting that's really nice is that in this dungeon, the game actually auto-tags the entrance terminal for you. Yahwehverse does not do that.
It doesn't. I've been burned by that before.
So if you're ever playing this game, and I mean, obviously, if you're playing this game casually, you're probably going to want to just tag all of the warp points that you can. But if you're playing this game casually, make sure that you tag the warp point at the beginning of the final dungeon if you have any plans on leaving ever. So here there's these little pitfalls. They're glorified pitfalls where you get eaten by the little plant thing and you just get dropped down a floor.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them you have to go through to get through this maze.
Wouldn't be an SMT game without a pitfall maze.
Here's one of the 2 switches we need to hit.
those pitfalls are in very specific locations that span across the entirety of that space, and we want to take those pitfalls because they get us to where we're going quicker.
Yeah. If you could dodge them, then you wouldn't. You would hit them intentionally.
And yeah, the nice thing about this extended kind of maze area is that you get to hear the Cosmic Egg OST, which is really, really good. So here, instead of going down that pitfall, we're going to go through this door instead, which lets us go around said pitfall.
Yeah, and then immediately fall into a different pitfall.
Yeah. This that wormwood always spawns an enemy, but the enemy's AI is always set to just run in a straight line, so just that movement Shaggy does just avoids getting into the encounter.
This will look scary, but I assure you it's fine. Okay, never mind, that didn't even look that scary.
Sometimes it looks really scary. There's a little bit of variance with how those enemies move immediately after they spawn before they start aggro or before they start running at you.
Here's the door we
Here's
opened.
the door that we opened, yeah.
That would be the second switch we need to hit, but before that I'm going over here to grab this chest, which has Dekaja stones in it. Dekaja stones are extremely important for the final boss. If you ran out of those while fighting him, you're probably dead.
Yeah, Dekaja stones are worth their weight in gold because there's literally zero way to obtain any more aside from the ones that you can find in treasure chests, except for I think random demon gifts. So the few Dekaja stones that we get are really all that we're getting, and they are very, very important because Final Boss is a move that buffs all of his stats to full, and having Dekaja around as a skill is kind of inconvenient, so we want to be able to toss the Dekaja stones to dispel that.
Yeah, my skill slots are very full at that point.
Yeah.
There's so many things that I need.
And in here through this door, we fight Maitreya again, who has evolved into Mitra Buddha.
Yeah, this fight is
And he
kind of interesting. Every time you hit him with his weakness, he gets a free cast of Luster Candy, which really doesn't matter too much with my strategy of stacking a ton of buffs and then hitting really hard with single attacks. So I can still kill him in 3 hits.
Yeah. So lore-wise, Mitra Buddha here tells us that gasp, Flynn was a reincarnation of the person who put the ceiling over Tokyo to begin with, and Nanashi is a reincarnation of Akira. Who would have guessed based on the very, very subtle way the game was hinting at this information the whole time? But he tells us that we are reincarnations of those individuals because our souls have some great cosmic importance. And so in order to cease the cycle of reincarnation, he's going to try to kill us here.
Oh, right, I forgot he crit eyes there. Always gets a smirk.
Yeah, he also has a quirk that he has with when he gets to low HP, where he can use an ability to just stop his stats from being lowered to counteract if you were to just debuff him in response to Self-Righteous Vow, which is his Luster Candy ability. But again, we're going to 3-shot him, so that doesn't matter.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter very much. I'm not actually going to reapply the buffs. I don't even want to spend the MP to do it. Just do there. The last hit doesn't even need to be smile charged.
Yeah. Something else interesting you can actually do with this fight is you can make him waste extra turns by throwing up Tetrakarns. Because his AI is pretty set to use Tetra Break in response to that. Not that we need to, but it's
yeah, I
kind of
didn't
a fun
even think
thing
of
you
doing
can
that.
do.
Yeah, I think I'd rather just keep Longmu at full MP, so I can just
Right, yeah.
move on to Dog more easily. And just in time for the fusions, I get a transform, which... Oh, no, I need that. Which saves a singular Earthus Up fuse, which really isn't a big deal, but it's kind of cool. There's Enduring Soul. He actually saved some time on the split, a full 20 seconds.
Hey.
Toki gets her
Yes,
awakening
Toki gets
power.
her.
We don't need...
She... Stronger Fizz skills, I think that gives her more piercing. I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Okay. Now we gotta do some more fusions. Because we're actually gonna use a slightly different party for the next boss fight. The next boss fight has a really powerful and obnoxious energy drain. Which means I need slightly deeper MP pools than I currently have. And since I need to use intermediate material for my final party anyway, I might as well do it now and then actually use them for the fight. Soul Surge. So I need Debilitate for my final party. Thankfully, I can fairly easily get a demon with Debilitate from Berserker. Only a couple of steps. Here he is. I also can, for free, chuck Healing Know-How on him, which actually is going to help in the next fight.
Yeah, Cardicave is a kind of funny demon because he's the easiest source of Debilitate, but he has no no support affinity. So he has his 100 MP Debilitate, and with base MP, he can cast it exactly 3 times before he runs out. We do have Life Surge on, or Mana Surge on him, though, so he gets 1 more cast when combined with Skill Smoother to reduce the cost of it down by 1. So he has exactly enough to cast it 4 times.
Healing Know-How. Now skill lists are getting kind of long, so I have to kind of focus on my notes. And yeah, here's our second White Wing Angel that has a lot of good skills and will eventually end up fusing into one of our final demons. Party... Need to recover some E. Seraph 1. Shiva 1. 2 of these. Okay. Oh, one more thing I forgot to do. Need to use a Grimoire on Shiva. Where did I get a second Grimoire?
Question. Because you used the 4 before... Unless someone... No, because demons don't give gifts in this game if you don't talk to them.
Can something drop one?
I don't think you fought anything that would have.
The only thing I
Lorelei dropped it.
I don't understand where I got that Grimoire from.
Oh, I guess the Lorelei dropped it. Huh, interesting. I didn't know they could do that.
Okay, I might be able to get some value out of that. I don't know.
Tossing it on MC wouldn't be enough to get him ahead of Wangmu, would it?
No, I was thinking of using it on White Wing Angel, so she levels off of the Merkaba refight. So she gets an MP heal. I don't know if that's enough to do that, though. This is the wrong spot, isn't it? Yeah, that's not the right area. It's the next
it's the
one.
second left.
The barrier stays up.
Dogda doesn't break it until either after you've sided with him or you kill him. That was a little close.
Yeah, I knew that ambush was there, so I had my finger on the button. I don't think I need these summon stones.
Yeah, good to have.
Can't even hold all of them. But I sold a couple of them throughout the run, so I'll just pick that up.
Yeah, next couple bosses are can be pretty rough sometimes, so just having a stack of summon stones is good. Is never a bad thing.
I definitely want to save before this fight, because you can just die here.
Yeah, so this fight is the alignment split fight. You're given the choice whether to side with Dogda to use the cosmic egg to recreate the universe in the image that he wants, or you side with your friends to save the world and all that good stuff. If you choose to side with Dogda, then you would fight and kill all of your partners here. If you side with friends, then you fight Dogda.
Yeah. So Dogda's a somewhat interesting and complicated fight. The starting phase is your demons don't follow your commands that well, because I mean he was the one helping you command demons. You also take a ton of damage every turn, but all you have to do is survive for 3 turns. So you also start with a partner attack. So the first turn is free, just auto.
Leave it to me! How's this? It's my time to shine! Behold my heroism!
No hard feelings, yeah?
Okay. So this turn, I want to also just auto again, but I want to make sure to imposing stance. So depending on what he does here, okay, that's not too bad. So he's gonna leave me at 1 HP here. I want to get a bead off to heal myself. Which didn't work with you. Didn't work with you. Oh, that's potentially bad. Okay, well, I don't get... because Isabeau was likely to Meteorama there.
Well, he trained Isabeau, that's
fine.
good.
Draining Isabeau is weird. I haven't seen that before, but that certainly works out.
So Navarre only eats your items if you had sided, if your actions were leaning towards Bond's route up to that point. To clarify, this game does have a punish for choosing the alignment that is kind of the opposite of what you've been going the whole game. If you if you go Anarchy after making like bonds or friendly choices the whole game, then Navarre deletes all of your items. And if you go with Bond's route after being a jerk to everyone the whole game, then Dogda just deletes your demons or something.
Which is catastrophic and makes this fight basically unwinnable. I don't really know what they were thinking with that.
Both are pretty catastrophic, because I've seen, now that Conflict goes Anarchy route, I've seen Conflict runs die to Navarre.
Yeah, I mean, in a speedrun context, yes, but like,
oh yeah,
in a casual playthrough, losing your items is kind of workable, but losing your demons and then being thrown immediately into a hard boss fight, like, you can't even pass.
Right, yeah.
You can't even pass. You can't win.
Right. But yeah, so my theory is that the devs kind of wrote themselves into a bit of a corner with this, with how they wrote Dogda. So the only solution to stop Dogda from being all delete the universe happy was to create a new Dogda to make a pact with us and keep us alive, and then we kill the old one.
Yeah, so Danu just creates a new Dogda, you know, like, if you don't like your son, just make a new one, LMAO.
Yeah. After we get Debilitates up, we're gonna swap Kartike out for Shiva.
Yeah, because Dogda annoyingly buffs himself using the cheating way of dialogue choices, which, you know, it's a lot of MP pressure to keep him debuffed, so I need 2 demons to do that. And also, he's going to start using a skill called Lost Hit now, which is a physical skill that guarantees lost, which is really cool, but thankfully, you can just Tetrakarn it.
Yeah. Ideally, the way we play this fight out is that there's a dialogue prompt that gives us some partner meter, and once we get that prompt, we want to kill the fight that turn because we really, really want to have a partner attack going into the next boss.
Yeah, it's quite important. Or at least have a good amount of bar going into the next fight.
Yeah. Something to note about this fight normally is that he resists basically everything except for Fizz and Light, which he is weak to. So, the reason the conflict route now goes for Anarchy ending instead of for Bond's ending is specifically because getting Judgment Light's kind of obnoxious with the current setup. Okay, and since we go Magic otherwise, it's a bit of a problem. So now we need to kill him this turn.
Yeah, which shouldn't be a problem because I have Charge up and Smirk, so yeah. 3k damage.
There he goes.
Shiva has high face play Roma now, so he's actually does respectable damage relative to Seraph.
Yeah, and we also did have the Seraph turn still to use there if that didn't kill. So after completing that fight, we also gain access to, we get Akasha Arts on Shiva, which is the strongest, I think it's the single strongest attack in the game.
Yeah, if you consider just what's
not counting DLC. Yeah.
Did you see that?
And then in addition to that, we also get access to Awakened Power on Nanashi, which we will not be learning right now because we don't have the slots for it and such. But the game does just give you the option to learn it later using an item, so...
Yeah. There's just no reason to take it now because Nanashi is still not attacking. I could use him for damage here, but it doesn't really work out well because I still need an imposing stance user, which he's still the best one.
Right. Yeah, after this next boss fight, we're going to be skill swapping Shiva's incredibly cracked skill list onto Nanashi and then teaching Awakened Power.
Yeah. And now Asahi gets revived, and she learns her Awakened Power, and she's actually good now that she has Awakened Power. Yeah. So I'm going to switch
with
to
her Awakened Power. Yeah, she is easily the best healer in the game. Her Mediarama will heal for, in the thousands of HP.
Yeah, it can straight up heal over 1,000 sometimes.
Yeah. In addition, she learns the Cheer ability, which just gives Smirk to a party member, which is really good if she uses it on the right people.
Yeah. And she tends to prioritize using it on Nanashi, which in the next dungeon, he's my main damage dealer. So that's actually works out really well.
So yeah, we'll be running with Asahi for the rest of the game. Also, we're allowed to die now and get revived, which is kind of cool.
So I'll pop back over to heal now. It doesn't actually mention Asahi's dad getting revived, but in theory, everyone killed by the Divine Powers should be in the egg.
I'm not sure, because, it never actually says that he gets brought back. But, because it's possible that, people, that got killed by, Quetzalcoatl are just dead, but don't know.
But yeah, it definitely doesn't mention that.
Because you do release all of the souls that are in the egg, but it's possible that the only souls that get revived are the ones that got, drained by Sheisha, and not the ones that were, physically devoured.
I also guess Asahi's dad wasn't devoured by Sheisha, right? because
Yeah.
he was killed by Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, I think it's specifically you had to have been devoured by Sheisha once he could just drain people's souls. Either way, here we have probably the hardest non-final boss fight in the game.
Yeah, this fight is pretty nasty. Before Skill Swap was discovered, this fight was the reason that APOC difficulty went Anarchy, because this fight can actually be cheesed on Anarchy ending using a pretty interesting glitch. But when Skill Swap was discovered and I took another look at this fight on Bonds, it's viable, and I decided it was more fun.
Yeah, to briefly summarize, there's a bug with how Imposing Stance works, where if you use Imposing Stance and then end your turn with the Energy Drain skill, for whatever reason it lets you act on the enemy's first turn, which you can then just use an action to just remove to lose press turns, but because you're in the enemy's turn, you would lose their turn. So the boss would just not be able to do anything the whole fight, and you would just be able to freely wail on them. But in order to do the glitch, you can't have a partner, so it only works on like this fight and the friends fight. Because after that fight, you get a partner back in Anarchy Route, and you always have a partner in Bonds. Also, this song is amazing. It's called God Killer, or other people, the title is Deicide, I think, depending on the version of the OST you look at. Great song.
That's a bit annoying. Oh, Shiva goes first, though.
No.
Usually he doesn't.
Yeah, so this fight, he just outputs a lot of damage. He can also use Mizandine, which, if we hadn't had a Lost proc happen yet, would be really, really scary.
He's still inflicted Lost on me, even in that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it still is always a threat, but his big thing is he kind of swaps between two modes using Light Nandika and Dark Nandika, which being a light skill or a dark skill that actually swaps his weakness to being weak to light or weak to dark, depending on the opposite of what he used, in addition to just really, really strong damage from multiple different sources.
Yeah, this guy just does a lot of damage. Like, that's the fundamental problem with this fight, is he just hits really hard, so you just needed more HP. Like, this 800 HP that Nanashi has is actually necessary.
Yeah, and we also need to use Imposing Stance every turn because he will Dekunda Dekaja if we give him a turn.
Good. I should be able to push the phase with this attack, but I'll Imposing Stance just in case it doesn't work. Oh, it didn't work, okay. Or maybe it did, I forget.
The prompt doesn't start until his turn.
Yeah, okay, it did
Yeah,
work.
you're good. Yeah, so after we deal a certain amount of damage to him, then you're given the option to call out to Flynn, because Flynn is currently resisting Vishnu's influence, or Shiva. Let me try again. Krishna's influence. And that causes him to phase shift. Hello there!
General Kenobi!
And now we're in the next phase. It is treated like a whole new battle, so all of our buffs and debuffs did get reset, which we have to reapply.
Cool.
As a nice touch, though, he will lose his second turn this fight. In addition to, he will get some, like, 2 stacks of Debilitate on himself. So we have to survive 1 round of attacks, but next turn he will lose his turn, and also his stats will be lowered, which is nice. After that, though, it's just an all-out brawl to the end.
Yeah. Once you get through this part, the fight's generally not too bad. He doesn't have a crazy amount of HP. And once you get your buffs up, he doesn't do that much. You just use nothing threatening.
I think you just use debilitate.
Yeah. Okay, we should hopefully be able to finish next turn. Yeah, with that smirk, we certainly can.
Oh yeah.
Okay, didn't even need Seraph's attack.
Yeah, and that's Vishnu Flynn down.
Now I'll start putting some more points into agility.
Yeah, at this point, MC is going to become our main DPS.
Yeah, so we want him going first.
Yeah. As I mentioned a couple hours ago, MC's Awakened Power gives him Pierce on all of his abilities, which is already incredible. But it also boosts all of his damage by 1.5 times from every source. So that combined with skill swapping from Shiva is a lot of damage.
Yeah. So the big thing we're going to do with skill swap here is we're going to give MC, well, first of all, +6 Akasha Arts right off the bat, which just saves us a bunch of Whispering. And he's going to get High Fizz Pleroma and Drain Fizz. So High Fizz Pleroma stacks with Awakened Power, and it'll also stack with the... What is it called again in this game? Power Earring, which gives you regular Fizz Pleroma. So we're going to stack all of that together.
In addition to just our 200-something strength.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm not destroying the egg.
This is it.
Unfortunately, it doesn't let you choose not to destroy the egg. This game has a lot of these thou must choices.
Yeah, this game is really, really weird about the illusion of choice stuff in it.
I just find that one particularly hilarious.
So we did it. We successfully defeated the Divine Powers for realsies this time and rescued Flynn. And then Flynn goes about to try to actually finish the neutral ending of SMT4. And then Masakata decides, you know what? I don't want to do that anymore.
Yep.
I changed my mind. I don't want to lift the dome. Y'all seem happy where you are, and so he just leaves. And then, suddenly, we have a vision from Steven, who basically is like, hey, so y'all want to, go kill God? It'll be fun, I promise. And we're like, okay, sure, why not?
Yeah.
He actually gives some reasoning like, well, you see, the creator, Yahweh blew up the world the last time, so now that you guys have freed yourselves of Lucifer and Merkaba and the Divine Powers, he's probably just going to kill you again. Or he's probably going to try to eradicate humanity again, so you should probably stop him before he does that. But it is still just kind of abrupt in the bonds route. In Anarchy route, this makes a lot more sense because you actually have to kill destroy Yahweh in order to gain access to, or in order to recreate the universe. But here it's just like, hey, you want to go kill God? Okay. So here we get the Power Earring again. It's the equivalent of Fizz Pleroma.
Yeah, and I'll sell the Hope's Ring I was using just to make sure I have enough money to finish the game. Okay, and now we'll do... Actually, we'll do the big skill swap later. Let's just go to the Ginza Stone.
This is the Shinjuku. Activating transport complete.
So you can access God through Ginza. In case you ever want to try this yourself, you gotta go to Japan, specifically to Ginza, and then you can challenge God.
But first you have to collect, 8 weird, pillar things from a giant egg. And then put them all in a giant rock. And then all of those will combine into creating a giant slab.
Big ol' slab.
Slab.
Yeah, so for this next dungeon, I recommend turning your volume way up because the music in this dungeon is absolutely banging.
So, welcome to Yahwehverse. It's the worst dungeon in all of Mega 10. And everything about it is bad except for the boss fight at the end of it.
Yeah, literally everything about it is bad. The two boss fights at the end of even the other mini bosses are just boring refights.
So, yeah, this dungeon is literally like an hour-long walking simulator that ambushes you a bunch.
Yeah,
that's the dungeon.
So many ambushes that force you to save load.
Oh yeah, Satan is fun, but he's also at the end of the dungeon. He counts towards the fight at the end of the dungeon comment.
Alright, let's grab Demon Skill 4, Skill Swimmer 2. Now I need to skill swap you. Pasha or Cry. Like this, right? To know how. Like that. I want to get that right because you can't change it once you've done this. Then. Whoops. Did I just load? I think I just loaded. Whoops. Okay. Do the skill swap again, because I'm smart.
This dungeon is approximately like 40 minutes, followed by like a 20-minute final boss.
Oh, I'm doing it again. I meant to save.
Oh yeah, did you rebuy the apps? Because I think you had saved after that.
Okay.
Shall perform the fusion.
Cool.
Neat.
I don't need to worry about that though. Just delete it.
Goodbye, Scorpion Man.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shell, then.
Oh, darn, we'll have to tell John that his prediction was off.
Yeah, it was. I had one more. Surely it will just be one more. That was the wrong demon defuse. Good job, idiot.
Don't you need to fuse both Gnome and Sylph anyway? Or
no, but I need to fuse Sylph from
from Julian and okay.
Yeah. Apparently I'm getting tired. We still have enough money. Oh, come on!
Come on!
Okay, I'll just load and do the f***ing...
Mito has decided he very much does not like gnomes specifically.
I need to check. I did the skill swap after... Yes, I did. Okay.
Welcome to the cathedral, then.
Let's do it. Game's hard, man.
All right, Gnome take 3.
Then I shall perform the fusion.
Hey! Hi, I've never been so happy to hear that sound.
Okay.
Then I shall perform the fusion.
So yeah, we're gonna be refusing our Shuangmu here in order to just get a better skill set onto
Yeah.
her.
Yeah, so I need Debilitate now, and I need a bunch more defensive stuff. Life Surge and Enduring Soul.
Because even with the life gain and life surge, Wangmu just doesn't have as much HP as everyone else. So having the Enduring Soul is really nice, especially just stops her from just dying and then you losing the fight.
Okay, and now we are going to fuse away Shiva. Because we need to upgrade Akasha Arts on MC to +9, and that's much easier to do with low-level demons. And
Yeah, we never really... Yeah, we never really talked about affinity in this game. Like, we've mentioned it a little bit. But essentially, every single demon has, like, set affinities with different attributes, which includes, like, Fizz, Magic, Fizz, the different elements of Magic, ailments, support, etc. And your affinity with each attribute determines a couple of different things. For support skills, it just makes you be able to cast the spells for cheaper. For offensive skills, every certain landmark or every certain threshold of affinity reduces the cost of using that ability. And for every other level, it increases the damage that you deal with that affinity by 10%. So a +9 affinity Akasha Arts is doing, compared to a +0 Akasha Arts is doing, I believe, +70% damage with I believe a 25-ish, 20-25% reduced to its skill cost.
I can't quite remember the numbers.
Here we're finally going to learn Awakened Power.
Yeah. I have a bunch of Strength Incense. Incense on Seraph. We also put on a pair of shiny pants.
Yeah, we got the space pants.
Finally not using the default pants. It's never worth it to buy a pair of pants, but that chest has some in there. And they're actually kind of decent. They give you a bunch of agility, which is good, because I want to go first now.
Yeah, it's like 20-something, I think.
It's, I think it's 30.
30-something?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, lots of agility, plus it gives you more HP, and more HP is never bad.
Yeah, especially because I don't have life gain anymore. Alright, and on your left here is the luck door. You need 100 luck to get through this door. Which I have. Just saves like a couple of minutes of walking around.
Yeah, it shortcuts you to like basically the end of this section, so you don't have to... It saves like, I think, 2 rooms.
Oh shit. How broken could I make a casual run? I don't have much interest in testing that. I don't know what the casual difficulty does.
I think just like a casual playthrough.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant a casual difficulty speedrun. How broken could I make MC in a casual run? You could have both... Well, any damage. Like, let's say for Akasha Arts, you could have both Fizzplay Roma's Awakened Power, and from the black market or whatever, you could get the High Fizzplay Roma item. So you could have effectively 2 copies of High Fizzplay Roma Awakened Power and regular Fizzplay Roma all stacked.
Yeah, I think that would be roughly what you would like the cap out with +9 Akasha Arts.
Let me show you how it's on to new heights. Behold my heroism.
Didn't break a sweat.
Yeah.
Damn the light.
And suddenly Lucifer.
Because reasons.
Yeah, it's not at all explained yet, but for whatever reason, Lucifer is alive again. And then Merkaba will be back in the next area.
It's a bit annoying.
I believe Mega Charge and Mega Concentrator are DLC only things. I could be wrong.
Annoying.
It's always Seraph.
Yeah, he specifically targets Seraph, I'm pretty sure. Whatever, MC can finish this fight, he's probably 1 hit from dead.
Probably.
There we go.
Good. Well done. Interesting quirk of skill swap is that we do copy, I believe we mentioned this like right at the beginning of the run, but with skill swap you actually copy all of your demon's affinities for the skill -1.
Yeah, so Shiva has +7 physical, so we basically started with +6 Akasha Arts, which saves a considerable amount of time.
Are you all right?
You don't have to whisper nearly as much.
Yeah, older versions of the route before skill swap, you had to take a bunch of random fights in Yahwehverse to get the +9 affinity. Which didn't take too long because Pandemic Bomb Death's Door is really strong, but still is slower than just not fighting anything.
Yeah.
So now we're in the second brain of Yahwehverse, and this is just like the first brain, except everything's like pea yellow colored.
It's also a lot longer than the first brain.
That too.
It's pretty annoying.
Yeah, first brain you were kind of running in a straight line the whole time. This brain, now you're grabbing a Navarre spot so that we can open a door that's literally at the beginning of the area that we can't get to because the Navarre spot's all the way over here.
Yeah. Also gonna use it to grab one more armor booster kit.
Yes.
Are you alright?
Which enemies can irritatingly block. See if he'll get it.
Yeah, Navarre will try to fight enemies.
Even
like
though he can't
that.
attack enemies, he will try to go for them.
Yeah, I think if you, like, out-level the enemy, then it functions kind of like an Astoma Sword sort of thing. Or if he out-levels the enemy, but, like, you're never gonna out-level the enemies in a speedrunning context.
Yeah.
And even casually, it's gonna take you, like, a lot of these enemies are, like, in the 80s or such level-wise. Also worth noting, we have Flynn with us during this area, and he'll just randomly pick fights with enemies. Sometimes he'll actually get enemies out of the way for us, but a lot of the time, he just kind of runs off in some random direction and picks a fight.
Most of the time he doesn't get enemies out of the way, but in a couple of specific instances he can. Like, right there before when you go through the wormwood there, he'll grab that enemy so you don't have to dodge it.
Welcome to the cathedral then. Now. Then I shall perform the fusion.
Yeah, after Flynn takes a certain number of fights, he'll give you some items if you talk to him. Not the speedrun doesn't get into enough so that would come up in this case, but that is something that you can do. Here we're gonna grab this as a safety to come back to heal if we need to after or when we get to the Satan fight. He also likes to announce that he is going whenever he goes to fight, which is fun. It's Johannathan.
Let's go.
He will also claim that he's helping you get out of these traps. I don't know if he's actually doing anything, though.
I honestly have no idea, but I like to theorize that he's just using it as the opportunity to, like, give you some acupuncture.
Seems reasonable.
It's like, here, you seem stressed. Let me help you with that. Oh, and now to complete our look of generic anime protagonist, now we're putting on a blonde wig.
Yeah, which gives us a bunch of bonus HP, so it's worth grabbing.
Oh, he actually does nothing. That's funny.
He should be able to grab this enemy, though. Then I'll get immediately ambushed here.
go.
That ambush is not guaranteed.
So from my understanding, this song that put like 50 quotes around that word, that we're listening to in Yahweh Verse is a remix of the SMT2 boss theme. Which makes me wonder, if you were going to pull a song from SMT2 as a reference for the Yahweh area, why could you not just use the Yahweh Verse theme from SMT2? Because that song actually slaps.
Needs to be new and exciting. Can't reuse old crap.
But once we get to, like, as you get to each brain, they do add, like, an extra instrument to the track. That makes it has more going on. I wouldn't say it makes it interesting, but it has more going on. But yeah, there's a perfectly, like, really good Yahweh verse track in SMT2, so if we're gonna reference SMT2 anyway, then, you could have done one that didn't make the dungeon suck even more than it already does. But we do get to hear this really cool rendition of the Law theme, though, so that's neat.
Should have... Whoops. Hit the wrong guy, but that doesn't really matter.
Oh, also Aniel's back to actually get his revenge for when we just kind of sat there and watched Flynn kill him earlier. I like that as the song said hallelujah, hallelujah interjected.
You okay, leader?
I don't know why they used Hallelujah's theme song for this. It's kind of weird.
Whoa! Good voice clip. Quality. Oh yeah, so at this point, the remaining angel actually gets access to, it's not called Beast Eye, but it's the equivalent of Beast Eye in Nocturne, where they turn one turn into 2 turns. Or you can just imposing stance their turn away and they don't get to do anything.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying if they actually get to act, so I'm gonna stop that.
And now we fight Merkaba again for some reason. That gets explained later, but it's just still weird at the time.
I mean, it doesn't really get explained. It just says, hey, Yahweh can create phantoms of demons you've already fought.
Well, it's that combined with these are the 2 aspects of Satan, so Satan's reconstituting himself and testing us as we travel through here. We did get a Lost Proc earlier, yes.
Yeah. We got it on the fight.
It was Xochitl, or whichever of the Motons is the one that uses Force, I think.
No, it was the fight before Quetzalcoatl, the...
Oh, right. Yeah, the Gaia fight.
Yeah.
Or not the Gaia fight, the Pachacamic and Mushosu fight. One of those fights somewhere.
Yeah, it was the... I can't remember the demon's name, which is why I'm struggling to...
Yeah,
it's the one that can
Pachacamic and
Seodyne you
Mushosu.
to death.
Yeah. And while we were trying to figure out the name of a demon, we beat Merkaba again.
Damn straight.
Nice.
Okay. Might as well go back to heal here. It doesn't take that long. I also want to do my fusions before I forget.
Welcome to the cathedral, then. Now.
Only 2 fusions left in the run.
Hey. None of them are gnome, right?
Nope, don't worry about that.
Can never be too sure at this point, you know?
Welcome.
Alright, now we get to fight a Metatron Horde, which is another really boring fight.
Yeah, they took Metatron and were like, hey, you know what would be really cool is if we took this super awesome and iconic demon and then just made him like a mass-produced robot that with no importance at all. That would be cool. So, yeah, but we do get to hear the Law theme again, which is cool. So at least there is that. Metatron's whole thing is that he resists everything except for electricity, but at this point we just have so much stuff that pierces that it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, in a casual playthrough, even enemy resistances just don't matter.
Yeah.
Because you'd have Awakened Power by this point, as well as surely other ways of piercing. This guy also only has 1 press turn, so he's completely cheesed by Imposing Stance.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Thanks, Asahi.
Yeah, she pretty consistently, I mean, that's why I use Charge first instead of, Crit Eye, because Asahi's actually fairly reliable in giving you Smirk.
Asahi putting in work.
Until you have to ask her to start healing a bunch, then obviously you can't rely on that anymore.
Right.
Okay, now this Horde actually does get 2 press turns, so they can do things, but generally they'll just use light or other stuff that isn't that big of a deal. I wish I could have saved this partner attack for Satan, but I'm not going to be able to do that.
Leave it to me. I will eliminate you.
No hard feelings, yeah?
And there they go. Yeah, I don't know. I always saw it as one of those like law of conservation of ninjutsu sorts of things where like one Metatron's really cool and powerful, but then you get like 5 of them and they're a lot weaker. Also, I just indirectly called Metatron a ninja, which is kind of funny.
Okay, so I do need Magone for the final boss, so I need to grab that again. I don't want to allow you to transform.
And now we have one giant walking section before Satan, because Metatron is the boss of the third brain, even though we're only at the beginning of the third brain, so we get to do all of the movement for the third brain, which is the longest of them, at least in the speedrun. And then we get to do all the movement for the fourth brain before getting to Satan, until we actually get to the boss fights. But then once we get to Satan, the rest of the run will be really cool and interesting, because the Satan fight's really fun, and that's followed up immediately afterwards by the Yahweh fight, which is also really cool.
Yeah. So, just shut off your brain for a bit, and just let me run through this.
As we run through the brain.
Yeah.
One thing we will be doing here is that there's all of these little gates, these like weird planetoids that we'll be interacting with. Each of those planetoids that you interact with will deactivate gates of a certain color, or deactivate barriers of a certain color, letting you take various different gates around the area. These will be used for shortcuts to get through the fourth brain quicker, and also I think are maybe even just required to get through the third brain.
I think they're
something else. Yeah. Something else you could theoretically do if you really wanted to is that these gates also exist in the earlier brains, and so you could go and get the Horns of Chaos full armor set, or the Wings of Order, or whatever it's called, armor set back in the first and second brains if you really wanted to. If you wanted to spend even more time in this dungeon, then that is absolutely something that you have the ability to go do.
I'm also gonna actually use Tripuri here deliberately, because I have some heavy grimoires, and I'm gonna use them on Nanashi. A heavy grimoire gives you a full level, but it doesn't proc the level immediately. They don't have the technology for that, so you have to finish a fight. Thankfully, using Tripuri counts. This isn't SMT 5, where that wouldn't count. So, this just gives a couple more levels on Nanashi.
Have fun, Flynn.
Yeah, we'll just leave him behind. I wouldn't even know how to do that, not gonna lie.
I don't either. I just know that they exist, and that's how you get to them, is that you have to open up the gates in the third brain and then backtrack. I have zero idea where they actually are. Plus, I don't think they're any good anyway.
I mean, they're definitely worse than the armor boosted up armor that I'm using right now.
Oh, they're behind like 300 stat doors. Oh yeah, then we definitely aren't getting them. I guess you could also use those 3 light grimoires if you wanted to. Not that it would do anything for you, but
I need at least 2 of them for Seraph.
Oh right, yeah.
To make sure he levels on Satan and gets his MP. So I could use one of them, but that would do nothing.
Right, and Satan gives so much EXP anyway that I don't think would even make a difference. Nice 3 magic incenses, though.
Yeah, it's pretty nice to get that.
So thankfully, there's only 3 of these that we break. So now we're good to go to the end of the 3rd brain, and then the doors that we unlocked give us massive shortcuts through the 4th brain, so we get to skip the vast majority of it. You think they call him in the new universe?
Oh god.
So the funny thing about Nanashi, and the game actually makes fun of it, is that Nanashi in Japanese literally means no name. I guess that means we're the nameless god or something, I don't know.
Alright, let's do our final set of fusions.
It's just saying his name was nobody, yeah.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadow. Well then. Now.
I say Nameless King is definitely a Dark Souls boss. I believe that's his name. Bodus is such a cool looking demon, but his design is very weird with what they usually like to use him as. Because I think in this game, Bodus is a magic demon, and yet, buff dude using, super, edgelord looking knives. I think would be a Fizz demon, but no, he's a magic guy. And then we get Sammy.
This is the last member of our final party. Sammy is good because he has a big HP pool and a big MP pool, and he doesn't really offer anything else. But that's fine, that's all I need him for.
He's also cute. And we appreciate that in a demon team. Not required, but appreciated.
I'm going.
He's going.
There's one final Great Chakra over here. You can hold 5 Great Chakras, and I want to get to Yahweh with all 5.
Yeah, because the Yahweh fight is very, very large MP toll. Just because the boss has a lot of health, and partway through his first phase, he saps your MP by quite a bit.
And his second phase has an MP drain skill as well.
Oh yeah, right. Black Hole or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a skill you actually want to see, because it's one of his few skills that can miss fairly easily.
Yeah.
And it means he's not using his buffs, which is very nice.
Slifer, the executive producer. Yeah, that too.
Let's go.
So this is the 4th brain. This is, by far the largest of all of the brains, with a ton of, different paths and weird, twisty-turnies through. However, if you open up all 3 of the doors, you actually can just skip straight to the end of it, which is really nice. Also, this is where the bell tolls, or the bell chimes start to get added to the track, which make it almost okay to listen to. It's just a shame that, again, this is the shortest area, so you don't really hear them.
The song also still sucks.
It still sucks, yes. But at least it's, the bells make it kind of, at least, there's something going on.
I'm going.
He's going. For whom does the bell toll? Yahweh, presumably. Yeah, it almost resembles music. So yeah, this door here is a yellow door, so we get to, if you've opened the yellow, or if you open the yellow locks, you can go through there. It skips you right to fourth brain R. Non-Euclidean music, oh no. And then there's a blue door right here that lets you skip right to the end, or that lets you get to the very end, right in front of where you fight Satan.
And we're through. Finally. I just have to use a few more items, prep for Satan, and then we get to actually have fun again.
This track gives me dial-up modem vibes. Yeah, now we'll be using the agility incenses that we've been accumulating throughout the run to basically fix our turn order to whatever we need it to be.
Yeah, I want MC first, then Samael, then Seraph, then Wongmu. But usually about 105 agility for Samael is good. Also pop, as well pop these two. And the rest doesn't matter. Okay,
It is a shame we just barely can't get MC to be a higher level than Shuangmu.
I mean, if I dismiss her for Satan, that will happen. Which I'll try to do. It's just kind of awkward, because I also would like Wongmu to be a higher level, because that makes her tankier.
Right, yeah. For context, the final boss has an ability called Mouth of God that insta-kills whoever is the lowest level, unless your partner is a lower level than you are, in which case it will miss. But if your partner's dead, MC happens to be the lowest level, and MC death is game over. So,
yeah,
if
really
we could
fun.
have MC not be the lowest level person in our party, that would be kind of nice, but it is what it is. And now we have the Satan design in this game, which is awesome. I love this design.
Angel, the Arbiter.
Alright, so Satan here actually doesn't have a ton of HP. He has 11,111 HP, to be precise. However, he does restore his HP to full partway through the fight. You can't kill him in the first bit, because he will sit at 1 HP until he restores his HP. But throughout the fight, he will ask you a bunch of question prompts that will cause you hardship in one shape or form, either inflicting ailments or debuffs or stealing partner gauge, killing your partner, killing a random demon in your stock, etc. So we have the responses for each of the prompts. That's probably like the best option to go for.
Oh, we're
written
gonna see the
down.
untranslated text!
Oh, fun. Yeah, so this game has 2 instances of untranslated text. The triggers for the untranslated text are to be on Bond's route and have your partner dead when you hit a certain line of dialogue come up. So in this case, there will be a dialogue prompt here pretty soon, and it will be in Japanese.
Untranslated text.
there it
I
is.
still want to choose the second option, because that just kills the demon in my stock and full heals me.
Yeah, so the option there is rely on yourself or rely on your demons. Rely on your demons, you get a full heal, but one of your demons dies. The other option would have been rely on your friends, but our friend is currently taking a dirt nap, so...
Yeah.
But yeah, once you deal, I think it's like roughly 3/4 of Satan's HP, and then he gets a turn, he'll restore himself back to full, and then you can finally actually kill him.
Should be here.
This is the
Yeah,
prompt.
there we
He
go.
gets a full heal here. Yep. And so now we can actually kill him properly. Satan's quirk, aside from the challenge prompts, is he just outputs a ton of damage.
Yeah, he can also
he has this...
concentrate and use Megiddo Arc, which is very likely to just one-shot MC if he chooses, which is an instant game over. Really fun and fair.
Even at full buffs and debuffs, concentrated Megiddo Arc would do well over 1,000 damage.
Yeah, if you're at actually full buffs and debuffs, you can tank it if he low rolls. I've done it like once. But yeah, it's really unlikely, because he usually doesn't let you keep your buffs. He'll do shit like Dakaja and Dakunda.
Yeah, he just did a Mago in there instead, but... Yeah, another reason why you want an imposing stance, because a lot of the time when he's doing buffs and debuff purges, it will be his first turn. Also, this is the second and final time we get to hear God Killer, so enjoy that. Nice ear cleanse after the 40 minutes of Yahwehverse music.
Yeah, that's a
Prove your
pretty...
tenacity. It's unfortunate timing on that.
Yeah, didn't work out great. That was probably like Dakaja or something.
DK,
Yeah.
Getting a lot of use out of those Dakaja stones this time around, though.
Me Patra stones, yeah.
Oh, I don't know, but yeah,
You
Mapatra
said
stones.
Dakaja stone, but yeah, that's whatever.
We'll be getting good use out of those too.
Yeah.
But yes, Mapatra stones.
It's somewhat irritating. Is that that might have been a
Magon
concentrate,
and-
which is scary.
Yeah, I think Mago and Concentrate. And Sammy is scarily out of MP.
Yeah, which is not something I wanted.
Okay, we got him
that
anyway.
just
We're
killed
good.
him. Yeah, I was hoping that would just kill him.
Yeah, like we said, he doesn't have all that much HP, so...
I didn't dismiss Wongwu though, so I guess if I die to Mouth of God, whatever, my fault.
Yeah.
So Wongwu and MC will actually be the same level, so it'll be a 50-50 shot if it happens. Okay, I am 28 minutes behind my splits.
Woohoo.
I could probably tank a Yahweh death and still finish the run under estimate. It'd be close. There's not much to spend your app points on at this point, but skill smoothers have actually reasonable value.
Yeah, this fight is long enough that the minus 4 MP per cast ends up mattering over the long run.
Yeah. Like 46 MP instead of 50 for imposing stance doesn't feel like much, but when you have to cast it like 20 times, kind of matters.
Yeah.
This dungeon isn't quite done wasting your time. It does make you walk up these really long staircases and open these doors with really slow animations.
And you have to open 3 of them and watch them the full thing every time. Also, shoutouts to this being called non-Euclidean space when this space is entirely Euclid.
Yeah, it's obviously Euclidean.
Someone mentioned at some point that it's probably a pun that didn't translate super well, but it's still just funny to make fun of. But now we're at the door to the final boss.
Here we are. I'll drop a save, because why not?
Yeah, just in case, like, a lost proc. Well, I guess if a lost proc happens, you're dead anyway,
Yeah,
but...
I can just die. But if the game crashes or something, who knows?
It's so non-Euclidean, it looped back to being Euclidean. Alright, so here we have the Yahweh fight. Yahweh in his many, many, many phases. This fight is split up into 2 different phases. Phase number 1 is the, quote, denial phase, where he has, I believe it's around 40k or something HP, and every chunk of HP, his health is gated to, you have to have one of your friends basically deny Yahweh.
Yeah, I just
And
try
when
to
each
do
of them deny it-
3k damage per attack, because that'll
Yeah.
proc the deny.
Yeah, about 3 to 4k each gate. So at each denial, it'll reduce the number of phases, open up another HP gate that you can get to, and eventually all of your friends will deny Yahweh, and then you'll be able to kill the fight. Also in this fight, there's a unique gimmick where you actually are fighting with 2 parties. Every other turn, you swap between your main party and the party of the samurai from SMT4. It also means that, unfortunately, Isabeau doesn't get to fight with us this fight if she was your partner of choice, but thankfully we do have Asahi with us. Unfortunately, in Apocalypse difficulty, the Samurai Party is a massive liability that will get you killed if you don't just get them killed as soon as possible.
Yeah, they are somewhat useful in Phase 1, because I can take advantage of Walter's Debilitate, but in Phase 2, I just need them dead, because they can get me killed.
Yeah, there's a couple really bad situations that can happen if the Samurai Party lives for too long. There's also a really obnoxious glitch that can happen if the Samurai Party dies at a time you're not expecting. Nice drain.
Yeah, that was kind of cool.
So ideally, we set up so that in Phase 1, Walter gets to do a couple debilitates just to help ease the MP burden for our main party. And then as soon as we start Phase 2, we kill the Samurai Party off as soon as possible and just fight the second phase with our main party.
Yeah, the nightmare scenario is everyone but Flynn dying in the Samurai Party, and then him using infinite power. Because if he does that, Flynn cannot remove either the smirk or the full buffs, and so he will attack your main party with that, and he can just supernova and completely wipe you.
Yeah, and it's very likely that Flynn will be the one left alive, because not only does Flynn have a little more HP than well, I think Walter has a little more than he does, but not only does Flynn have a good amount of HP, he also has Enduring Soul, so he actually has to die twice. So it's very likely that even a big attack that would wipe the Samurai Party would make him live unless we set up for the death. Thankfully, we have a pretty consistent way to set up the Samurai Party dying.
Yeah, usually I can get them dead within 2 turns in Phase 2, usually.
We're not going to bother putting up doping in Phase 1. He doesn't do that much damage in Phase 1 to make the MP cost worth it.
Yeah, it's very useful in Phase 2, but Phase 1 he doesn't do that much damage.
Yeah, you need it for Phase 2, but yeah, for Phase 1 it's... He doesn't even really attack you for the first couple of rounds. He kind of just sits around, but then he gets more aggressive as you progress through the fight.
Yeah, he kind of just wastes your time later in the fight using crap like Authority and his mana drain garbage.
Yeah, Authority being imposing stance, except it removes 3 turns instead of 1. And then, yeah, he has a scripted mana drain. If you're on Bond's route, he will do a... at this point here,
yeah,
he will do this repent and then turn everyone to 1 HP, have their MP, and then he'll give you a dialogue prompt. Depending on what option you give here will impact what you
My partner attack situation is really bad. I would prefer to have less at this point, but it is what it is. Because I want to carry partner attack into the next phase, but I would have finished it up and then ended up wasting it here anyway.
Yeah.
So partner attack. Fine.
This is one of the more obnoxious things about Bond's route, is that because all of your MP gets halved during this part of the phase, it makes the MP load for this phase more significant. Also, the HP gating does mean that you have to attack him a few more times than you would in Anarchy route.
Yeah.
Leave it to me!
Leave it to me.
On to new heights! You're in good hands!
And unfortunately, partner attacks here are really useless because they just cancel his attacks on the Samurai Party, which I don't care about.
Boop. Boop.
It's fine.
Okay, good dodge.
Yeah. We'll throw a second Great Shocker here to get my MP back up for phase 2.
Yeah, because Seraph should get the Toki denial, and then after that you should just get him get the phase done the next turn.
Yeah.
Poop.
Samurai Party isn't gonna die this turn. As Flynn still has his Enduring Soul.
He'll probably just use Authority.
Yeah. I should have charged.
Become Wanderer.
Oh, I did charge. This
You
might
did charge.
just
I think you
kill.
can just kill him, yeah. Or not.
That's annoying.
Thanks, Apocalypse difficulty.
Okay, so that'll
Oh,
cancel
Samurai
this
Party's
turn.
dead at least.
I'm gonna have Seraph finish him. Can I do that?
I wonder if he, like, tanked your buffs.
Oh, maybe he did. No, we're good.
Oh, no, he didn't. Okay. Nope, just miss things. It's fine. Yeah, Seraph should take here, though.
Okay.
Oh, and
you
he
carry...
sneezes.
No, you don't carry anything into phase 2.
Yeah, phase 2 is considered a different fight. And he sneezes away his divinity. And now we get Enemy of God, which is a fantastic final boss track to what is probably the best final boss in the series.
Okay.
So he opens the fight by using Infinite Power, which gives him full buffs and a smirk. We really, really don't want to deal with that, because if he's smirked, you'll use an ability called Supernova, and it doesn't really matter what our HP is at. If he Supernovas while he is smirked, we will die. So we're going to just set up buffs on ourselves because we want the Samurai Party to die immediately.
Yeah, I want him to use these smirks and buffs to kill the Samurai Party. I
Yeah.
want them dead right now.
Yeah, sorry, that was intended as, like, when we're fighting him, we don't want that up, because yeah, we
Unfortunately-
absolutely want him to kill the Samurai here.
Unfortunately, he didn't kill the Samurai Party here, which means it's not necessarily bad. Hopefully Flynn smirks here. He did. Okay, so
Okay,
I get an
we can-
anti-con, so he's not on full buffs.
Yeah.
I should live this. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so, now I can drop a Dekaja Stone. So now he will kill Flynn next turn unless he misses Flynn, and if he misses Flynn, I'm gonna rage. So I don't need to actually worry about using Imposing Stance here.
Yeah, because once the Samurai Party dies, it will just go back to our turn, and it'll just pass back to our turn immediately.
Okay.
Yep, there it goes. And there we saw the game tried to delete Nanashi from existence.
Yeah, the annoying bug does not affect Nanashi, thankfully. Gonna make sure I'm stable on MP.
Essentially, the bug is that when your Samurai Party dies, if you have auto battle turned on, it will delete any demons from your party that are in any of the slots of the Samurai that died at that point. Or it will just empty that slot out of your space, and the only way to cure it is to unsummon and resummon that demon.
That sucks. Okay.
Nice Divine Harmony.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Divine Harmony is a unique skill. It's the only skill in the game that can remove both doping and your charge effects, in addition to being a Dekaja.
Yeah, it's
and we need to keep doping up as much as we can, so that's a little annoying.
It just stalls things out, because I was on full buffs and had doping, so he basically just removed 4 press turns worth of work with that one skill. There was Mouth of God, and there's Infinite Power, which also sucks. So we're getting a very trolly Yahweh so far.
Yeah, ideally what we want to do is we want to Imposing Stance every single turn, that way he only has 2 turns on his actions. and then ideally the one action he takes, or on his first action, will miss so that he loses his turn. Because he can only use infinite power on his third press turn, and every time he uses infinite power, it kind of resets our debuff progress on him and just stalls out the fight a little bit more.
Yeah. So right now it's just important that I get buffs up to make him more likely to miss. Just have Nanashi continue pumping damage. I do need to watch Samael's MP though. I have a partner attack now though, which is very good. Okay.
And got a miss too, that's really good.
Miss. Yeah, so miss and we got a partner attack here, so we can definitely stabilize and be in a good position.
Let me show you how it's done.
This is forever. Here I go. Let's go.
And we got a smirk, nice.
I should have charged last turn. It was a mistake not to do that. Okay, we're on full buffs and debuffs. If he lets me keep this for another turn, I probably win. Let's look at that damage.
Just for reference, time will be shortly after we kill Yahweh, or we beat Yahweh. There will be a prompt that when we pick it is time.
That missed Nanashi, and I'm still on full buffs. Okay, we are in a very good position. See, that's what I want to see. I want to see his mana drain attack miss. It's got...
And we can get an attack with Seraph, which is huge.
Yeah. So that didn't quite kill him. I was hoping it would. Hopefully I saw he smirked Seraph. Nice. Okay, if he lets me go... Alright, we win.
Alright, we win, yeah.
We win 100%. This probably
Yeah,
just
we'll
kills.
let you know. I just wanted to give you a warning. Hey,
Okay,
we won.
Almost. And... Time.
GG's. That was a
Thanks, sir.
really good Yahweh fight.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Only one Divine Blessing and one Infinite Power.
Yeah, G Heck and G. That was an 8:17:59, so
Not
according
bad.
to a marathon timer. So yeah, that was really
Not
good.
bad at
GG's.
It's,
And there was a prompt there. You can say no to killing Yahweh, and it's another but thou must.
oh yeah, I meant to do that and make a joke out of it. Whatever.
Yeah, Dogda's just like, you can't turn back, kid. Finish what you started, and then it gives you the prompt again, and you could potentially just keep saying that over and over again.
Yeah.
Until you agree to kill Yahweh.
Will inevitably lose its way and long for salvation.
Yeah, G Heck and G's. Any words you have for us?
Thank you for watching, everybody. Hope it was a good run. If you're interested at all in these kinds of runs, either watching more of them or doing them yourself, come join us in the Shin Megami Tensei speedrunning community. We're pretty friendly. Shoutouts to John Perry and Freedom Pulse for the help with the commentary. Shoutouts to Scion for all of his organization work for this. It's awesome that we get to put this on each year. And thank you to all the other runners who are going to follow up my run with even more high-quality entertainment that you should definitely stick around for. Coming up next is Persona 1 by Lon, which should be a good watch.
Come now, Isabeau.
Yeah.
You should have known we cannot return.
Thanks, everybody.
Said it. Satan was a part of him.
Since you defeated him, we must return to the Axiom.
Flynn, Isabeau, let's meet again after we all reincarnate.
We may have walked different paths, but I do not regret my choices.
They were the paths we chose, after all.
Rito, did you have any more to say? Probably not, right?
No, not much. Yeah, just shout outs to the community and stay tuned.